of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Nicholson, for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Solberg, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act and the Income Tax Act, and to make consequential amendment to another act. This motion is deemed adopted.
Mr. Nicholson, for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Solberg, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
By ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report related to the Canadian Museums and the 8th report related to the Court Challenges Program at the fiscal 2005-2006 level of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Présentation de.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege today to rise and table some petitions. These petitions originate in the constituency of Lethbridge, but also Calgary Southeast. They have to do with urging the government to investigate the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Another one to reopen the issue of marriage in order to promote and defend marriage as a lawful union of one man and one woman.
That's a good one.
Another one is the concerned Canadians that want to see the age of consent raised from 14 to 16.
That's good too.
And one to maintain current criminal sanctions against euthanasia and that greater resources be devoted to palliative care for the terminally ill.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So which one? L'honorable député de.
Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi has a petition. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition on behalf of people who support the IPAC program in small municipalities. This comes from the Chicoutimi Homeless Shelter. These are men's shelters, and they are asking for the extension of the IPAC program, so I table this petition. Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper? Questions on the order paper? The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your attentiveness to detail on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Mississauga South has given the Chair notice of a question of privilege. I call on him now to proceed with that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with some regret, but with a sense of responsibility, I rise on a matter of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I refer to Marlon Petit under the structure of privilege, page 70, where it states that both the House in its collective capacity and members individually have the responsibility to protect from abuse their rights and immunities, particularly the freedom of speech. under freedom of speech, page 71, it states that a fundamental right without which they would be hampered in the performance of their duties is what freedom of speech refers to. It permits them to speak in the House without inhibition and to refer to any matter or express any opinion as they see fit, to say that what they feel needs to be said in the furtherance of the national interest and aspirations of the constituents. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, just prior to the taking of the recorded divisions, I rose on a point of order on a matter of relevance. Subsequently, and this was with regard to the member for Nepean Carleton, who was in the process of addressing the House. Mr. Speaker, Marlon Montpetit, again, page 83, under the section of freedom from obstruction, interference, intimidation, and molestation. It states that members are entitled to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. The assaulting, menacing, or insulting of any member on the floor of the House, or while he is coming or going to or from the House, or on account of his behavior during the proceeding in Parliament, is a violation of the rights of Parliament. Any form of intimidation, I repeat, any form of intimidation of a person on account of their behavior during the proceeding of the House could amount to contempt. Mr. Speaker, I refer further to dealing with a matter of privilege. It states on page 121, Marlon Montpetit, that the House of Commons is certainly the most important secular body in Canada. It is said that each House of Parliament is a court with respect to its own privileges and dignity and the privileges of its members. The purpose of raising matters of privilege, what I'm doing today, Mr. Speaker, in either House of Parliament, is to maintain the respect and credibility due to and required of each House with respect to these privileges, to uphold its powers and to enforce the enjoyment of the privileges of members, including the freedom of speech. A genuine question of privilege is therefore a serious matter and may not be reckoned lightly or ought to be rare, and thus it's rarely raised in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Marlon Montpetit and guiding members with regard to matters occurring in the House said that a complaint on a matter of privilege must satisfy two conditions before it can be accorded precedence over orders of the day. First, the Speaker must be convinced that a prima facie case of breach of privilege has been made, and second, that the matter must be raised at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Speaker, dealing with the second matter first, as I indicated, this matter happened yesterday during debates at approximately 5:25, just prior to the sounding of the bells for recorded divisions, at which time I rose on this point of order due to relevance. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, at that point I gave, I was approached by the member from Nepean Carleton who had crossed the floor and came up to my desk here and told me that if I were to continue to raise these frivolous points of order, that there would be retribution. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of threatening or intimidating a member of Parliament in the conduct of their responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Manitoulin, sorry if I can get it right, the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing was in his seat here and observed and heard all that was said, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this place since 1993, and I have a great deal of respect for the House. And I take this matter very seriously, Mr. Speaker, because there is a pattern, there is a history with regard to the member for Nepean Carleton, and I won't go into those, Mr. Speaker. That's the Speaker is well aware. I have rose on this point of order, point of privilege, Mr. Speaker, because I don't think any member should be approached by another member, particularly in the House, and told that they should not be doing something that is their right, and that if they do, they would be subject to some sort of retribution. Mr. Speaker, I believe that I have satisfied the two conditions with regard to matter of privilege. Firstly, in regard to making a case that it's a prima facie breach of my privileges as a member, not to be threatened or intimidated by another member in the performance of the conduct of my duties, and secondly, having raised it with the chair, with the speaker, at the earliest opportunity. Should the speaker find a prima facie case of privilege, I would be prepared to move the appropriate motion.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll certainly raise this matter with the Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton, but Mr. Speaker, you've been around long enough to know there's usually two sides to every story, and I know the Honourable Member in question is a responsible individual, and quite frankly, if the Honourable Member was going to raise this, I mean, it might have been nice. It might have been a courtesy to let the individual know that this was being raised at this particular time, but I will certainly inform him of the fact that this is now taking place in the House. But again, Mr. Speaker, there's two sides to every story, and the Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton is a very responsible member of this caucus and of this government, and I'm quite sure he will have something to say on this matter.
Well, the Chair will take the matter under advisement and get back to the House in respect of this alleged breach of privilege in due course, and we'll deal with the matter then. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply. Beginning debate by Mr. Lessard regarding income support for older workers.
L'Honorable Le Whip.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that you will, if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent that this motion could be adopted. There was an agreement at the end of today's debate on the opposition member by the member for Chambly-Bortua. All questions necessary will be deemed put, and a recorded division will be deemed deferred till Monday, October 16, 2006, at the end of the period allotted for government orders. Does the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord have the unanimous consent to table this motion? Agreed? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed. Mr. Lessard, seconded by Mr. Carrette, moves that the House reiterate to the government the importance of implementing a real income support program for older workers that would apply to all older workers in all economic sectors in all regions. On debate, the Honourable Member for Chambly-Bortua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The topic we're discussing today is an extremely important one. And this affects all workers and a good segment of employer groups, too, who, when they are affected by layoffs throughout the country, and especially what's going on in Quebec right now, in all sectors of activity, Mr. Speaker. In addition to in all regions, one can say that right now there's a major problem with older workers who unfortunately lose their jobs once they're past the age of 50. They are more vulnerable when they're past 55. So today I have the honor of moving this Bloc Québécois motion so that the House could speak to this motion, that the House reiterate to the government the importance of implementing a real income support program for older workers that would apply to all older workers in all economic sectors and in all regions. Mr. Speaker, so that's why we're specifying here that this is all workers in all sectors in all regions. In the past few days, the government expressed its intention to target certain sectors and certain regions in particular for very limited time frames, which is not acceptable because, once again, it would be a piecemeal, arbitrary approach, and especially a discriminatory approach, because people are affected by this problem regardless of the region they live in. if they're in a region with more workers on the labor market, when you lose your job, it's not because your neighbor's working that you'll get money to put bread on the table.
Mr. Speaker, this program used to exist. It was set up in 1988, and it stood the test of time. It lasted until 1997. The program was cut in 1997 in a random cutting exercise by the Liberals without regard to the harmful effects for workers. The Bloc Québécois finds it unacceptable that the federal government, that the current government, is dragging its heels in establishing or re-establishing that program. The Bloc also finds that despite recent events, including a mention in the throne speech about the importance of re-establishing the POWA program, and mention in the budget announced by the Prime Minister himself of $100 million that would be earmarked for re-establishing that program. And despite a unanimous resolution of the National Assembly of Quebec inviting the Government of Canada to re-establish that program and indicating that Quebec was willing to participate to the same extent as in the past, 30% of the contribution. So the feds would kick in 70%, despite the fact also that this program is relatively inexpensive, Mr. Speaker. So we're still quite frustrated by the frivolousness of the way in which the Conservative government has responded to the concerns of workers and to the calls from the Bloc Québécois in the House here to correct that flagrant injustice. I would also remind everyone that the program has to focus on older workers who can't be retrained or put in new jobs. When you spend most of your life in one or two trades, when you're specialized, and when that trade disappears, and when you've reached 55 or older, it's very often very hard either to learn a new task, and employers aren't necessarily very keen on investing in you to retrain you for a new job, given the expectancy of how much time you have left on the job market. So that's yet another added difficulty for older workers. Historically, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the program has existed since 1988. It was in existence from 88 till 97. And as I also said, it was a shared cost program. And when it was abolished in 1997, Mr. Speaker, just before, the year before, in 96, there were 11,700 people that had been laid off and were benefiting from that program. So at the time, $17 million was the cost. It was a minimal cost to the federal government. So the budget at the time was $17 billion, the overall budget. So $17 million was roughly 1% of the total budget. And still today, we don't understand how this happened. We can't understand either how the former and current government haven't corrected that injustice, as I said, Mr. Speaker. In terms of how hard it is to find a job, Mr. Speaker, the EI Commission in 2004 reported that for 2004-5, the statistics showed that at that time, because of the upturn in the economy, there was a low rate of unemployment. But despite that, here are the percentages. Older workers are overrepresented among long-standing unemployed. They represent 21% of the hardcore unemployed, if you will, long-term unemployed, whereas they only represent 12.5% of the overall population. So, in terms of unemployment potential, they were twice as likely to be unemployed as the rest of the workforce because of how hard it is to find a new job. Now, in terms of the pilot projects, Mr. Speaker, there's an attitude from the government. On the one hand, they say there are pilot projects that enable those people to retrain and get new jobs. Well, there's two things. The areas of interest offered to those older workers often don't really match their employment profile, and it makes it even more complicated to get access to that training. Secondly, of all people trained under those pilot projects, less than 4% succeed in finding a new job, a stable job. Of course, they're going to get part-time work, but the job situation is going to be much more complicated or difficult than what they had in the past. And only 4% eventually find permanent work elsewhere. So that's not the solution. The second thing the Conservatives say is that we're studying the situation. Mr. Speaker, there's something very frustrating in this House, and that is that when the government changes, they act like nothing was done before. I have to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that for years previously, under the Liberal regime, that was the argument we were served. They said, we're studying the problem, we're studying the situation. At the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development, a good number of those studies were received. We got all those studies on POWA. How is it that the current government was unable to get access to those studies, Mr. Speaker? They're reliable studies. They're from government sources. And on the basis of those government sources, we took a position, as did other stakeholders in society, including the major unions. The major unions in Quebec took a common stand on this issue. So both the government experts and the studies, as well as the union studies, show that the actual cost, the real cost, well, first of all, based on past experience, the whole program was very positive, and that provides grounds justifying the reestablishment of the program. Recent experience in the last few years in the industry, be it the textile, apparel, shoes, woodworking industry, all this also shows the need for such a program. So the worst case scenario, Mr. Speaker, when a person loses their job, well, the first year of the program would cost $50 million max, and subsequent years would cost $75 million. With the escalating cost of living, that would have to be taken into account. But that, of course, I remind you, that would be the worst case scenario, Mr. Speaker. So in that respect, we don't understand why the government is still studying the problem when all the data are on the table and a decision can be made right now. I'd also remind you, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the difficulty of retraining those people, older workers, of all older workers in the workforce, 39%, almost 40% of those workers haven't completed high school. versus 18% for younger workers. So that's, yet again, another added difficulty. Mr. Speaker, still in reference to cost, let's talk about the cost of the benefits paid out under the program. The program was revised in '93, so I'll give you the latest data. People who were receiving benefits under the POWA program back then, the benefit was between $760 and $1,000, depending on the income of the person in question. Mr. Speaker, I've briefly gone over the history of the POWA program and the more recent history of this problem. I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that in the throne speech, reference was made to the need to reestablish POWA, and in the budget too. But I would also remind you, Mr. Speaker, that last year in this House there was a block motion which I had the honor to put forward. All MPs unanimously voted in favor of that motion, Mr. Speaker. That was last June. The Liberal Party was in office and they didn't respect that motion. The Conservative government hasn't respected it either, despite the two added commitments made by this government in the throne speech and the budget. So it's completely unacceptable. And in terms of democracy, it's in fact scandalous, because here in the House, we often bring up the fact that we serve as a model for democracy to other peoples. Well, perhaps we should put that example into practice and walk the talk. The Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development, which used to be called Skills Development last year, made 28 recommendations to this House after laborious work, careful work, consultation, and so on. None of those recommendations was accepted, and among those recommendations there was also POWA, an income support program for older workers. Up to then I was talking about POWA because that's what the program was called, but it has to be adapted to today's reality. So there are things that need changing, and that's why we should now call it the Income Support Program for Older Workers, because the program involves training for re-entry into the job market. So this speech is important so that the government can stop falling back on retraining as a pretext for avoiding its obligation to provide income support as well to these people. Now, the instability on the job market today, it seems there's just one part of the House that sees what's really going on in the field, on the ground. When the government, when a political party is beaten, that's when they start to really see what's going on the ground. It's like when you're defeated, your eyes open up. For years, Mr. Speaker, at least 4 years, the Bloc Québécois has repeatedly brought up the difficulties of the industry, particularly the manufacturing industry, and other types of businesses too, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc has not stopped calling on the government to take appropriate steps to maintain jobs at their maximum level, basically taking into account what's happening globally. But there are other governments that have done things, but this government's done nothing. They've done nothing to protect workers when they lose their jobs, and they've done nothing to protect their existing jobs. That's scandalous. Mr. Speaker, if you're talking about people of Whirlpool in Rivière-du-Loup, textiles in Huntington, in La Naudière, people that work in sawmills and forestry, in northwestern Quebec, in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean as well, in the sawmills, in pulp and paper, in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, in Ville-de-la-Baie, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of workers have lost their jobs. 20 to 22% of those workers were aged over 55, Mr. Speaker. Charlebourg, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to focus on Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean because there's a member who's a minister sitting in this House from that region. When he was elected, like his colleagues in Quebec, he said, the Bloc can't do anything to help you. We'll be in office and we'll solve things for you. Since they've been in office, Mr. Speaker, they don't even want to meet with the workers. The only people the workers want to meet is us. Same thing for shoes. Saint-Hébel, that's in Charlebourg riding. One of our colleagues, one of our eminent colleagues here, who tabled major legislation here, who was esteemed by the House, he was defeated, and that's the rules of democracy. He was defeated. Why? Because the Conservative government, the Conservative candidate rather, said, we'll be in office and we'll settle things for you. They've settled nothing, Mr. Speaker. And yet they lead people to think certain things, and that too is unacceptable. They say they make people think that they're going to actually fix problems, but they haven't done anything. So we have to watch for that. Mr. Speaker, we could also talk. I just did a tour of almost all regions of Quebec, in Gaspésie, Magdalen Islands, the fisheries. It's incredible the situation that people are currently in. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. So this program isn't complicated. Accept the motion, vote in favor of it, and if that's what the Conservative government needs, well, that's what we'll give them. But people have to walk the talk. They have to stop misleading people. They have to take action, follow through, and implement this income support program for older workers as fast as possible. It's urgent. And every year that's gone by, when people were left in poverty, they have to be able to get that assistance retroactively, because they're eating up their savings, and very often they're obliged to sell their house just to survive when they've spent their whole lives working in order to build a home. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that's the cry I send out, the call I call out to all the lawmakers here, and each of us. Each one of us has to hear it, go back to our writing and say, we've done our job, we did what we needed to do, we took the steps we needed to help you, because the program will cost $50 million out of a $16 billion budget. That's a very small portion of the budget. These people leave, they lose their jobs, and society owes them something, some recognition of their contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Palliser.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member to him present his speech on this motion with great interest. Let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that within this realm, this government's priority is to assist those older workers seeking employment to find and retain jobs. Our government is focused on providing older workers with the tools they need to remain employable, and we support retraining for older workers and efforts to ease their transition into new employment. But I'd like to ask the member, he made a comment in his speech about only 4% of older workers who had gone through older worker pilot projects. He said only 4% of these individuals had found permanent jobs. I'm going to check with the minister, but I find that really surprising and tough to believe, and I wouldn't be surprised if this government would reject that figure. But he said 4% would find permanent jobs, yet this member has been asking for the reinstatement of these programs. So I'm a bit perplexed, Mr. Speaker, and that's my question. Which is it? If only 4% that have gone through these pilot projects have found permanent employment, why is this member calling for the reinstatement of these programs?
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Yes, Mr. Speaker. That's a very good question. First of all, remember that these people are aged over 55 and they have to find a new job. That 4% is people who manage to find permanent work, rewarding work, like they had before. People who are eligible for income support for older workers are people who are still looking for work, Mr. Speaker. They're going to keep looking for work. If they manage to get work, well then, when you're able to work, they won't get those benefits anymore when they go back to work. But some people are unable to retrain, so they need sustained income support. And Mr. Speaker, sure, when you're young, like the member opposite, you have a nice future ahead of you, lots of years to find new work with skills and so on when he's no longer here at the House, probably after the next election. And Mr. Speaker, when he's 55, when he gets there and he has no work, I think he'll find it's quite hard to find a new job. So the situation's quite different. To conclude, I would remind everyone that it's not a cakewalk. It's not easy to get income from 55 to 60. This is just income support we're talking about here to help people bridge that gap from 55 to when they get their pension and income security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to congratulate the honourable member for standing out for the older workers that are the productive part of this Canadian society. And I'm in support of the quality programs that meet the needs of all of Canada's older workers. Government has to develop a strategy, a pan-Canadian strategy, Mr. Speaker, that incorporated skills upgrading, flexible work environments, training with job placements. But since this minority conservative government has come in power, they have done nothing to do something for the older workers. Instead, this minority government has paid a lip service, but nothing else. In fact, their actions suggest, because they have cuts done for the programs that we had for the older workers. But I'm troubled with this member supporting that budget when there was nothing mentioned for assisting the older workers. If this member have Mrs. Smith, I mean this, I can read it here, Mr. Speaker. In fact, you have cut $17 million from the workplace skills, Mr. Speaker, and they have also taken funds away for literacy programs that are needed. As Mr. Speaker, the honourable member mentioned that 40% of the older people have no skills of reading and writing because they haven't gone to the school. And these minority...
Order. The honourable member has had lots of time. The honourable member can sit down when I'm standing. Yeah. The honourable member has had lots of time to put his question, and it's time for the answer. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that this type of demagoguery is taking place this morning. You have to distinguish between the budget and last week's cuts. In the budget, there were none of those cuts. The cuts that were announced last week are something that we are absolutely against. So, to state what the colleague said, what the honourable member said, is inappropriate and is not in keeping with reality. Now, I won't come back to our support for the budget, which held out hope for dealing with the fiscal imbalance, and now the government is going to have to deliver the goods. But as to the cuts, they weren't in the throne speech, and I would have liked the member to tell us if he will be supporting the motion, and if he will encourage his colleagues to take a different attitude than the one they displayed when they were in government, and join with us to ask the government to have some type of older worker income support program as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened to my colleague across with great interest and agree with much of what he said about support for displaced workers. It is something that needs to be done. But I have a question that flows from that support for displaced workers. I'm surprised that your political party is supporting the softwood deal with the U.S. that the Conservative government has put forward, because we all know in my community and in communities across Quebec, there will be lots of displaced workers due to that softwood agreement, and yet you're supporting that agreement. So I see an inherent...
Order. The honourable member twice used the second person. It's his party, not your party, and I wonder if the honourable member could remember that rule.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the honourable member is how can he support this agreement when it in turn will bring more and more displaced workers to every region of Canada, including Quebec?
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordeaux. Mr. Speaker, there are facts that are included, things that can't change. We didn't negotiate the agreement. Now it has been negotiated, and the main stakeholders, the industry, has to be canvassed to know what their opinion is, and there are certain rights that we have to take into account. They had rights. They were entitled to full compensation to receive what the American government had taken, but the Conservative government altered that in the agreement. Is it because the Conservative government altered that right that we now have to move to the worst case scenario? That is, we're not happy with what they negotiated, so we will vote against the agreement, because that will make things even worse for the industry. There are a number of companies that have closed down, sawmills have laid off tens of thousands of workers. So would it be in the interest of these people to ensure that everyone else is laid off? That's what the industry told us. That's what the unions told us as well. And my colleague is very close to the unions, to the labor movement, and in Quebec and elsewhere they said, and we represent the citizens, Mr. Speaker, and they told us, you have to vote for it, otherwise it's a death knell for the industry. Both the companies and the unions told us that, and the municipalities as well. Look at the municipal councillors and mayors. They said our entire villages will be closed down. So we have no problem in voting in favor of an imperfect agreement. Why? Because it serves the superior interests of the people whom we represent.
Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be splitting my time today with the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I'm really very pleased to rise today to respond to the motion from the honourable member for Chambly-Bordeaux. As the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, I know that Canadians can draw strength from the fact that Canada is near the top again this year in terms of job growth among G7 and OECD countries. Our unemployment rate of 6.5% in August was one of the lowest in the last 30 years. Job gains have occurred in every region and across all age groups right across this country. However, I do share the member's concern for the situation that older workers face when they are suddenly left without work due to plant closures, downsizing, or other economic circumstances beyond their control. The honourable member's motion includes all economic sectors in all regions. But we know that the problem is especially acute for older workers in small communities that depend on a single industry for their livelihood. This particularly affects workers in sectors such as forestry, fishing, mining, and textiles. For older workers, the challenges that losing their job presents are especially tough. Throughout their working lives, these people have been self-reliant and independent. They've worked hard at their jobs day by day, and they've been saving up for their retirement. And then, before their plans are in place, hard times hit their place of employment. In many small towns, when the major employer lays off workers, the entire community is affected. Often, the older workers need a few more years of income before they could retire. So what do they do now? Do they rely upon their retirement savings until their pension kicks in? Do they sell their house or take out a new mortgage, which is pretty tough to do when you don't have a job? Or do they try to find another line of work? But then how will they learn the new skills? These are hard choices for people who have worked all their lives trying to build security for their families. Mr. Speaker, we all share a concern for the plight of displaced older workers in situations like this. But in responding to the motion from the honourable member from Chambly-Bourgeois, we must ask ourselves, what's the best solution? Is an early retirement program the answer? And if so, would that solution suit the needs of Canada's labour market, or even that of their local economy? Mr. Speaker, an income support program such as the honourable member proposes would essentially remove all older workers from the workforce now and in the future. This removal, Mr. Speaker, would be premature and detrimental to the workers and to Canada's labour market. Older workers have become the principal source of labour force growth in recent years. Since late 2002, they have accounted for over half of the employment growth in Canada, and increases in older worker participation have become the major driver of increases in the overall Canadian participation rate. And as the Canadian population ages, encouraging older worker participation will play a very important role in meeting employment demand. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, Canada cannot at this time afford to pension off workers who are a valuable and all too often unrecognized asset. Rather, any intervention should be geared to providing those workers with the tools they need to remain employable, and should not act as a disincentive to labour market participation, relocation, or the pursuit of skills upgrading. Canada's economy needs the skills, the experience, and the expertise of all older workers. We need the perspective they bring from a lifetime in the workforce. And this is especially true for smaller and medium-sized businesses that often have a hard time finding people. And these businesses are the engine of our Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, Canada is not the only country that faces these challenges. In fact, the OECD has recently reviewed the situation facing older workers in the industrialized world. They point out that with the demographics of an aging society, economies need to keep older workers in the workforce to ensure growth and prosperity in a period like we're facing now of shrinking labor supply. In fact, the OECD advises against early retirement programs and against any other type of program structure that would lead to and encourage early retirement. Mr. Speaker, in the budget last May, this government, Canada's new government, committed to examining ways to help displaced older workers. We promised to undertake a feasibility study to evaluate current and potential measures to assist older workers in the Canadian workforce. This study will examine a number of options, and it will involve consultations with provinces and territories, stakeholder groups, and experts from across Canada. The options examined may well include early retirement benefits, Mr. Speaker, which will be along the lines of the suggestions of the honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. But there are other options. There are other ways to help older workers while ensuring that they remain a vital force in the economy. Mr. Speaker, we have a very solid foundation to build on assisting older workers' reintegration into the workforce. The Government of Canada has the benefit of drawing from lessons learned from the Older Worker Pilot Project initiative that concluded in May of this year. And let me share with the House some of the lessons that we learned from that. We found that the most successful pilot projects are those that combine employment assistance services with some form of training, marketing, and work experience. As well, we found that it is important for the programs to be flexible, Mr. Speaker. One size does not fit all. The best programs allow attention to individual situations and needs, including the skills of older workers, specific labour market conditions, and the identification of opportunities that exist in specific cities, towns, or regions. Programs must provide enough time for displaced older workers to learn new skills, and the training must be practical and relevant to the participants. There are indeed potential new careers for those displaced older workers, careers that take advantage of their lifetime experience and their interests, careers that can help these older workers take pride in the way that they continue to build the economy of their community, careers that provide self-reliance. It's important to identify the new careers that are most relevant and realistic for older workers on a case-by-case basis. And in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the honourable member opposite would have us believe, we have many programs to help those who find themselves without work. Displaced older workers are taking advantage of our active employment benefits under Part 2 of the Employment Assurance Program. This helps them find and maintain new employment, Mr. Speaker, by increasing their skills, gaining work experience, getting job counselling and job placement services, and accessing labour market information. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that last year over 80,000 workers over 50 years of age participated in Employment Insurance Part 2 programming? In addition, close to 230,000 workers received $1.4 billion in Employment Insurance Part 1 programming. Now, we're not saying that this is the only solution for these workers. In fact, we've committed to take the time and put in the effort required to identify the best solutions for displaced older workers in today's labour market. But until the results of the feasibility study are known, we should not limit our range of options, Mr. Speaker. That is why I cannot vote in favour of the honourable member's motion as it's written, no matter how much I share his concerns. What we need is programs that keep older workers as active participants in the Canadian economy. We need programs that can be flexible enough to meet the needs of different individuals and communities. And we need to take advantage of what we have learned about what kinds of programs work and which programs do not. I urge honourable members to join me in voting down this motion as worded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jones, a comment?
Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also thank the Minister for having expressed her position as clearly as she did, and the Minister will, however, acknowledge that she's simply repeating the party's rhetoric to the effect that if we get these people back to work, it will help with our economy. I agree that people who are able to work, who can be retrained, that's all very well. And that is not what we are talking about. What we are talking about are people who cannot be retrained, or even if they do take more training, they aren't able to work. There are people in Canada, the country, and the country of Quebec, the country to be. There are people in Quebec who cannot find jobs after the age of 55. I'd like to ask the Minister if she acknowledges that, and if so, will she vote in favor of the motion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that older workers who have been displaced really face a lot of challenges. There's no doubt about that. That's why we committed to our feasibility study, because we don't want to rush in with some quick fix solution, some haphazard program that may or may not work. We want to take advantage of all of the lessons that have been learned and even develop some new ones so that we can build programs that will work in the long term. But it's really important to note, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's demand for labour is just the opposite of what it was in the 1990s. In the 1990s, there were way too many people for way too few jobs. Today's market, and going forward 10 years at least, we're going to be facing just the opposite, where there are way too few people in our country for too many jobs. So we have to take advantage of the people who are here, Mr. Speaker, to fill those jobs. And quite frankly, the older workforce, 55 plus, are our single best pool of talent. And we have to tap into them. We cannot afford as a country to keep them out of the labour market. We must encourage their participation in every way possible.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Game, but she must be disappointed with the complete lack of support that she's been receiving from her cabinet colleagues. She must be disappointed that the tools she needs to accomplish what she professes have been eliminated, reduced, slashed. When you talk about retraining of seasonally unemployed, elderly workers, in most cases, workers 45, 55 to 65, and that 3 months into the fiscal year, in my riding, there was no money for retraining for those people. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, you would recognize, need basic skills before they can reintegrate new professions, new jobs. Literacy. Literacy, the most important thing, the basic fundamental building block to learning a trade, has been removed, has been slashed. If they want to do research in the rural parts of this country where most of the seasonally unemployed are, they can't look to going to a CAP site in the future because that has been eliminated. That is how they can do their own training. That's how they can do job search. That's how they can do their continued education. No more. They surely can go at the University of Calgary or somewhere if they want to leave East Pubnico. But if they're going to be in western rural parts of the country, this minister should be ashamed. She should be ashamed of her cabinet colleagues, and she should fight a lot harder for the people who need the assistance of the government of this country.
Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member needs to go back and review some of the facts because he's frankly quite wrong in much of what he said. One of our early actions as a new government was to bring in the seasonal workers pilot project to help the very seasonal workers to whom he refers. 5-week pilot project to enhance the benefits for the unemployed who work in seasonal jobs. We're also spending over $2 billion in workplace skills development, over $80 million in literacy programs, as well as, Mr. Speaker, over $300 million to help new Canadians get the skills they need in this market, all of things which the honourable member voted against.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate on the opposition motion concerning support measures for older workers in all sectors of economic activity and in all regions of the country. It's an honor for me to share my time with the Minister of Human Resources, and I'd like to take this opportunity to underscore her excellent work, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, allow me to point out that the new Government of Canada values older workers and their contribution to society. We fully understand that we owe them a lot, not only for their past contributions, but also for their current and future contributions to the labour force and to our well-being. The generations that preceded us fashioned the Canada we know and admire today, and we're very grateful. Mr. Speaker, the contribution of all Canadian men and women is certainly essential to our collective well-being. As you know, Canada, like all industrialized countries, is facing an aging population. In fact, by 2020, the proportion of people between 55 and 64 will increase by 50%. On the one hand, life expectancy is on the rise, and then people are in better health and remain active longer. They can therefore continue to contribute to society longer than they used to. More and more Canadians go back to work after retiring or start a new career after age 55. They still have a lot to give, and they have dreams and objectives. More than that, they want to continue to work to share their experience with other members of their communities. That's a good thing because we need them. We need their experience and their precious counsel. We need their expertise and their wisdom. Their potential is huge and is just waiting to be used. Workers between 55 and 64 are the greatest potential increase in the available workforce in the future. So we have to deploy efforts to increase their participation in the labor force. If we're to maintain our standard of living and prosper as a nation, we must optimize the potential of all citizens. For the past few years, the growth in the active population is mainly attributable to older workers. Since the end of 2002, half the job growth in Canada can be attributed to these workers, and the increase in their participation is now the main engine to the increase in the overall labor force participation rate in Canada. Right now, Canada cannot allow itself to put out to pasture workers that are considered excessive. Parallel to that, we also have to find solutions to labor force shortages in many sectors of the economy. Tradespeople are rare in some parts of the country, including my own riding of Mégantic-L'Érable. This phenomenon will get worse in the coming years, and yes, we know full well there are thousands of older workers losing their jobs, often the only job they had all their lives, following a plant closure or a slowdown in a given industry. Remote regions, or those that depend on a limited number of industries, are unfortunately the most hard hit. We have probing examples of that in Quebec in the textile, forestry, and fisheries industries. We are aware of that situation, Mr. Speaker, and we fully intend to deploy efforts to help older workers get back into the labor force. However, we don't want to impose or adopt ad hoc measures. We want to evaluate the situation of older workers overall with our partners in the provinces and territories in order to find solutions. Older workers have specific needs that require specific responses. We don't want to do a bad job of this. In our 2006 budget, the new government made a commitment to help Canadians who are hardest hit by the repercussions of the global economy, including older workers. As mentioned in the budget, together with the provinces and territories, we will conduct a feasibility study in order to evaluate the measures that could benefit laid-off older workers to help them surmount these obstacles. It might be a matter of improving their training or improve income support because of early retirement benefits, for example. No option has been rejected so far. We will take everything into account. In the interim, older workers have not been forgotten. They continue to use various programs that are in force, such as Employment Insurance Part 2. 80,000 workers over 50 are benefiting from programs funded by the Employment Insurance Act. They can get training, acquire other job experience, get help to start their own business, for example. Moreover, almost 230,000 unemployed older workers receive some $1.4 billion under the Employment Insurance Program. In addition, our government has made a commitment to spending $400 million over the next 2 years to improve the long-term competitive position of the forestry sector. Naturally, the other tax measures announced in the budget will help older workers like all other Canadians. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we are concerned with the welfare of all Canadians and older workers in particular. Because they have specific needs, we will develop specific solutions. We'll make sure that the programs we propose respond to their needs and that they can back in the labor force and continue to contribute to the development of our wonderful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about people who have lost their jobs. Our colleagues talking about people who are working. It's as if We're talking about a road and the other person's talking about a bridge. We're talking about people who cannot be placed elsewhere. Marc Boulian, his predecessor, knew full well, so I'm wondering if this member knows that there are workers in the mines that lost their jobs, people over 55, who had to sacrifice their homes in order to live. Does he know that in his own riding there are textile workers who lost their jobs too? Does he know that? They're in the same situation as the miners. Does he know that in furniture factories there are people who lost their jobs? Does he know that? They're over 55. They can't find other jobs. Does he know that that's what we're talking about here? So once he knows that, and once he realizes that these people cannot find other jobs, will he vote for this motion, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, with all due respect, quite obviously my honourable colleague did not understand the point of my speech. What we're talking about is the fact that there are lots of things that can be set out in this program. I did visit factories in my riding that could expand and don't because there's a shortage of labor. So there's a mobilization of labor that needs to happen. There are sectors that are harder hit than others. There are sectors where people cannot find other jobs or get new training. What we have to do, instead of having improvised measures such as the one my colleague's putting forward, feasibility studies are being done, on-site, in-the-field studies to see what would work. Not a program like the one by the Liberal government, but a viable one that will work for all older workers, and I'm saying all older workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little confused, and I do need some clarification from the member. As the member is aware, this is not the first time this motion was debated in this House. On June 9th of last year, there was a very similar motion put forward to the House by the Bloc Québécois Party, and members of the Conservative Party spoke eloquently, forcefully in support of this motion, and I listened to the member's speech, and I'm not getting that same clarity here today. He talks about evaluation, a study, and of course, at the end of the day, on June 9th, 2005, the Conservative Party supported the motion, as did myself. But I'm not sensing that, Mr. Speaker. And do I take it? My question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member: do I take it that in June 9th the party very forcefully supported the motion, and from your comments right now you're not supporting the motion? And perhaps if that is the case, which is very disturbing.
Order. The honourable member is again using the second person, but we've got a lot of people trying to get up, so the honourable deputy began.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what's happening now is that there was a commitment made by our party to help older workers. That was what was stated in the budget, and that's what's going on right now. The government is putting in place a system that will work. But before we do that, we have to have some studies and analyses. You can't just introduce programs off the top of your head. It's the previous government that cut aid to older workers. We know there's a big problem in this issue. There are current measures. We know that they're not sufficient. Now, there are many different types of older workers. My colleague's trying to put them all in the same basket. What we're doing is an effective, efficient measure, a viable program that will work, because the first beneficiaries, you know, there's a common will here. We want to settle the problem of older workers. Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Richelieu-Nicolet-Bécancour. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by the answer I just heard from my colleague. He says he's looking for a solution. The POA solution was one of the best, one of the most appreciated when it existed. That program existed in the past, and it served the people well, the people in my riding, for instance. When marine industries closed down, it served the workers at Belleuil, at other companies that closed. It was useful for many small shops, small places like Yamaska and so on that had small sewing shops. Now, apparently, Hydro is going to close its doors. What do I tell these people? They ask me, is there going to be a POA workers program for people over 55 who have no chance of retraining? If they can get further education and they can get a new career, we'll encourage them. But it's those who completely have no chance. Will there be a POA program? What am I going to say to them, Mr. Speaker? I'm going to give them the answer of the member. We're studying this. We're analyzing. They don't want studies. They want measures, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's the primary responsibility of the government to have the data it needs before it takes action. That's what the minister said. She's aware that there are realities in the regions, for example, in various sectors. We want the program to apply and not have to be cut back, as was the case in the past. My colleague says, he gives us examples. We know those examples. We've looked in the field. Now we have to collect that information and produce a program that will work and be viable.
For Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Question. Sorry.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. The Honourable Member from Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address this matter in the House here today. And first of all, let me say at the outset I do support the motion. And however, I want to, I'm going to say that I want when the government, when they do implement the motion, I want them to look at it as a comprehensive strategy involving other issues that are related to the matter, Mr. Speaker. And I assume the motion will pass because, as I did indicate in a previous question, the motion, very similar motion, was debated by this House on June 9th, 2005, and all parties unanimously supported that motion. And certainly I'd be shocked and surprised if all members didn't rise and not support this similar motion here today. However, Mr. Speaker, there's two aspects I do want to talk about. And again, I think we have to be very careful in implementing this motion. I do suggest and urge the government not to add an additional disincentive to our support system to workers or workforce attachment right now. We have to be very careful in implementing this in this particular motion. First of all, I would urge the government in its implementation process to look carefully at the income support measures. And again, this is a matter that will require very close consultation with the provinces. But I see a real gap existing in Canada in the income support measure for those people between the ages of 55 and 65 years of age. And we have a situation right now where once a person reaches the Mr. Speaker, I've just been notified that I neglected to say when I started that I will be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for West Nova. But going back to what I was saying, I believe the government, as part of this process, should look at the income support measures for those residents of Canada between the ages of 55 and 65. I see a very large gap there. Right now, when a person attains the age of 65, they're eligible for the Guaranteed Income Supplement. It's not perfect. You don't live in any kind of luxury, but it's an awful lot better than the income support measures for those people between 55 and 65, a lot who do not have pensions, who are not eligible for the Canada Pension Plan, and who are, for a whole host of reasons, unable to work at this time, health reasons, unable to find a job. And that is one issue that has to be looked at very closely as this motion is being implemented. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, I do think that has to be aligned with this motion, and that is a very comprehensive older worker strategy for Canada. We are looking at, and it's been referred to, I believe, by the Minister, a demographic time bomb here in Canada. We are looking at an acute worker shortage. This whole debate has been turned upside down over the last 15 years. 15 years ago, I would have been in Parliament urging people in public policy to implement programs to perhaps take out of the workforce some of our older workers, to make way for the 21-year-olds, the 22-year-olds that are looking for jobs. That is not the case now, especially in the skilled worker sector. Every sector council from across Canada has one issue and one issue alone that they're facing. The biggest issue is a skilled worker shortage. The construction industry, they're looking for 150,000 new workers over the next 10 years. Mining, 81,000. Trucking, 40,000. Tourism, a third of 333,000. Manufacturing, and the list, Mr. Speaker, goes on and on and on. And this, I suggest and I submit, is a very serious issue for governments at all levels, and it's going to cause problems with our productivity. It's going to cause problems with our industries. It's going to result in workforce instability. It's going to drive up wage costs, which in turn will drive up costs of projects, the cost of manufacturing goods. That, in turn, I suggest, will aid in an element of inflation into our system, if it's not there already. And once we have that, interest rates will rise. And as everyone knows, that will have a cumulative effect, a very cumulative negative effect in our economy. It'll be good in the short term, Mr. Speaker, but in the long term, it'll have very severe and negative consequences for we as a society. And we can see that going on right now in certain areas of Canada, and if it's allowed to continue, it is going to have negative repercussions. Mr. Speaker, if a country wants to deal with this issue, there are only certain strategies. Of course, immigration is one of those strategies, and that I believe this government, the previous government, was trying to increase the number of skilled workers coming to this country. There has been some successes, but again, we're competing in a world that a lot of other countries, especially the European countries, are having the very same problems that we're having, and it's a very competitive field out there looking for skilled and educated immigrants. We could attempt to increase the participation rate, but again, this country's participation rate is reasonably high in an international comparison. The birth rate, as everyone here knows, is approximately 1.41%. That is considerably below the replacement rate, probably two-thirds of the replacement rate. And again, as the demographics suggest, at a certain point in time, I believe it's 2011, there'll be no further increase in the local labor market. And in, I think, the year 2016, we start to drop. And once it starts to drop, it'll be a very serious drop year after year after year. And this is something that those in public policy have to be aware of and have to plan for, because I suggest it is very serious. But coming to my point, Mr. Speaker, is there has to be, I think, attached to this motion an older worker strategy. We have to develop a strategy to encourage older workers to stay in the workplace if they want to. We're not going to certainly legislate people to work, but if they want to, we have to make it more attractive. To give you an example, Mr. Speaker, Sweden and Japan, approximately 90% of their workers between the ages of 55 and 65 work. In Canada, it's close to 50%. So that gives you some example of what we're faced with. Some of the issues, Mr. Speaker, I would look at would be training, of course, for workers in that cohort. Elimination of any suggestion of a mandatory retirement. I think that has to come. There has to be changes in our tax policy. That we have to make it more beneficial for older workers, especially older workers of lower income, older workers, more attractive for them to stay in the workforce. Probably one of the most important public policy initiatives that governments should look at is some of the benefit policies. And if I may give an example, right now there are probably many people in Canada that are getting the guaranteed income supplement. They're over 65 years of age. They probably have no interest in working full-time, but may be interested in working part-time. They may be interested in going out and working 10 hours a week and making $100 or $200. However, the way the system is, Mr. Speaker, they would be almost penalized dollar for dollar, and there's a very strong disincentive for them do that. So that has to be looked at as part of an older worker strategy. Another area that has to be looked at, of course, in our collective agreements to accommodate certain older workers that want to get back into a unionized environment. It doesn't right now lend itself to that certainly shift. Again, I've mentioned about 5 or 6 different items, Mr. Speaker, and this has to be formed part of a strategy, and it has to be a culture shift. And it wasn't there 15 years ago, but it's my submission here in this House today that it has to be here now. And again, I should point out that if it were successfully implemented, even that will only postpone a problem. It's not going to solve a problem because eventually we'll catch up to ourselves. So again, some of these points that I raised, Mr. Speaker, and I do realize I'm fast running out of time, are peripheral to the issue, but I support the motion. I believe and urge the government should implement the motion, but they should do so as part of a larger package involving income support for those citizens between 55 and 65 years of age, and a very comprehensive, well-thought-out older worker strategy.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the member's comments and his support, both for income support for older workers and for some of the adjustment programs that need to be part and parcel of a larger package. I wonder, though, I know the member was elected first in the year 2000. I wonder if he advocated for those same programs at any time in the Liberals' mandate when they had 13 years to actually do something about these issues. The last time we had a program for older worker adjustment where we did offer income support to older workers was in 1987. It was established, but it was gutted by the Liberals in 1997. When you were first elected, did you start advocating for those programs then? And if you did, what was your government's response and its reasoning for not pursuing those programs and protecting older workers until now, when you find yourself on the opposition benches urging this government to correct your...
Order. I just would like to remind the honourable member, as I did her colleague earlier, and as I keep having to do day after day in this chamber, we're not supposed to use the second person. So I would just remind the honourable member not to use the word you, unless, of course, she is specifically referring to the chair. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I believe I thank the member across for the question. I believe she's referring to the previous program, the Program for Older Worker Adjustment, which was cancelled in 1997, and that was replaced, Mr. Speaker, with the Older Workers Pilot Project Initiative in, I believe, 1997, and was recently terminated. Mr. Speaker, I read a study on the first one, and again, I said at my outset that whatever happens here, we cannot add in an additional disincentive to workforce attachment. I did read a study from produced by HRDC analyzing 1,000 workers, and there was some negative repercussions on that particular program. They replaced it with another program. But again, nothing's not perfect, but a couple of additional comments I would make to the member. This here issue is a moving target. As I said before, if I were debating this issue 15 years ago, I would be saying that we should be developing programs to get the older workers out of the workplace and get the younger ones in. That is no longer the issue, Mr. Speaker, and that ground is shifting very, very fast. There has been some initiatives done, but I think we have to do a lot more, and we have to do a lot more quick.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I have to say that during most of his speech, I agree with him on the demographic time bomb issues. If I recall some of the information that I've read and that I've been looking at, by the year 2020, we could be faced with 3 workers paying for social programs in a 3-to-1 ratio versus 5-to-1, which we have right now. And I'm very concerned about our low birth rate and some of the issues that we have with that. But getting back to the point here, you know, if we're going to retrain people and if we're going to look at policies whereby we are encouraging people to stay in the workforce, based on the pilot project that's being examined right now by the government, and the honourable member did say that he looks forward to to well thought out programs and policies when our government does put forward recommendations based on these pilot projects, when we do have well thought out strategies and policies in dealing with keeping people in the workforce. I'm wondering if we can count on that honourable member's support for that.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to look at what they come forward. But again, to answer the member's question, this motion did have his support in June 9th, 2005. So I certainly would be counting on his support when the vote is taken on this motion, and I'd be surprised and shocked if he didn't support it.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolette Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague from Charlottetown's speech, and I'm happy to see that he's reached the conclusion now that because of how the economic situation has evolved, he talked about certain cycles, and at some point in our economic history, something has to be done concretely by the government. And the POWER program, which was used in the 90s with a lot of success, well, that program should be put immediately in place because we know the recipe, and it would be incredibly useful to softwood lumber workers, mine workers, textile workers, people from various companies that are threatened with imminent closure, people who haven't had access to this program. So you say that you'll support the motion. I'm delighted about that. And I'm quite surprised that your Conservative colleagues won't, because a year ago they voted in favor and now they're voting against. Maybe it's not a surprise. Maybe they're just trying to buy time to come up with a program that will apply only to certain industries and leave others out in the cold. Does the member not agree with me that the program should apply to all regions and all workers?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I agree with the basic tenet of the question that there has to be a program. It has to be available to all regions, all sectors. But I'm not necessarily, I don't necessarily agree it should be exactly the POWER program. There was problems with that particular program. It should be similar. It should be specifically for those workers who, for geographical or training reasons, can't get another job. And it should be like what situation that happened in Huntington, Quebec, the situation that happened in a lot of the outports in Newfoundland. Those are situations that government has to respond to. But again, my answer is yes, there should be an exact program, but it should be tied in with other initiatives.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Nova.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate the member for Chambly for bringing the House's attention to this very important issue. I congratulate him on this motion, which I will be supporting. It's a motion that I think is quite broad. It's impossible to have an overview of such a far-ranging problem. The solutions to older workers' problems require community input from the community where they live or where they wish to live. There has to be some economic strength or potential to maintain the community, sustain it.
Solution. Now, if you break it down, and we've heard a lot of good comments this morning, income support alone doesn't do it. Training alone doesn't do it. I think you have to look across the board at the community, the economy, the place where older workers live and younger workers. The impact of closures of factories and of businesses, as is suggested by the motion, affects more than just one segment, demographic segment of our communities. It affects all the communities. So you have to have an approach that takes care of all that. In income support, I think we could start at the very, very base and look at those income support programs that we already have and ask whether they're meeting their needs. I know that residents in my communities that are on Canada Pension Plan or Old Age Security are struggling to survive. The amount that they are receiving isn't enough in today's economy. We've seen the prices, cost of living increase dramatically for them. If we look at the consumer price index, it doesn't tell the story. The consumer price index is growing very slowly. Inflation is under control. But if we look at the very basic cost of maintaining your home and your family, that undiscretionary spending has risen very, very fast in the last few years. Sure, the big items haven't gone, automobiles haven't gone up all that fast, maybe groceries haven't gone up all that fast, electronics certainly haven't, but if you look at the price of fuel, the price of heating your home, the price of energy, there's basic costs, the cost of insuring your home, the cost of insuring your vehicle, and in rural parts where a lot of these older workers live, mass transit isn't an option, it's not available. You can't raise a family, you can't maintain a household without a personal vehicle. And so those costs are very high. Now, I've heard suggestions by the governing party that we should be, because there's a surplus in the Canada Pension Plan and the economy is doing very good, that we should be accelerating the reduction in premiums. I'd ask them to consider the other side of that, of maintaining premiums. You have to watch it. You don't want it to choke employers and choke the economy, but I think we should be increasing benefits. We should be increasing the amount of disposable income that we're giving to older workers and retired people and disabled people in this country. We see, I thank the member from Charlottetown for suggesting that we could look at people who are on Canada Pension Plan, who may be able to work part of the year, a little ways, and not have a not lose their Canada Pension Plan. Because some of them, while they can no longer, because of chronic illness, work a full-time job, may be able to do 2 or 3 weeks' work in the year. And if there's no clawback of their Canada Pension Plan, it would be a benefit to their community, it would be a benefit to their family, it would be a benefit to them. And we see a lot of sectors like the fruit-growing sectors, the agricultural sectors that have a chronic shortage of labor. And it's a very short period of time that they need a lot of labor. They might be available at that time, and it could benefit both. So I think we have to be imaginative at how we look. Now, if we look in my communities in Western Nova Scotia, we've had this very serious downturn in the herring industry. And that's cyclical, it will come back, it moves around, but the herring quota has been reduced from 80,000 tonne a year to 50,000 tonne a year. A lot of people won't make EI this year. They're very good employees. They go from one business to the other. The employers have been working together, try to maximize the number of weeks that people can work. Everybody's been quite responsible, but it still won't make it. It's not going to quite make it this year. Who are these people? Most of them female, a lot of them older, 45 plus, single parent, monoparent families, people who are hurt the most. And so we have to have a little bit of imagination as to what kind of programs we could put in place. We used to have a very good program where we'd create projects, make-work projects they were called, but they were always of community benefit. And their time would be valuable, they'd assist in the communities, would be rewarded for it by earning income and earning their EI insurance, and could maintain their families. Training is no longer available to them. There's been some cuts in the training programs. I mentioned this earlier in the House, 3 months into the year. The retraining programs, the supported programs at HRDC have been cut. Literacy has been reduced. The basic building block that they need to get out there. So you see people that are displaced in the herring industry. See Shaw Woods, very good employer, very responsible employer. Because of market conditions, international market conditions, had to close down. Weymouth Lumber Mill has closed down. Softwood Deal won't reopen it, trust me. King's Processors, again, because of international pressures, had to close down. Tourism industry, agricultural industry, they're all taking hits. We see less tourists coming into Nova Scotia from the U.S. market since 9/11. And that's not going to be solved tomorrow. That's a tough problem, and it's a lot of seasonal workers. A lot of these businesses depend on students. What has been the reaction of the HSRDC is to slash the student employment program. It had already been cut because of the census figures, and again I hear that it's being cut again. An average of 70 students per riding less will find work next year. So not only aren't we helping the students, but we're not helping the communities. We're not helping the local community to maintain a good, vibrant economy where these older workers should, according to the minister, reintegrate the workforce. So I think we have to look at all those things. Cap sites, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned that earlier. I was in the community of Maitland Bridge last week, or 2 weeks ago. This is an isolated community next to a national park. Was in the forestry sector, big in the forestry sector. They're losing all their youth. They don't have high-speed internet access in that community. For them, it's very important to develop a campsite. There are some 10, 15 kilometers and more from where they are, but in their community, there are none. Now, no potential for them, because that funding has not been restored, has been cut. It's important that we do those things. It's important that we get broadband internet access to all the communities. We've been able to do a lot of community. We did the school program, get it to all the schools. We've got it in some rural communities. We have to get it in all rural communities if we want to protect the economy of the communities where these older workers live. I remember, and I'm not calling to go back to the old way of EI, I remember the EI trap, where people, rather than seeking full-time work, would sometimes get caught in that trap, and that didn't help. But we've got to look at EI and make sure that it's working properly. In my community, because of the boundary divisions that were added with some larger communities, some urban, semi-urban communities where unemployment rate is 0, the workers in my community, seasonal workers, it is assumed by Statistics Canada that they can work year-round, and therefore they need a large amount of work weeks to draw EI. Well, it's not true. At those rates, you can't be driving 400 kilometers in the morning and 400 kilometers back in the evening from work. There's no way that it's going to work. So I think our boundary divisions have to be a lot more flexible, a lot more reflective of the communities where these people live. We talked at the pilot projects, and it was mentioned that some of them worked well, some of them didn't work well, and we have to review those, of course. But what do we continue to hear is that they're being studied, and they're being put forward, and we continue to have the same thing, those same projects. I think we have to be more imaginative than that. We have to give flexibility to the people who work for us, very good civil servants who work at HSDR, Human Resource Development Canada, who know what the potential are in those communities, who know where to make the investments, who know what groups understand the local economy and can create the jobs necessary and the training. I look at another point again, and I bring it back to who a lot of these older workers are in my community, who the people are that we are trying to help. A lot of them are female, a lot of them are women. And they depend and need some organization, some leadership to be fighting on their behalf, because they're in isolated communities, a long way from the center. And what do we get from this government? Slash the budget of the status of women one day. Now that was an insult. Then a few days later we hear that the remaining budget can't be given to organizations that do any lobbying, that do any advocacy, or do any research. So we continue to, in theory, have a status of women organization, but it can't do anything. Because we know that the REAL women believe that the money from the status of women should only be used to bring people together to do some brownie recipe exchanges. I think it's time that we get realistic and that we make sure that we take care of all the people in our fair country.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about what's happening to the existing federal initiatives to help older workers since the minority Conservative government came to power. Cuts, delays, and inaction. You would think that the Conservative Party was interested in standing up for Canada's older workers, and they actually recognize the invaluable contribution that older workers make to our country. They would have policies and support these beliefs. Similarly, the last election platform was silent when it came to older workers from the Conservative Party. Let's face the facts, Mr. Speaker. Our population is aging, and the number of older workers in this country is increasing. And to remain competitive and accommodating measures are and will be required to respond to these emerging needs. And I'm sure my colleague will agree with me that the minority Conservative government has paid lip service to the issue of older workers, but little else. Their actions suggest that they are not at all committed to developing a truly national older workers strategy. Instead, the government is introducing measures for a limited range of workers in a few selected regions. For the rest of Canada, the government seems intent on cutting social programs despite a $13 billion surplus which we gave them. Since coming to power, the minority government has cut several programs aimed at assisting workers. Conservatives have terminated the $3.5 billion labour market partnership agreements with the provinces $17 billion from the Workplace Skills Strategy, ACTS funding for adult literacy programs, and half funding to the Canadian apparel and textile industries. POW, Program for Older Workers Adjustment, was something that came into place in 1987 by the Conservative government of Brian Mulroney. It was targeted to help displaced older workers age 54 and over. Mr. Speaker, workers in Canada will hold the NDP accountable for their actions. They will realize that Stephen Harper is no friend of the working-class Canadians.
The honourable member knows that he ought not to refer to the Prime Minister by name, and he's used up a great deal of time now for questions and comments, so I'm going to ask the honourable member from West Nova to respond.
Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That for many years we heard the Conservatives in this House, sitting on this side at the time, talk about the billion-dollar boondoggle. It was, Mr. Speaker, a self-prophetic evaluation of the work that they would do, self-prophesizing, if I can find the word, because the billion-dollar boondoggle arrived on the same day that they announced a $13.5 billion surplus, $1 billion in cuts to social spending. And when I heard the minister today in this House suggest that there was room in the economy for a lot of these older workers, that they had to have the retraining to do it, that they had to integrate into those jobs, but at the same time, cut the money for retraining of those people, cut the money for literacy, the basic building block to help a lot of those workers learn new skills, learn new trades, integrate the modern economy, contribute to their communities, removed. 1 quarter into the year, 3 months into the year at HRSDC, the budget for retraining cut. There's no more. There's no money. They didn't find any anywhere else. Where they had priorities, they could find it. But that was not, Mr. Speaker, a priority. Because with $13.5 billion, you can finance a few priorities. And that they left the workers out in the cold, and they're leaving them out in the cold. In my communities, I name these people, these 4 large industries that are going through difficulties. People turned away from their place of employment. Young people, middle-aged, and older workers, looking for ways to help their family, to maintain their communities. And what do they get from this government? Cuts, Mr. Speaker, cuts.
For the questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
I just want to quote from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development and Social Economy in the past government. That's this particular minister sat around the cabinet table, and in her words, was a Liberal. In the course of the speech, he said that the government wants workers of a certain age to stay home, and that is not the case at all. So they were being accused of wanting the Liberals are being accused of wanting to suggest that the women just stay home and bake those cookies, I guess that was talked about by the other member. But the Parliamentary Secretary wanted to say this is not a case at all. She says, quite the contrary. The Liberal government, we want people to work. We do not want them to stay home and cash checks. We want to create opportunities for them. So in the past Parliament on June 9th, 2005, that is how the Parliamentary Secretary to Social Development and Social Economy from the Liberal government had responded to those same things that are being, the accusations that are being made of our government by this member. I'd like a comment from that member, please.
The Honourable Member for West Nova, very briefly, because the time is...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the position outlined. That's what we want to do. We want to make sure that the Government of Canada assists older workers, younger workers, all workers of achieving their potential. We won't do that by cutting the programs that help them do that. We won't do it by eliminating literacy training. We won't do it by cutting in retraining, by eliminating cap sites, investments in infrastructure in those communities. That's the last way that you can do those things. Certainly we want to help them. Absolutely, we maintain that, and that's why we will form government again after the next election.
That's right.
Please the débat, Honourable Deputy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be taking part in this debate, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Hamilton North Mountain. I'd like to congratulate the member for Chambly-Bordua for bringing forward this motion. It's a subject that is very dear to his heart, and I listened to the stories he told, the tragic stories about workers who had been laid off and who couldn't find other employment. The NDP strongly supports the idea of having an income support program for older workers from all regions, from all activity sectors. The member is right in being persistent and in urging the government to act. We should all urge the government to act to help these workers who lose their jobs when their plant closes or because of a slowdown in a given sector, whether it be the forest industry or the fishery, or as in British Columbia, where we will undoubtedly see sawmills closing because of the bad softwood lumber agreement. I'd like to begin by saying, however, that we also believe that older workers who lose their job should be entitled to training, should have access to some type of training course if that is warranted. And that is why we want a lifelong learning strategy, which means that we can contribute on a lifelong basis. We can share the energy and wisdom that we've acquired with Canadian society as long as that is possible. There are workers who are able to work and who can be retrained, but we must realize that those between the age of 55 and 64 who are not yet eligible for a pension do have greater difficulty. It isn't simply a matter of taking a brief training course, as the Conservatives are suggesting, and then getting a job. If they do get a job, it would be some type of McJob, if that is even available. They need specific programs to meet their needs and something that will give them sufficient income, rather than simply sending them off to live on welfare with all of the stigma that that brings. It is said that the labor market has never been so healthy, but even in this type of climate, employees who are laid off, no matter how qualified they are, must face a challenge.
Unemployment rates in Canada, and even at that, the food banks have never been so busy, and often, and I have had the occasion to visit them, we see workers in their 50s who are there without resources, often homeless. There's something indecent about this situation that requires action and not necessarily just more studies. I know that I have, there is one of the citizens in Victoria who came into my office. She is 56, Mr. Speaker. She has taken several courses of training, recycle, and she finds herself faced with unemployment and obliged to rely on welfare. I wonder what the government would tell this worker, this woman in Victoria. In Canada, we've recognized the importance of allowing people who are aging to live in dignity. We have provided the Canada Pension Plan, the old age pension, the guaranteed income supplement.
Parliament also adopted an NDP motion to protect the rights of seniors, and even though it was adopted, the government didn't act by making it legislation. These people have to be protected, but today we are talking about a demographic group that falls through the cracks. These are older workers who are laid off, who are too young to retire, but who are facing serious challenges to finding other employment. So what can we do for these people? Do we simply cast them aside? They have paid their EI premiums, in some cases, for their entire lives. And when the Liberals were in office, they tightened up the eligibility criteria to such an extent that now only 60% of those who have lost their jobs are eligible for EI. We also know that before 1997, there was an older workers adjustment program. It was created in 1988 and abolished later on. It was managed by the provinces but funded to the tune of 70% by the federal government. It allowed older workers, people between the ages of 55 and 64 who had lost their jobs during a massive layoff, to receive benefits. This program no longer exists. However, we know that the government in Ottawa and the Quebec government are working on a pilot program to support older workers who have been affected by plant closures in various parts of Quebec. This is an example of cooperation between the federal and provincial levels that relate directly to the needs of the province. The federal government is ensuring fairness for vulnerable Canadians. And I would submit that the same thing should be done for other issues such as literacy, rather than cutting the programs as the Conservative government has just done. We even heard the President of the Treasury Board tell us that it was a waste of money to invest in adults and that we should invest in children, and that's a wonderful thing. But when you compare the needs of children to those of adults, it seems to me that it makes no sense. You can't pit one group against the other because adults also have needs when it comes to literacy. They deserve a program. They deserve funding. That said, the support program for older workers, the pilot project between Ottawa and Quebec, would be for workers aged 55 and over, and only for the forestry and textile industries. The NDP believes that we need a system for all of the older workers, notwithstanding their income level or their region or the sector in which they work. We need a strategy for all older workers that respects the fact that these workers are entitled to live with dignity, and they should be able to continue to grow and develop. I believe that Canadian society would benefit greatly from their contributions.
No, okay, thank you. I want to add, I thought I saw a gesture there from the speaker. I just want to add that by neglecting the older worker, by standing still on this issue, by concentrating solely on what they can contribute to the economy and not to our society as a whole, we're missing the boat. This government has blinders on when it simply wants to focus on the economic value without considering poverty issues, the serious poverty issues that many of these workers face at that age. Many of them have spent a lifetime, for whatever reason, in some cases have had to leave school early to support their families, have been involved in whether it be fisheries or forestry, and because of problems in those sectors find themselves unemployed and in great difficulty of finding other jobs, Mr. Speaker. Now, in many cases, there is the possibility of upgrading skills training, but again, we see the Conservative government abandoning, cutting many of the programs, certainly in Victoria, where it made it possible, where it facilitated their transitioning or their reentry through literacy programs, CAP programs. These programs have simply been put aside. So I would ask the government to reconsider the case of these workers between age 55 and 64 and support the motion that is before us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government has allowed programs for older workers to sunset, but at the same time, the Minister of the Treasury Board needlessly slashed $17 million from the Workplace Skills Strategy Program as part of his vindictive and ideological $1 billion cut to Canada's most vulnerable. In the last Liberal budget in 2005, an additional investment of $125 million over the 3-year program. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the first Conservative budget laid delayed workforce destruction. Now, Mr. Speaker, workers in Canada will know and will hold the NDP responsible for its actions in 2006. Now, the member said that the government has blinders on. Well, I'm just wondering if the member will certainly not agree with me that they had blinders on when they voted to take the last Liberal government down. Now, all of a sudden, they turn around and say, we've seen the light. Jesus, if they've seen the light, they certainly will see the light that this government, the Conservative government, is a slash and burn situation and doesn't give a damn, doesn't care about older workers.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I thank the member for his question. I just want to say that the more I listen to the debates on both sides of this House, I begin to realize that a Liberal equals a Conservative. On literacy programs, what the Liberals offered was $1 really per Canadian a year on literacy. Now, in some cases, many of the literacy programs were already cut by the Liberals, and were simply the hatchet job was simply finished by the Conservatives. So, and I want to end by saying that the member has to remember that it was the Canadians who realized that there was some serious corruption there, and in the Liberal government, and ended that. But he is giving the NDP a lot of power by suggesting that 19 members were able to bring the Liberal government down, and I thank him for recognizing that we are all that powerful.
Any questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to remind my honourable colleague that we are talking about older workers and unemployment and literacy. If we want to talk about literacy, then we have a slate of programs and money dedicated towards literacy that are going to be effective, and we are hoping that the members opposite will help us to debate the older worker debate that is on, to help us with that, because if we're going to talk about older workers, I want to talk about what's happening in other areas. And Alberta and BC that are desperate in need of workers, and in construction or welding sectors. Recently, PEI had to hire foreign workers to work in several fish plants based on a well-known fact that Canada is suffering from a severe labour shortage at this moment. How can the honourable members support a motion that would keep older workers, a valuable resource, out of the Canadian workforce? Because this, if we suggest a program that is targeting only older workers, how are we going to meet some of the labour shortages that we have as well? So I'd like to bring the debate back to where we were. That's unemployment, the unemployment insurance addressing the older workers, and I would like her to define what her debate is about today, because if it's about literacy, then perhaps we'd save that for another time. But I would like to talk about the older workers that would like to remain in the workforce, or that what would she do with those people that do not want an early retirement, or where there's serious labour shortages.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly recognize that the debate is about unemployment and the problems that we face. And I was talking about the conditions that help workers address these issues, and certainly one of them is literacy. Now, workers are not widgets, as some of the Conservatives would like to suggest, that one can simply move from one part of the country to another. And what this debate was about today, as I understand it, was about older workers who are simply incapable of, who are simply not able, because of the situation, to take retraining, or those who face tremendous obstacles in finding new employment at 56 or 57 after a whole career, a life.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to rise in the House today to speak to one of the most urgent issues in the new Canadian economy, and that, of course, is income support for older workers. And I want to speak to this issue from two perspectives. First, as the NDP critic for seniors and pensions, and secondly, as the Member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain. Let me begin by painting a picture for you of what's happening in my hometown of Hamilton. Most members in this legislature will think of Hamilton as Steel Town, a city that has built its reputation from a strong and vibrant industrial and manufacturing sector. And not so long ago, that picture would have been accurate. But members may be surprised to learn that the largest employer in Hamilton today is neither Stelco nor Dofasco, but rather is the service sector, and in particular, healthcare. Let me take a moment to describe what's been happening in Hamilton. The old industrial manufacturing economy of Hamilton has shrunk to but a ghost of its former self. The two big steel companies that used to employ over 30,000 people now employ about 6,000. The whole steel sector, which, as I said earlier, was the backbone of Hamilton's economy, is now about 1/4 of its former size. In the steel sector alone, we have lost 3,248 jobs in just the past 5 years from 35 companies. Some of the losses were from bankruptcies and plant closures, while others are the result of continuous downsizing, where there's still more losses to come as the nature of the industrial marketplace changes in the global economy. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the job losses did not begin and end with the steel industry. We lost Studebaker, International Harvester, Westinghouse, Procter & Gamble, J.I. Case, Firestone, and hundreds of smaller plants. These are just some of the big names from Hamilton's past. Sadly, the list of losses is still growing. More recent ones that pop to mind, again from just the past 5 years, are Siemens Westinghouse with 332 layoffs, and Camco, where 716 lost their jobs when the plant closed, and 284 more workers ended up on temporary layoff. The Tircon plant closure saw another 700 jobs lost, and there were bankruptcies and plant closures at Rheem, Phillip Environmental, Hercules, Max Steel, Frost Fence, Dominion Castings, Cold Metal Products, and ACI Automotives. There are new permanent layoffs happening every month in the industrial manufacturing sector in Hamilton, and there's no end in sight. I started out by referring to the old industrial manufacturing economy in Hamilton, and I did that for a reason. This is a sector of the economy that isn't growing and isn't creating jobs. For the most part, the companies in this sector are very old, and they have a very senior workforce. Of the workers losing their jobs at these plants, as they close and downsize, 60 or 70% of them are older workers. And in part, they have been displaced as a result of government policies. Yes, technological change has had a profound impact on the nature of the workplace, but so have policies like free trade agreements, which were first put in place by the Mulroney Conservatives and then expanded under the Liberals. So you'd think that successive governments might have assumed some responsibility for addressing the unique issues confronting older workers in Canada. And, to be fair, the Conservatives did act on at least one aspect of older worker assistance in 1987 by introducing the program for older worker adjustment, which gave income support to workers between the ages of 55 and 64 who had lost their jobs as part of a mass layoff. The program wasn't perfect, but it did allow over 12,000 displaced older workers with poor reemployment prospects to bridge the gap between layoff and retirement. Unfortunately, the Liberals dismantled the program in 1997 without offering in its place a better alternative. Essentially, the Liberals wrote off older workers as inevitable casualties of structural change in the Canadian economy. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to right that fundamental wrong, and providing income support to older workers is an important step in that direction. But it should not be the only step. Many older workers who lose their jobs want or have to continue to participate in the labour force. This is especially true in instances where job losses are the results of bankruptcies. In these cases, workers often lose not just their jobs, but also their anticipated pension benefits and back wages. It is precisely for these reasons that I introduced Bill C-270, the Workers' First Bill, earlier this year, which would ensure that benefits owed to workers will take super priority over all other creditors in cases of commercial bankruptcy. All of us in this House who take seriously the issue of income support to older workers no doubt support this legislation, and I look forward to my bill receiving full support when it comes to a vote in the House. So yes, many older workers need to find new re-employment, but they face a number of unique and serious barriers to their job search. Let me review just some of those barriers. First, there is a bias towards high skills in today's demand for labour. This is a huge problem for displaced, low-skill workers, especially those residing in parts of the country where opportunities for re-employment are very limited. As a nation, Canada has never had a culture of workplace-based learning. This must change. If employers actually invested in the continuous updating of skills and education for their workforce, not only would they benefit from increases in productivity and profitability, but our country as a whole would benefit by ensuring that displaced workers would have the skills necessary to participate in the increasingly high-tech economy. Of course, I'm not suggesting that the onus for training should only fall on employers. The government, too, has an important role to play in promoting lifelong learning. But instead of taking that role seriously, the government actually is responsible for many of the barriers that undermine skills training. Why, just last week, we saw the government cut funding support for literacy training. Yet we know that 40% of working-age Canadians have limited literacy and numeracy skills, and that even these skills atrophy from lack of use in some workplaces. This has had a profoundly negative impact on the re-employment prospects of Canadian workers. Similarly, the government's employment insurance system does little to encourage workers to participate in skills upgrading. On the contrary, it sets up barriers. If our public policies did more than pay lip service to wanting to help unemployed workers, we would be fast-tracking older workers to programs for skills upgrading, retraining, or real career change options. Instead, the EI system forces them to go out and spend time doing a useless job search for several months in the same sector from which they've just been laid off, and in which layoffs are continuing, just so that they can prove that they cannot be rehired in that sector with their present skill set. Why are we putting the onus on workers to prove the obvious? While they're doing what the government demands, they are getting frustrated and demoralized, and even worse, are using up a huge portion of their EI benefits in this fruitless process. When EI is finally ready to consider these older workers for some kind of retraining, it then makes the process such a bureaucratic nightmare that they're actually driving workers away. And even those who stick out the application process find that the majority of them get turned down for training. Only a very small number of those interested in skills training actually get to proceed. Clearly, EI reform needs to complement income support programs if we want to deal effectively with the displacement of older workers in today's economy. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must look at the economy as a whole. I've already said that the free trade agreements have had a profoundly negative impact on high-paying industrial and manufacturing jobs in our country. And the current softwood sellout that is being so actively promoted by the current Conservative government will have the same devastating impact on the workers, families, and communities affected in the forestry sector.
That's true.
It's time that we stop making our economic decision based on what's best for the United States. It is shameful that we do not have a steel sector strategy in this country. We desperately need an auto sector strategy, and there's a profound economic potential in developing a green industry strategy. But instead of pursuing any of these initiatives with any real interest, we have had successive Liberal and Conservative governments throw up their hands and stand idly by as high-paying industrial jobs are replaced with service sector jobs at half the rate of pay or less. And those that suffer the most are those who built our country, the older Canadian workers whose labour drove our economy and whose taxes built the social infrastructure, like our healthcare system, that defines us as a nation. Older Canadians deserve more from their government, and they deserve it now. I am proud to support the creation of real income support for older workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to my colleague's comments, and I thank her for those. Philosophically, everybody is willing to assist and ready to assist people that need help. But I have a couple of questions. First of all, a statement. Older workers have a lower unemployment rate than the workforce in total. A couple of questions. Does the member know how many older workers would be assisted by this proposal? How many unemployed older workers are there in Canada currently? And I would also ask the honourable member, has anybody looked at what the cost of this real income support program across Canada would be?
Here.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I've been listening to this debate all morning, and I've heard Conservative speaker after Conservative speaker say that the government is undertaking a very comprehensive feasibility study to answer precisely the member's questions. So I would encourage him to have a chat with the minister, as she too is still looking for those answers. But let me suggest to you that Nero fiddles while Rome burns. Yes, I understand that your party is looking for a new strategy to deal with older displaced workers. But while you're doing that, we have thousands of seniors who need income support as you're groping about looking for new programs that would provide real retraining opportunities. I urge the government to do its research quickly, to not let the issues just lie on the back burner as the Liberal predecessors did, and do the right thing by older workers, starting with an income support program.
L'honorable député de
Honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to congratulate our colleagues from Victoria and Western Arctic for their interventions and thank them for supporting the motion I tabled this morning. First of all, I have a question, and I'd like to answer the question by our Conservative friend. It's $50 million the first year, it's $75 million in subsequent years, and that's a $16 billion budget. I've repeated this a few times this morning. These are data that the minister should have. Now, my question for my colleague from Hamilton is, in Quebec, an older person who runs out of EI has to end up on welfare. Before being on welfare, that person has to liquidate all assets, and if the person has an $80,000 house, let's say, the welfare will be reduced by that amount. Or if the person has a small cottage somewhere, they have to sell that cottage and spend that money before they're entitled to EI. So I'd like to hear my colleague. Now, in your province, I know that there is assistance available, but are there similar measures? Is the difficulty the same? And at the same time, perhaps say that the money that normally should go to POA should go to the provinces because they're the ones with the burden of supporting these older workers. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Absolutely right. I mean, certainly the same system of social assistance would be available to older workers in my community of Hamilton and across Ontario as it is in Quebec. But the reality is, for these older workers, we should not be forcing them onto social assistance. That's not what the system was designed for. Older workers, we talk about allowing them to retire with dignity and respect. We're forcing people to become Walmart greeters instead of being able to actually fill the high-paying positions which they've been trained to do, which they've been doing all of their lives. The plant closures in Hamilton that I outlined in my speech are not closures that were being forced onto those companies by the workers. The government has a responsibility for implementing policies that protect workers in tandem with the policies that they implement that displace those workers. And I think that's what your motion is asking for. That's what we on this side of the House are supporting, and we join you in urging the government to stop putting displaced workers on the back burner and to start dealing with this very urgent issue today.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to share my time with the member for Brome-Missisquoi. On this Bloc Québécois motion put forward by the member for Chambly-Baudois, which I congratulate him on, it reads as follows, that the House reiterate to the government the importance of implementing a real income support program for older workers that would apply to all older workers in all economic sectors in all regions. Today, I'm going to speak on behalf of people that are going through this reality. I've heard Conservative members say, yeah, how is it that they haven't found another job? Now today, those people are listening to us. In my riding, in Montmagny, there was a layoff 2 years ago. A bunch of workers aged 55 or over. Some of them have found new work. The fact is that some jobs are available, but these people aren't necessarily qualified for those jobs with the requirements for new technology skills in that area today. These are people who might have been highly skilled for their job in the past, but they can't automatically get these new jobs, and employers aren't necessarily really willing to hire people of that age, even though those people need an income. So today, on behalf of people like Michel de Clément, who came to see me during the last election campaign, the first people I met in Montmagny were these people, and I told them we were going to do everything we could to reestablish a program to support older workers. Let's make it easier for those people to find work. But on the other side, Mr. Speaker, there's a reality that the current government has always denied to date. They haven't put forward any solutions for people who can't find work. This is not a riding that affects a problem that affects just my riding. It's a part of globalization. Globalization is great for trade, for the economy, and so on, but there are winners and losers in all that. And the government has a responsibility to make sure that the wealth is distributed adequately. When there's an investment tax credit, when things are done to stimulate the economy, well, often there are consequences, there are victims. So some of the profits have to be redistributed, and that's what an older worker support program would do. So this effort, we began a long time ago. During the last election campaign, the leader of the Bloc came to Montmagny, and he committed to making this a parliamentary priority. And we've hounded the government ever since, and we're going to continue to do that right up until a program is established that will meet our needs. First of all, in the throne speech, we did manage to get mention of such a program for older workers. And then in the budget, reference was made to the government said it had some willingness. They talked about a feasibility study. That's far from meeting the needs of people who are going through this and have been for some time now. We've seen that there have been suicides among that population, so we're anxious for the government to do something concrete, and to date we haven't obtained that commitment, but today we're coming back to the charge with a motion in which all of the words are important. When it says reiterate to the government, that's because the government has been aware of the need to act for a long time. There are unions in Quebec who have taken a stand and made very reasonable demands. We're not talking about an open bar. and universal access to the program. People have to make an effort, after all, to find work. But when the situation is such as we know it and people aren't managing to find work, they need access to support in order to go forward. The program has to apply to all older workers. We're not talking about segregation here. That's out of the question. And I would challenge all members to ensure that in your ridings there won't be a single plant or factory that might be closed down because of globalization. There are workers who've spent their lives working for one company and suddenly they're unemployed, and all they get now is the 45 weeks maximum EI, and often these people have paid into EI for 25 to 35 years, and suddenly at the end of 45 weeks they get nothing. So this program has to be for all workers that go through this. We've seen this particularly in textile. 150 women who worked in my riding for years for a very successful employer, but overnight with the flood of imports from China, the employer had to lay off these women, older women. They have a lot of trouble finding a new job, and so they need to qualify for this type of program. And it has to be for all economic sectors. Today, it's manufacturing. Quebec and Canadian manufacturing companies are facing a huge challenge. It's very hard for them to compete with what's coming from abroad, what with globalization. So we need to take steps to help those workers. When a company goes under, these people have to be treated fairly, and that's what the block motion aims to do. So it has to apply to all economic sectors. The Conservative government has suggested that it might be applicable to forestry or textile, but then there's furniture is a whole other industry, and week after week, plants are closing down. A person who works in footwear and shoes, are they going to be excluded? Is it going to depend on the unemployment rate in one region versus another? It can change from one week to the next who's affected by this kind of thing. So it has to apply to all older workers in all economic sectors in all regions. I think that's what's important about this motion. I hope that this motion will be passed unanimously, and if not unanimously, at least with a majority, because we need to send a clear message to the government that the time for discussing this is past. It's not enough now to say, well, we don't have the data, we don't have the studies, whatever. The minister can't continue to take that position, give those excuses. The extra weeks for seasonal workers has to be maintained. But what we're saying here is, here's the schedule, this is the agenda. We have to agree. The government has to say, yes, we're going to come up with a program for all workers in all economic sectors, in all regions. Because the way of measuring the effectiveness of a society is, yes, GDP is one thing, but also how is the wealth distributed? And in our society, we don't really get a passing note on that. There's a lot of things we have to make sure of going forward. And I'll give you an example, which made me think seriously and really upset me. Last week, when we learned that there was a $13 billion surplus as of March 31st, 2006, and $2 billion of that came from the EI fund. So that $2 billion was used to pay down the debt. So people in ridings where they're suffering from this problem, $75 million out of a $13 billion budget, instead of paying down the debt so quickly, maybe they could have come up with $75 million for a POA type program. So there are people who could have had a more decent living, income-wise. These people are worried. They're heading towards retirement. They don't know what kind of income they're going to have. They'd have nothing to get them from now until they get to qualifying for CPP or OAS. They're going to go through hell between now and then. So there's a terrible inequity that's being created here for people who no longer suddenly can support their family. So faced with this House absolutely has to pass this motion. The Conservatives have to understand that it goes beyond statistics. They should go see the people in their riding, see whether there aren't some people over 55 who, despite all their efforts, despite the low unemployment rate, are unable to find other work, and they deserve support. They deserve the support of this motion, and they need the massive support for this Bloc Québécois motion, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to have a quote from a Bloc member in the previous House debate on older workers, and I would like to have a comment from the member after reading it. Older workers do not want to live on EI benefits and even less on welfare payments. They want us to support them so that it can upgrade their skills, start a business, or find a new job. So in that respect, would it be more useful to expand the wording of today's motion to include employment supports?
Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what's unacceptable. Finding fault with older workers, that's what the parliamentary secretary said. It's completely unacceptable, that kind of thing. We're not saying that people don't have to work or try to find new work, but there's a limit. There's hypocrisy when you cut funding to literacy, and at the same time, the parliamentary secretary says, are the Bloc members saying that these people shouldn't be retrained? The parliamentary secretary and the government have to understand that workers in Quebec and Canada who are older, they do want to work. They do want to have an income. Those who would be qualified for this program in order to reach their pension age, these are people who haven't been able to work. They aren't lucky enough to get a job. They don't have that opportunity, and the parliamentary secretary has to realize that, and she has to stop finding fault with older workers.
Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was impressed with the very passionate speech this honourable member given about the older workers. This minority government, as member agreed, Mr. Speaker, that they slashed $17.7 million in funding for literacy programs, describing them as wasteful. People in my riding of Newton North Delta, they are disturbed by these cuts, and it's going to affect them at a large scale. I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, how would these cuts resonate in this member's riding?
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, it's all at once. It's the way this government blames older workers. Their perception is that if it's not a free market, then it won't be fair. The last time we heard this type of speech was before the crash in the 30s, the dirty 30s. All of North America was plowed into a depression, but they said, no problem, we'll just continue and leave it up to the free market. So the Conservative attitude today is the same. When they cut funds for literacy, yes, there's people in my riding who take those courses because they need to be able to read. And when we learned that whatever the funding was, some 10, 20, 30,000, well, what are those people going to be able to do? We're not giving them the skates they need to skate on the ice. We're cutting the legs out from under them. That's one tool, and POWA would be another tool that's essential.
Burnaby, New Westminster. We have a minute and a half for both the question and the answer.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I really enjoyed the member's intervention. It's important what he says about the budget cutbacks, because on the one hand, we have a Conservative government that gives $1 billion in subsidies to the oil industry. That's an industry that's making record profits in Canada. And on the other hand, they're cutting programs for workers, for women, for Aboriginal people. It's really unhealthy, unsound what they're doing. So yes, indeed, we need programs to help older workers. And we don't have those programs right now. There's a vacuum. There's nothing for them as things stand. So I'd like to ask the member who has a lengthy experience here in the House, does he think this government understands the impact of the things they're currently doing, particularly last week, but even over a number of weeks? 15 seconds for the answer. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think the government is a victim of its own ideology. And we've seen that with their cuts. Even ministers, the departments didn't know days before that this was going to happen. So now they have an opportunity to do things right and vote in favor of this motion. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd really like to thank the member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup for sharing his time with me and for doing such a nice presentation of the problems faced by older workers. I'd also like to thank my colleague from Chambly-Bordua for tabling this motion. And he, too, did a very sensitive, good presentation of the issue. Now, in Canada, the Conservatives say that there's more jobs being created, and so we don't need to help older workers. It's completely false to link the number of jobs with the fact that older people can't find new work. She recognized that job loss had a ripple effect in the community, and that's true. People who become poor when they're 55 or 57, that doesn't help the community. So the money that could be given to people who've worked their whole lives helps the whole community. It even helps older people, younger people rather, find good work. If there were a POWA program, the claim that people would retire earlier, that's simply not true. People want to work, and when they lose their job and have to fall back on something like a POA program, it's not because they want to. It's because they have no alternative. It's because they need to survive. They need some sort of actual income. It's important for the minister to understand that. I had the impression that the minister hasn't even been out in the field to see what's really going on. She doesn't even know what kind of people need this support. When she says people just looking to find a new profession will use this program, well, that's not true. It's not to find a new career. Both men and women, 18, 25, 27, 28 years of work, they've become experts in their trade. It's not easy for them to retrain. They have one trade. They've learned it on the job. And people in textile, furniture, or lumber, and carpets is going to be a problem soon in my riding. It's not easy for these people to learn a new job or find a new career like the minister suggested. And why is that? Well, it's because they don't have much education. My colleague from Montmagny said that often these people are even illiterate. They may be very knowledgeable. They may have highly honed skills. They've got a lot of expertise in their trade, but they may only have minimal education. Often these people have trouble reading. And so retraining these people for new jobs at that age, it's ridiculous to think that that's always possible. For example, think of my father-in-law. He's a typical man. He spent his whole life working in the textile industry, and he became an expert. But he had virtually no education. After the war, he maybe had grade 2, 3, or 4, and then after the war, he had to start working. And there are still people around like that. They had to work to support their family. They may be very open-minded. They may be very capable. They help people. He even became a shop steward, but when he was 57 or 58, he couldn't do any other work. He had a lot of knowledge, but he wasn't so mobile. He wasn't changing jobs. It wasn't easy for him to find another job. It might be easy for others who've had that kind of a career path, but people who've worked in the same job for their entire lives, they don't have that kind of experience. They're not good at landing on their feet. They can't really find other ways of working readily. So for people like that, the POWER program is absolutely essential. In my riding, there are a lot of workers, and I meet with them. Unlike the minister, I meet those people, and I speak to them, and I know how much they'd like to work. I know how badly they'd like to find another job, but they're too specialized in one job, and there's no work for them.
And so I can give you an example. CSBS is a company that is restructuring in Magog. So they lay people off one week, they take them back the next. Why is that? Because there's such great competition from what I will call dumping of goods from China. Over there, companies are given land, they're given tax-free status and tax breaks, and that's how the country gets companies to settle there. And dumping means that they are selling goods cheaper than it costs them to produce. And we also had NAFTA, and we're large exporters to the United States, and we have found ourselves in a tough spot. And CSBS is a company that makes textiles, and it is having a lot of trouble, but it isn't the only one. This morning in local papers, it says that Consultex wants to, and Consultex is a textile company as well, in Cowansville, in my own riding, in my own city where I live, and Consultex wants to cut salaries and benefits, vacation, all of the fringe benefits that it gives its employees because they can't make ends meet. So employees will either see a pay cut and they will be living off starvation wages, or the company will close down. And this company, if it closes, will leave textile experts unemployed. If they're young, they can find another job, but here we're talking about people aged 55 and over, and they can't find another job that easily. Now, the unions in Quebec are supporting us. The locals as well are supporting us, and I met with the locals myself, and they all want to see some type of aid for older workers because they know full well that it's impossible to start a new career at that age. It's not as easy as the minister seems to think it is. And so, Mr. Speaker, we absolutely must examine these companies that are having trouble to survive. We have to address that situation, and it's a humanitarian issue. We're not going to ask for international aid to help our workers who are aged 55 or over. It's up to the government to take care of them. And I know that the government would not have a hard time providing the funds. It's peanuts when you compare this amount to what is in the budget. For the last 10 years, half of the industry in Quebec has lost 100,000 jobs, and in my riding, thousands of jobs are lost. So you can't find a job for each and every one of these people. It isn't that easy. The borders have been opened as well, and that makes things harder. These conditions didn't exist 20 or 25 years ago. They're new conditions. It's a new situation, and we need something to meet these needs directly and quickly so that people who are 55 years of age or over, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that they would prefer to continue to work. They would prefer to find another job than to have some type of program. This is a safety net. A POA program would be a safety net to help a worker and prevent him from dying psychologically. And the money will be to help maintain their mental health as well as their physical health. So whether the government takes it from one pocket or another, I would prefer to have former employees, men and women who are healthy, rather than spend money for health care to keep them going until the end of their days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's necessary to have a POA program immediately.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the comments made by the Honourable Member Cross. Mr. Speaker, first on this issue, I'm shocked to find that I'm considered an older worker. I'm in that age group. And, but in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, this is an important issue. The point I want to ask the member is that in some areas of Canada, there's low levels of unemployment. And there's ample opportunity for employment in many communities where older workers do not need access to income supports. There's ample opportunities for employment in some portions of Canada. In fact, 44% of unemployed older workers live outside of census metropolitan areas. Thus, I ask the Honourable Member, how does this motion, this block motion, take into account different situations in the labour market right across Canada?
The Honourable Member for Broome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for this question because it gives me an opportunity to tell you about what's happening in my riding and further away. We have job creation in my riding. There are jobs in the high technology sector and other jobs where employees work on raw materials that are then sent to the United States and elsewhere. There is work in my riding, but that's not the issue. The issue is that people who are 55 years of age and over can't be retrained. They can't take those jobs because they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the mental agility to do it or the physical agility. They can't take up new work that easily. There are jobs in new factories in my riding. They're looking for people, but they can't take these people because they can't work in those plants. And the same thing applies elsewhere in Quebec. I traveled through Canada. I saw the same thing in all provinces. Even in Edmonton, there are people who are unemployed. When they arrive in the city and they find that there are no jobs for their particular skills, they don't hang around, they leave, but there are unemployed there. And you can't simply lay someone off when he's 55 and create a job because it's not automatic. There are people who will be unemployed. The Honourable Member for La Ville-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc for his remarks. I agree with most of them. However, Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the Bloc did tour some regions to seek support for this demand for a new POA program. I don't disagree with that, but there is a program that was set up by the Liberal government, a program that is now 7 years old. It was set up in 1999, and this is a program to help workers to retrain and find jobs. And I wonder when my colleague and his other colleagues traveled throughout Quebec whether he told his constituents about this program. The Honourable Member for Broome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for this excellent question. In my riding, when I meet with unions, this is one of the things that we discuss. We discuss that particular program because it is valid. It's a good program, but as I said earlier, it is not a replacement for a program that would help people who can't retrain, who aren't able to find other employment. We need a program to help employees to find other jobs, but we also need a program for those who can't qualify. Sometimes they're overqualified. They're too specialized in a given field, and they often can't really imagine doing anything else.
Member for Tubik-Mactaquac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm with my colleague from Pallister. Je veux dire merci.
I would like to thank the member for Chambly-Bordeaux for introducing this motion. I hope you will understand that our government is committed to helping older workers remain within the workforce in Canada.
And remind the House about our budget in 2006, and we making our commitment to the feasibility study that would review the current and potential measures aimed at addressing the challenges faced by the older workers, unemployed older workers, and I think that is recognizing the importance of implementing real programs that do support our older workers. One element of that feasibility study is going to be the close examination of how we can assist our older workers going forward in the future. And we have learned some lessons from the pilot program, the Older Workers Pilot Program, and I reflect back on the comments that were made by the Minister this morning in her discussion, and I want to just point to three of those which really stuck in my mind about future programs being helpful. One of those is 100% wage subsidies were least effective. Two, relating to training, that there has to be sufficient time for older participants to learn new skills, and training must be practical and relevant. And third, a long-term approach will allow for a more effective use of the funds, Mr. Speaker. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that having efficient and effective programs for older workers will have a direct impact on my riding of Tobik-Mactaquac. For example, just in the last couple of years, we've experienced the closing of the Nakawik Pulp and Paper Mill, a small one-industry town. Thankfully, this past January, that mill is reopened, putting almost 300 people back to work. Thomas Equipment, a long-time equipment manufacturer in Centerville, New Brunswick, just closed a mere weeks ago. And I've met and I talked to a number of those individuals directly impacted by those events, and a great many fall in the category of workers who I think are the key group that are envisioned by the member from Chambly-Bordeaux. As a bridge to developing these new programs, Mr. Speaker, we also have our temporary income support programs, and we had a significant discussion on this with respect to our workers in the plant in Thomas Equipment in Centerville. One part is our pure income support that we offer from EI, which acts as a bridge, and that's very important, a bridge between employment assignments. But two are the additional benefits such as training, work experience, and support, in some cases, to become self-employed. These programs allow all people, including older workers, the opportunity, when out of work, to upgrade their skills and to make them employable. There's been a tremendous amount of effort, and a number of these people who have benefited in $1.4 billion in income benefits annually, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, in addition to considering support, income support, we must also look at the range of options for helping people to be employable. And I say that word employable because that's an important word. Personally, I believe making people employable is a responsibility that is shared not only by the government, but by corporations. And, Mr. Speaker, I go back to my example of the closures in my riding. I think we are past the time when any organization can guarantee employment for life. I think we're past that stage, Mr. Speaker. But as good corporate citizens, I believe we must ensure that people continue to be employable. That concept holds true for older workers who we want to remain as active participants in the workforce, Mr. Speaker. The experience that older workers possess represents a great untapped resource to improve economic conditions in cities, towns, and regions across this country. Brad Donnelly of Manpower Incorporated in New Brunswick recently stated, "Seniors are educated, they're alert, and are an asset to the workforce." Why do we want to implement programs that would take them out of the workforce. Mr. Speaker, the importance of older workers to the labor market and the economy in our country cannot be understated. We all know that we have an aging population, and it means that we're suffering significant labor shortages, as there's been a number of comments made to that point here in this House this morning. The effects of those shortages are already being felt in my home province in New Brunswick, where recent Times transcript stories more and more workplaces across the province, lengthy vacancies in positions that pay good salaries, have human resource specialists scratching their heads. We're also seeing this in our fall harvest season, Mr. Speaker, in the riding of Tobic-Mactaquac, where older workers and even some seniors are playing a significant role in this year's harvest because of the shortage of people to bring in this year's potato crop. But we're not alone in facing these economic pressures, Mr. Speaker. Other countries around the world are facing the same pressures and are looking at several options to boost labor market participation. One of the strong recommendations is to remove incentives that would encourage workers to take an early exit from the labor market. In Canada, as we have all seen, older workers have become a principal source of labor force growth in the recent years. And as the Canadian population ages, encouraging their participation will play an important role in ensuring growth and rising living standards. In short, Mr. Speaker, programs that contain only income support are not the answer. They may be one part of the foundation of this new house that we're going to build, but, Mr. Speaker, they cannot be the only part of the foundation. As Judy Cutler of the Canadian Association for Retired observed, older people are much more active, they're ready to get at it, and they're ready to get out working. And I can point to my father-in-law, who constantly reminds me every day of the 20 times that he's mowed my lawn this summer. It's a great reflect. He gets up in the morning. He's much more energy than even his son-in-law. He calls me his favorite son-in-law, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that older workers left jobless due to plant closures or downsizing in single industry communities do have greater difficulty participating in the labor market. They do face longer spells of unemployment. And there are many causes with this, such as careers in declining industry, living in remote locations, and lower rates of mobility. Any combination of these factors tends to magnify an unemployment rate for a single industry community. And I point to some of the small towns and villages in my community who are very reliant on the forest industry, which is very up and down at this point in time, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, a plan that assists older workers improving their skill serves the dual purpose of increasing their potential for integrating into the workforce and also contributes to the country's labor market and economic growth. As others have mentioned, what is worth emphasizing is that increased participation rates among persons aged 50 to 64 should be a central objective of an older worker policy. And the member from Charlottetown commented about this morning. He said, income support is not the answer. We need to take a broader strategy. I couldn't agree more. That's why this motion is much too narrow, I believe, for this House to support. We should be gearing to older workers with the tools they need to remain employable and should not act as a disincentive to labor market participation, skills upgrading, or relocation. These programs also need to be focused, including on communities that are one industry towns and villages. We will miss the mark, Mr. Speaker, if we put this in all region and all economic sectors, because that does not reflect the reality of our current environment. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we are finding ways to make this happen. We are endeavoring with a host of our partners, and it will be a partnership between ourselves, industry, and the provinces and territories to help older unemployed workers find and keep jobs available in today's labor market. We are sensitive to the needs of older workers, as clearly evidenced by our many programs and our commitment to a feasibility study. And I can point to a situation right in my home riding where we have a significant multicultural component. And our settlement funding that we're having will allow many of those folks who have come in from South America to be able to be productive workers in our communities in Tobic-Mactaquac. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate and share the members from Chambly-Beaudoin for older workers and his concern, it would be premature to support such a broad motion. This government must look carefully at complex economic and demographic environment. We must complete our feasibility study before taking the long-term action. Rest assured, however, We will continue to support our older workers through present programs. We do not want to make hasty decisions. We want to find the right long-term solution for older workers while keeping in mind current economic and labor market conditions at the forefront of this decision-making process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, the member seems to paint a picture of some action on this file, but I think that the record will show that in both the last Conservative platform and their 2005 official policy declaration, there was no mention whatsoever of older workers. So it seems to be a new interest of the Conservatives now that they have formed a minority government. And in fact, the Prime Minister has long argued against such policies. Now, on September 25th, the Prime Minister confirmed to the House he would announce new program for older workers, and that this will follow the feasibility study that the member indicated in his speech. But, Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that there is absolutely no money included in the 2006 budget for older workers. So my question to the member is this simply a matter of words? Where is the money?
The honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for his question, and I think what we can say is in our budget of 2006, we did commit to this. We have committed to our employment insurance programs. We have committed to the 5-year program, which impacts our 5-week program, which is a strong program for New Brunswick, which affects one of the areas in my riding. And also, Mr. Speaker, I also want to comment in addition to that, that there is a significant amount of money, as I pointed out earlier, in our settlement funding, which brings in a lot of new workers and immigration, which we know as our population gets older, we do need to supplement those resources with our immigration forces, and those dollars are going well towards settlement funding as well as training and education for those workers as well. So, Mr. Speaker, the monies are there to create an environment for this, and we will take those measures.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordeaux. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also thank my colleague for his intervention, and he touched upon something that we haven't really dealt with at length, that is people who are well educated but who are having a hard time finding a job. If you're in a region where there is a lot of employment, and if these jobs are in keeping with someone's training, that's one thing, but there are regions where the job potential is extremely limited. Take Rivière-du-Loup, for example, and this will be my question to my colleague. If you take Rivière-du-Loup, there are about 100 workers aged 55 or over who are having a hard time finding a job because there are no new jobs. There's one worker in particular who, when his business closed, was 55 years of age. He took a retraining. He's well educated, in good health. He's available. And within a year, he had made 92 job applications throughout the entire region. And because he was 57, only one employer agreed to interview him, and he wasn't hired. So that's a reality that we have to take into account. And I would like to ask my colleague if he is well aware of the fact that it is this type of thing that we are addressing, and if he realizes that this is what we are talking about, will he then support the motion? The Honourable Member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
I appreciate the member's comment. In fact, it's interesting he brings up one of those situations because I have one of those situations of my own right in Etobicoke-Mactaquac, especially in the Nakawik situation, a person who is around 57 years old, 58, who's in that similar position. And I think, Mr. Speaker, as part of this, we didn't rule out, we said what income support should be just one portion of the foundation and not the entire foundation, as I said. And we're not ruling out, as part of an overall strategy, that there would be a place for some things like that. But, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be the only thing, and my concern is, with this being just income support, we have actually got away from a program that was cut in 1997, which offered much more than that, and I think the member opposite said that we should go back to a program like that before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Palliser.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to respond to the motion presented by the member for Chambly-Bordeaux, which proposes the implementation of an income support program to assist older workers in all economic sectors and in all regions of this country. I can assure the House that Canada's new government shares the honourable member's concern about the challenges faced by older workers in Canada. As the Prime Minister emphasized recently, our nation needs older workers in the labour force if we are to maintain a strong and healthy economy. We recognize that Canadian workers have a great wealth of skills and experience to contribute to the labour market. It is therefore absolutely critical for the well-being of the nation and the well-being of older workers that we find ways to keep them in the labour force and maximize use of their knowledge, expertise, and diverse skill sets. Allow me to expound on why this is an increasingly pressing issue. Like all OECD countries, Canada is facing the challenge of an aging population as a result of a declining birth rate and increased life expectancy. This resulting slowing of labour force growth means that we will be seeing skill shortages in key industries and occupations and in regions across the country. I am sure that all members know that these shortages could have a negative effect on GDP per capita growth and hence the standard of living of all Canadians. If employment rates by age group and gender remain at current levels, Canada's labour force will increase by less than 5% over the next 50 years. This is compared to the 200% growth that took place between 1950 and the turn of the century. It is a remarkable and revealing fact, Mr. Speaker, that older workers in Canada have become our principal source of labour, of our labour force growth in recent years. Between 1995 and 2005, their participation in the labour force participation saw an increase of 11%. There is no doubt that this recent reversal of the long decline in the labour force participation rate for older workers is good news for them and for our nation. Nevertheless, older workers' participation in the labour force is still far below the rate for so-called prime age workers. In 2005, the older workers' labour force participation rate was 58%, as opposed to 87% for prime age workers. The difference between the two rates represents a tremendous loss of skills and expertise from which our labour force could greatly benefit. Looking to the future, we see the potential of older workers is even greater. Between 2000 and 2020, the portion of our population aged 55 to 64 will increase by about 50%. Given the economic repercussions of a declining labour force, we simply cannot afford to let older workers' skills and experience go unused. This is an issue the government is committed to tackling. Mr. Speaker, we are very aware of the particular challenges that older workers encounter when they try to rejoin the labour market after an early exit, and certainly we're very sympathetic to their plight. We know, for example, that recent closures and layoffs in the textile and pulp and paper industries have affected a large number of older workers, and that some older Canadians have difficulty re-entering the workforce. These are challenges we are working to resolve. As this House is aware, under Part 2 of the Employment Insurance Act, unemployed Canadians, including older workers, may qualify for active re-employment benefits to help them find and keep new employment. These programs range from training and skills upgrading to work experience and support in becoming self-employed. I am pleased to inform the House that over 80,000 older workers over 50 have participated in EI Part 2 programs last year. As I noted earlier, Mr. Speaker, we believe, as the OECD suggested, that optimizing older workers' participation in the labour market is one of the best means we have to offset the decline in labour force growth that we and many other nations are experiencing. It is for all these reasons that Budget 2006 provided $400 million in funding to the forestry sector to assist Canadians affected by global economic adjustments. This is also why we are conducting a feasibility study to evaluate current and potential measures to address the challenges faced by displaced older workers. These challenges include such diverse options as the need for improved training and the possibility of enhanced income support. The feasibility study will also provide recommendations on how we can best assist older workers over the long term. In the meantime, we are of course continuing to address the challenges of unemployed older workers. We will continue to focus on offering laid-off workers, including older workers, assistance such as opportunities for skills development and new work experience. As part of this process, we will be building on lessons learned from government pilot projects, specifically designed to meet older workers' needs. The Older Workers Pilot Projects Initiative, carried out between 1999 to May of this year, showed us, for example, that the best outcomes were achieved through approaches that combined employment assistance services like job counseling and job placement services with training, marketing, and job experience. Participants in the Older Workers pilot projects made it clear that older workers wanted training that was practical and relevant. I believe that determination illustrates just how much older workers in Canada want to continue to contribute to our economy in a practical and concrete way that makes the most of their abilities. Mr. Speaker, the government is well aware of the many solutions available to mitigate the slowdown in labour force growth, such as increased immigration. But it appears that one of the most practical and viable solutions is to access the untapped potential of our older workers. If the participation rates for Canadians aged 50 to 64 were to increase on average just 0.5 percentage point each year, we could increase labour supply by 13% by 2030. Mr. Speaker, these statistics tell a story of tremendous potential that is critical to the future prosperity of the nation. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to state that I am confident that the government's feasibility study will help us to arrive at the best possible solutions for ensuring the crucial potential of older workers is realized now and in the decades to come. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I am unable to support the motion presented by the member for Chambly-Bordois. Perhaps there will be some amendments, and I look forward to members' questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
I thank the honourable member for his comments. I picked up on one particular aspect of his comments, which was that he would like to see the supply of older workers in the labour market increase. So I would like to ask the member if, by way of incentives, he thinks that the government should A, cut income taxes, and B, allow income splitting so that senior citizens are taxed less on their marginal income.
The honourable member for Palliser.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend opposite for the question. Mr. Speaker, this government is extremely proud of the measures that we've already undertaken, especially in Budget 2006, to reduce income taxes for all Canadians. We're extremely proud of that. All Canadians have benefited, and certainly older workers have benefited. And stay tuned, Mr. Speaker, and I say that through you to my friend opposite. Stay tuned for more good news in terms of allowing Canadians to keep more of their hard-earned money, because frankly, that's what this government is all about. And regarding the income splitting suggestion, I'm sure that Minister Flaherty will take that comment under advisement.
Mr. Chairman, the Minister of Finance is the man you were referring to, I suppose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, of course, the Minister of Finance I'm sure we'll take that suggestion to heart. Anything basically that we can do to limit the tax burden of Canadians, that's what this government on this side of the House is aiming to do, and certainly that benefits all older workers and indeed the entire country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to ask the honourable member why older workers are being encouraged to remain active in the workplace or in the labour market.
The Honourable Member for Palliser, for a short response, there's another member that would like to ask a question.
Certainly. Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her question. I think she certainly appreciates the importance of keeping older workers engaged in the labour market. There's strong indications that older workers can and want to work longer, if only on a part-time basis. Older workers provide a very valuable contribution to the labour market, which is important to the economic well-being of this country, and we covered that at length in the speech, Mr. Speaker. And in light of Canada's aging population and growing labour shortages in various sectors of the economy, it's essential to provide tools and opportunities to help experienced workers stay active in the labour force. It's critical for this country, Mr. Speaker. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to remind the House that at the Human Resources Committee, on which the Parliamentary Secretary also sits, we are studying employability, and we contribute as bloc members in a positive way to enable older workers to stay on the job as long as possible. But it has to be clear, Mr. Speaker, because that's not really what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is people who, because of regional constraints, because of various employment constraints, cannot find new jobs. So the question I have for this colleague is he aware that there are people in that situation? And if he is aware, would he agree to vote for this motion in order to help them?
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government, members on this side of the House, we believe in older workers, Mr. Speaker. We believe in giving them choices and enabling older workers, empowering older workers through training and skills development to enable them to get back in the workforce. Of course, we're very sympathetic to the plight of older workers trying to rejoin the workforce, and we're going to help them in every way possible because we recognize the important role that older workers play in Canada and the tremendous contribution they make. I covered that in my speech, Mr. Speaker. It's critical for the success of our country. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sympathetic because in my riding in Palliser, we had a pork plant employing 300 people, worldwide pork, that declared bankruptcy. And now they've reconstituted themselves into a company called the Moose Jaw Pork Plant, and they're going through some difficulties right now and adjusting their business plan. But boy, from talking to people like Lawrence Peverett and Moose Jaw, who called me repeatedly and talked about the plight of people who were thrown into unemployment, not just so-called prime age workers, but older workers as well, a number of people. And I'm very sympathetic. I talked repeatedly with the minister, with the parliamentary secretary, as to what help the government can, as to how the government can help these people the best. And certainly they were very receptive to hearing the story of the people from the Moose Jaw Pork Plant. And we're doing everything we can, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House to help displaced workers. But we believe that this is a huge opportunity for this country in terms of helping to address the labor shortages. Older workers are a critical part of our labor force and our economy, Mr. Speaker, and this government's going to do everything we can to stand behind these individuals. The member asked if I can support his motion. Not as it currently stands, Mr. Speaker. There are just far too many unknowns. I've sat here and listened with interest this morning. We don't have a price tag put on this motion, Mr. Speaker. Pretty important thing that we address all the costs involved. I'll listen with great interest, though, if there are any amendments put forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Debate. The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with my friend, the member for Bas-Richelieu, Nicolas Bécancourt. It's with some ambivalence in my heart that I rise today to speak to the Bloc Québécois motion on this Bloc Opposition Day. I'm pleased, on the one hand, to have the privilege to express myself on the importance of implementing a genuine income support program for older workers that would apply to all older workers in all economic sectors and in all regions. But, on the other hand, I'm also disappointed that once again I have to explain to elected officials, particularly members on the government side, the importance and urgency of implementing a program as referred to in the motion. Perhaps it's necessary at this stage to explain to our audience on television what they need to know in order to understand the struggle the Bloc Québécois is leading together with workers and unions in Quebec, and this has been going on since 1997, in order to get some kind of income support program for our older workers, or rather, I should say, restore the program that used to exist. One must remember, Mr. Speaker, that such a program did exist in the past. This is nothing completely new. In 1988, the program allowed for benefits to workers between 55 and 64 who were eligible and who had lost their jobs because of mass layoffs.
By creating a bridge between EI and their pension. Under the Liberal government, with Paul Martin at the helm of finances, the program ended in 1997. It was a cost-sharing program, 70% federal, 30% provincial. Since the disappearance of the program in March 97, there has been no income support program focusing specifically on older workers who'd been laid off due to the closing down of companies. The Bloc Québécois has worked vigorously and repeatedly to have a support program reestablished for older workers. I would remind you that in June 2005, a motion was put forward by the Bloc Québécois calling on the government to establish a strategy to help out older workers who lost their jobs. This strategy was to provide income support measures as well. But nothing was done. In April 2006, the House, so the elected representatives in this House, unanimously passed a sub-amendment put forward by the Bloc, a sub-amendment to the throne speech, which was along the same lines as the June 2005 motion. The Minister of Human Resources has since spoken about a feasibility study, but we still don't know what the outcome of that study was. The Minister of Human Resources has been keeping older workers in Quebec who are desperate, has been keeping them in suspense. She said that announcements would soon be made. A member of her staff, probably who'd run out of arguments, told workers calling their office who were awaiting good news, had kept them in suspense by saying that the program is coming soon, announcements are coming soon, and encouraging them to be patient. And the lack of professional ethics there pushed the person, the staffer, to say to people in my riding, desperate workers, not to give up hope, and that he'd be pleased to have coffee with them to celebrate the event when the announcement finally came. This situation is intolerable, Mr. Speaker. The situation's inhumane. The Minister of Human Resources has to stop this horrible suspense. the government has to do, as the Bloc Québécois is requesting, it has to set up a genuine income support program for older workers. It has to apply, as the motion says, to all older workers in all economic sectors and in all regions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the situation of individuals, of Canadians, of taxpayers, of textile workers in the town of Huntington, which is a town in my riding. Those people lost their jobs following the closure of 6 textile factories December 13th, 2004. And that led to the loss of over 800 jobs and affected 70%. I think I have to repeat that. 70% of the labor force of the municipality of Huntington. Over 100 older workers lost their jobs, particularly those aged 55 and over, and today they have nothing. For the benefit of those listening to us and watching us on TV, it's important to keep in mind that the textile and apparel industry is going through a crisis because the industries have to adapt to a commercial environment that has radically changed recently. In 2004, the textile and apparel agreement, which had been in effect since 1995, came to an end. The end of that agreement meant that Canada's and Quebec's borders would be more open to imports coming from China, and that those imports are going up dramatically. And the federal government is responsible for opening those borders. The United States, which is the main destination for Quebec exports, entered into a series of agreements to facilitate the entry into the U.S. of foreign-made apparel made with U.S. fabric or textile. So that's all been to the detriment of the Quebec industry. I want to talk about these textile workers in Huntington particularly because I want to give very specific examples of the urgency for the government to take action. Concrete examples that illustrate well how beyond our parliamentary debates, beyond the endless studies, beyond the answers of the Minister of Human Resources in question period, answers that say nothing. There are people behind all of that at this very moment as we speak who are going through a degrading and humiliating experience. Those people, Mr. Speaker, those older textile workers have been abandoned and they're now disappointed and disillusioned. They wanted to believe that the Conservatives who were promising the requested help, those people have seen through this government which, like the previous government, has been leaving older workers to their lot. The Bloc Québécois is the only party, and they see this, that's representing them, bringing their voice here to the House of Commons. So I've been working with the older workers, textile workers from Huntington, and with all community stakeholders. I've been working very hard, and we've mobilized around this serious situation affecting people due to plant closures in that community. These older workers, all they're asking for is new work in order to recover their dignity. A large number of these people went into retraining. Some took training courses. Some older workers did manage to find other jobs in other companies, but unfortunately the majority of those older workers have been unable to find other work because of their age, largely. We're not talking about paying people to do nothing. It's very insulting to those people who've worked their whole lives and contributed all their lives to Quebec and Canada's development. You have to face facts. A large number of older workers, 55 and over, aren't an employer's first choice. And how much frustration disappointment and humiliation for them to learn that they have lots of experience and willingness, but employers are not choosing them in preference to younger and healthier employees. So it's time that older workers stop. In addition to all this, they're victimized by globalization and they're victims of ageism. This is a fact that... Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments and the commitment of the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I personally have a little difficulty with the term older worker. I'm 56, so I find myself in that category, and I don't consider myself old. Mr. Speaker, I don't consider you old. And many of my colleagues here that are in that age group, Mr. Speaker, I don't consider us old. Fact is, Mr. Speaker, I was going to university. Well, some may have a certificate and be certifiable, Mr. Speaker, but I was going to university and I found taking crim courses and found it fascinating to understand that field. But Mr. Speaker, I found that most of the students in there, we didn't call them older students, we called them mature students. Most of them were in this age group, Mr. Speaker, learning. Now, we've heard from some comments that are a little bit over the top, where they're saying that if you're in this age group, that you're not able to learn. And, Mr. Speaker, that's utter nonsense. People in this age group are very capable to learn. So I think the spirit that they're looking for is people that find them in themselves in a situation that need help, Mr. Speaker. This government doesn't want to provide that help. But, Mr. Speaker, the motion, which is before us, says that the House reiterate to the government the importance of implementing a real income support program for older workers that would apply to all older workers in all economic sectors, in all regions. And, Mr. Speaker, my question is, it is so tight, the definition, that it makes it difficult to support. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's different areas of Canada that have different dynamics in the economics and the job availability and re-educating and retraining availability. Would the Speaker be willing to slightly change that motion so that if we were to say put the word displaced, so instead of saying all older workers, which I could be considered an older worker, all displaced older workers, would there be an appetite to look at an amendment? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. I thank my colleague opposite for his question. Personally, I visited a textile plant. I met men and women aged 56, 57, 58, and 59 years. They'd worked 30-odd years at the factory, and the term older worker is a term they use themselves. After working hard physically for low wages and demanding physical conditions, I can tell you that those people don't claim to be young and healthy workers. But what I should say is that it's important to specify. People think that older workers are very skilled, very experienced, and mostly they do want to work. But the job market being what it is, competitive, they're not the first choice of employers. They don't choose workers aged 55 and over. They're not their top choice. A person in my riding, 59 years old, very experienced. His work is his main source of personal satisfaction. He's worked there all his life. He's intelligent. He knows a lot of people. He's resourceful. He's done about 35 interviews, and no employer will hire him. He's gone through all the retraining, all the programs, and despite all his efforts and all he's done, he hasn't succeeded. And the program we're putting forward is precisely for those people who can't, despite all their efforts, all their energy, all their intelligence, all their skill, they can't get a job because of their age.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe for a very short question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be a very short question, and it has to do with the regions of this country. In our region, there are many more older persons than in other parts of the country. I suspect it's the same way for rural regions in Quebec. Does the member think that in light of the Conservatives not putting any money in the 2006 budget for older persons, with the cancellation of the older workers pilot projects, which delivered $55 million over their duration in May of this year, in other words, with the minister saying they're doing nothing for older persons, does she think it will adversely affect the region?
Honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Her time is up already, but I'll give her another 20 seconds. Thank you for your great generosity, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I would say I live in a single industry town. There are a lot of towns like that. And I would say that the program we want, the Bloc Québécois, wants to support older workers who've been laid off and they're older than 55. It's important for all regions where people have been laid off in groups. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bas-Saint-Laurent, Nicolette Bécancourt. Bar-Richelieu, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I am pleased to take part in this debate, too. First, I should congratulate my colleague from Beauharnois-Salaberry on her excellent speech, and she's done a good job of summing up the situation of older workers and laying out the foundation for reestablishing a POWA program. First, I'd like to say that this program has been awaited for a long time in my riding. For example, in the next few weeks, the Norquidro company may be closing down if it's not bought out. If it's not bought out, it will close down. So older workers will find themselves aged 55 to 60 without work and with very little, like my colleague explained, very little likelihood of finding another job. Of course, all training efforts and retraining efforts will be made. They will send out their CVs, they'll apply left, right, and center, and they'll take advantage of everything available to them. But if they don't land a job, they'll need the support of a POWA-type program. And what upsets me about the Conservatives is that this program used to exist, and it proved its usefulness. For example, in my riding, I remember there were people in a marine industry. There were 300 workers that took advantage of this program, and at least 60 of them had only grade 3 education. Try retraining someone who's done the same job over and over and over for 30-odd years at a plant or factory and try to retrain them. That's the situation. Those people need support. It was the same thing in Beloit when the factory closed down in a neighboring riding. There were significant, dramatic drop in employment, and they needed a POWA-type program. In other places, in small companies like in Saint-Ours, in Pierreville, Nicolette, that's just in my riding. But in other ridings, there are the similar situations. So this POWA program has been called for loud and clear for years, both by management and by labor, by community groups, by municipal politicians, by provincial politicians, by federal politicians. And what I'm hearing this morning, when I listened to the member for Mégantic-Les he said, well, we're going to study. We're going to study the data. We're going to set up some committees to study it further. We're going to consider what might be the best program. So what he's saying, the member for Mégantic-Les basically what he's saying is, it's you people who work in the mines in my region, we don't care about you. We're going to just do studies. But these people are crying out for programs, and they're being forgotten. They're being neglected. These Conservative members from Quebec who claimed that they were going to come here and represent Quebecers and come up with new ideas, they said, we're the ones who can help you. We'll take the initiative. We'll come up with programs. And the Conservatives, who voted when they were in opposition with the Bloc on this type of motion, they said, we'll be in office and we will be able to implement this POA program. The Bloc can only talk about it, but we can do it. Well, today, those members from Quebec on the opposite side, those who said those things, they're keeping their heads low today. That's their way of acting in office. They're abandoning workers. They're kowtowing to their leadership. And that makes me mad to hear the member for Mégantic-l'Érable this morning say this kind of program is pointless, it's not necessary. And the member for Lévis-Bellechasse, Louis-Hébert, Charlesbourg, Lotbinière, Beauport, the minister from the Beauce, the minister from Jonquière, from Pontiac, the minister from Saint-Laurent. Are they standing up today to speak out for older workers and say, yes, this makes sense. We're going to set up a POA type program. We're going to put some millions of dollars into it to meet the needs. No, they say, we have to consult. Did you consult when you put $17 billion down for military purchases to buy equipment? Did you consult when you decided to extend wrongly the mission in Afghanistan? You've done all kinds of things without warning, without consultation, but when it comes to helping older workers, you've nothing to offer them. When you cut $1 billion a few weeks ago for women's groups, for the most disadvantaged in society, for literacy, did you consult? Did you strike committees? Did you study? No. But now, when it comes to helping workers, you're still studying. You're going to take the time you need to study it carefully. And I would call on the 10 members, Conservative members from Quebec, and I say to them, you're breaking your promise. You pretended that when you took office you would meet the needs of workers, and now you're not saying anything. I can see you across from me with your heads down. You don't even dare stand up. Maybe you didn't get permission from your party, but you're there when it comes to funding the military and all kinds of programs other than these programs that would help those in need. And you're willing to cut for the most vulnerable in society, and that will be remembered in the next election campaign. We'll bring it up again. And I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that this POA program, which my colleague explained so well earlier, it's not an exorbitant expenditure. It's just common sense. It just says to workers, you've worked for 30-odd years in a factory. You worked in good faith. You were willing to work hard. And now, unfortunately, when the economic situation takes a downturn, we'll support you. We'll support you for a little while. So much the better if you find a job. But if you don't, we'll support you just until you reach 60, and then you'll get your pension, you'll be bridged until you reach 65. That's the least can be done for their dignity. That's all this program would do. And when I hear Conservatives say there's no urgency, we're going to study the situation, well, we can see now that what your real priorities are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wondered if this motion takes into account of shared jurisdiction, because our members here in our side of the House do take that into consideration. and they do think that the Canadian labour market is an area of both federal and provincial jurisdiction. This motion doesn't speak to any cost-sharing mechanism between the provinces and the federal government. And we are the federal government, so the members that the member cross-cited from his province of Quebec, they are taking into consideration that we are a federal government making decisions on a federal program and trying to help all Canadians that have to be employed and reemployed. Thank you.
Honorable député,
The
d'abord.
Honourable Member for Barichelieu, Nicolet Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, I know that it's a federal provincial program, but I'd like to tell the Honourable Member who just put the question that unanimously the three political parties in the National Assembly of Quebec have been demanding that the federal government reinstitute the POA program, and the Quebec government is prepared to do its share. And when you have a POA program, it's an arrangement between the federal government and an individual province. If one province isn't interested, that's fine. But all parties in Quebec are unanimous in demanding this program and in setting aside the necessary funds to carry it through. So all we are missing is the money from the federal government. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to certainly commend this motion going forward in the House today and the debate going forward. And I've sat with the member from Chambly-Boudreau on several committees with regard to this issue, and so I fully expected a motion to come forward by the bloc, and my intention certainly is to support this motion because I come from a coastal area of Nova Scotia, a great number of fishing communities within my constituency, and I have communities like the town of Canso, Louisbourg, Chéticamp, where the fishery has gone through a tremendous amount of change over the last number of years. And I see older workers that have grown up in the fishery. I see some have the need, the want, the ability to move forward, receive training, and we've seen that in the past, the older workers pilot projects in the past where older workers have come in and received extra training and they've gone on to other opportunities. But still, with many, there's still fear, there's despair, they see very little hope. And I see the merit in this particular motion going forward today. One thing that it will come down to, I'm very disappointed with the government on this particular motion, very disappointed, but when we look at the cancellation of the literacy programs and what have you, it's of great concern to older workers. Is there a costing? I'm coming in late on this debate. Has the amount of money that it would cost the federal treasury, I know what it costs not to do anything for these workers, but is there been costing done on this particular initiative?
The Honourable Member for Barichelieu, Nicolet Bécancourt. I think the Honourable Member is asking the right question. There may be a few $100 million spent now, but what will happen if we don't spend that money? What are the consequences? They will be even greater for the individual, for his or her psychological and even physical health, but we know that there will be economic consequences for the country as well. Every employee needs a decent income, but that employee won't take the money and put it in the bank or in his pocket. He'll put it back into the economy by going shopping, by buying what he needs. So the government is, in a sense, putting this money back into the economy and allowing workers to have a dignified living until they can draw a pension. It seems obvious to me, and there are Conservative members who had voted in favor of a similar motion, but today they don't see any virtue in this bill, in this motion. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Halifax West, and today I rise to take part in this debate on the motion introduced by my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bordua. And as the member who spoke before me has said, the Liberals support the principle on which this motion is based. We support the motion because the official opposition believes in the fundamental rights of every workers, particularly the rights of Canadians aged more than 65. These employees are more likely to be laid off because of changes in technology or because of bankruptcies in an economy that is slowing down, and employees over 55 years of age are stigmatized when they apply for jobs because employers feel that they are overqualified. They are cast aside because of their experience that they've earned over the years while working. According to Statistics Canada, which published a study in 2005, 39% of workers 56 years of age or over have less of a chance to find a job than the average Canadian. And the member opposite, I know, doesn't believe that 55 is old, but for a number of employers, 55 is old. And this can be explained by the possibility of discrimination and the preference that employers have to train a younger workforce, which means that they will benefit from these employees for a longer period of time. Both sides of the House will agree that self-confidence and dignity are important consequences relating to work, particularly for those who have a job. The opportunity to work is an important aspect of one's skills and capabilities. It allows one to understand one's environment and the world in which one lives. And it's specifically for this reason that the previous Liberal government invested $55 million from 1999 to 2005 in an initiative for pilot projects for older workers. And this was to serve as a foundation for an income support program that would meet the needs of a very vulnerable segment of our population. The Liberal government undertook this national pilot project because when we came into office, we understood that the programs were unfair to older workers. These programs had been devised by the previous Conservative government led by Mr. Mulroney, and they only applied to sectors where layoffs were massive and ignored the needs of the entire country because access to program wasn't guaranteed in all provinces and all regions, notwithstanding the regional disparities in job offers for older workers. Studies have shown that retirement is perhaps something of the past. Canadians may have to work until they are 70 years of age, not because they want to in some cases, but because there are shortcomings and there is a lack of manpower, which means that employers may no longer be able to opt for discrimination based upon the fact that employees are overqualified or don't have the necessary tools or skills to work in a society that is more and more knowledge-based. Older workers want to retrain, and that is why the Liberal pilot projects had been created. I can't count the number of men and women who have come to Laval-les-Îles, to my riding office, to tell me that they had been dismissed. They often had very good-paying jobs in management, and they found themselves unemployed. They didn't know where to turn. They had tried to retrain, and even then, no one was offering them a job, even though they had the experience. Quebec received 74 projects totaling of the 125 in Canada, Quebec received 75%, so 70% of the funded programs were in my province. We received about $21 million of the money that was set aside for new training and other employment needs. But the Conservatives did not ignore, as the Conservatives have done, the other regions of Canada, because we work for all Canadians, notwithstanding where they live. Last year, the Liberal government spent $5 million to extend the program to May 2006 for a total of $55 million. This program, unfortunately, no longer exists because the Conservative government gave no indication with respect to this program. They were going to take the results of the Liberal pilot projects and put them into long-term projects, and notwithstanding the fact that the Conservative government had promised to do that in the speech from the throne, that was not done, and we hope that the Conservative government will undertake a well-intentioned assessment of these programs before eliminating them, because we don't want a program that will not meet the needs of every Canadian. If I have a few minutes left, Mr. Speaker, I would like to deal briefly with the other Liberal investments in workers, and there's one that is of interest to me, that is the workplace skills strategy. In 2004, the Liberal government launched this strategy to help workers to upgrade so that they may keep up with a workplace that is constantly evolving. And in the 2005 budget, extra funds of $125 million over 3 years were provided. And today, the new Conservative government announced cuts totaling $17 million to fund the workplace skills strategy. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is among the $1 billion in budget cuts. And this is where I agree with my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. To this, we must add the $17 million that is no longer available for literacy programs. Almost one Quebecer out of every two aged 65 years and over cannot read enough to fully function in society. This is according to statistics, notwithstanding the fact that the government has surpluses of more than $13 billion, and older workers might be ignored once again because of this government. Is this the responsibility of the government? Is this what the government has to congratulate itself for? I would like to ask my colleagues from the Bloc to give us more specific information about the type of program that they want for older workers, even if the intention is a noble one, and I agree with the intention. It doesn't give enough details on the approach and the program that they want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was listening to the member, the honourable member, speak, I couldn't help hear her say that they had programs for all Canadians. So I want her to think about this. In some areas in Canada, that have levels of unemployment and ample opportunities for employment. And in these communities, older workers do not need access to income supports, as there are opportunities for work. In fact, in Canada, 44% of the unemployed older workers live outside of census metropolitan areas. And thus I ask the honourable member, how does this motion take the different situations in the labour market across Canada into account and into consideration?
I don't have l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Vallée-Isle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where the question leads us, Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement libéral,
the Liberal government responded to the needs that existed at the time and that still exist. It doesn't matter whether there is more or less need. The Liberal government pilot projects operated throughout Canada to meet in a flexible way the various conditions throughout the country. There are regions where there were no problems, at least that's what has been said, but I doubt that, because where I work, in Laval-les-Îles. The city of Laval is a city where people work, where they raise their families. There is a lot of work available. Nevertheless, I had hundreds of workers come to see me looking for jobs who wanted to work, but they couldn't because they were over 55 years of age.
The
honourable member for Chambly-Bordeaux. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Laval-les-Îles asked me almost directly about the motion and the strategy that we would like to see, and this is what I would tell my colleague for Laval-les-Îles. The motion that we have here is similar to the one that was drafted by the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Skills Development, and my colleague chaired that committee. It was adopted unanimously because the parameters remained to be defined, and it isn't up to the House itself to define the parameters, but the House must be made aware of what should be done in terms of income support for older workers. And our guide then would be something equivalent to employment insurance, which represents 55% of the wages earned. We're asking for 60% of the employee's income. So I'd like to ask the honourable member if she is happy with that response and if she will be supporting the motion. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles, a brief response. Yes, I would say very briefly, and I said this at the outset, or perhaps I didn't, but in any case, when I spoke, I said that I was very much in favor of the Bloc Québécois motion, and I do intend to vote for the motion. Thank you. A brief question by the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague for Laval-les-Îles about all of the pilot projects that she listed, the Liberal projects, but the only thing we're asking for is a POWA program, the same program that was abolished in '97, and we have been asking for a reinstatement of the program. And why is it that after so many studies, after so many officials have studied this, they should be able to tell us why they didn't reinstate the program? The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles, a very, very brief answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would simply say that I think that what happened in the past no longer applies. We shouldn't discuss the past, the whys and wherefores. What I would tell my honourable colleague is to put the question to those across the floor and ask them why there is no program for older workers today. That's the question that we have to ask. Statements by members.
Members, the honourable
member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 29th, I had the honor of receiving in my riding office Mr. Vincent Plante and his family for a cocktail party to congratulate him. Vincent Plante received the Governor General's Award for Mutual Assistance, and I'd like to point out in the House the unconditional dedication of a man who for over 30 years has been making efforts to improve the living conditions of their poorest fellow citizens. As a teenager, Vincent Plante organized benefits at his parish today with his wife Nicole and his brothers Gérard Louis and Aurélien and his sisters-in-law, whom I salute. He has been trying to help others. He visits the aged in many different facilities. He gives out communion at l'Hôtel Dieu de Lévis, and he even gives comfort to dying patients. The Plante family distributes Christmas presents to children, often the only one they receive. Mr. Plante provides wonderful care without distinction. He has his heart in the right place, and the volunteers of all of Lévis-Bellechasse are being honored, and I say thank you because you symbolize the generosity of our country. The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize teachers in York South-Weston and across Canada on this World Teachers' Day. I was fortunate enough to spend 12 years as a teacher and have the utmost respect for the dedication and commitment required of every educator at every level. Through their daily work, Canadian teachers make a remarkable contribution to our national fabric by fostering our children's capacity and desire to learn. On World Teachers' Day, we are also reminded of the challenges facing teachers as they diligently work to impart pupils with a solid education while making our schools welcoming, encouraging, and inclusive. Today is an opportunity to celebrate these teachers and thank them for their work. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask this House to join me in saluting the effort and dedication of the men and women across this nation who make such a significant difference in the lives of our youth. The contributions of teachers, Mr. Speaker, are not only essential but absolutely invaluable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. In a letter addressed on July 31st to the Director General of Curling Quebec, Mr. Warren Hansen, Media Director for the Canadian Curling Association, announced his decision not to hold the Scots Tournament of Hearts in Quebec City in 2008. The association invoked, among other things, linguistic matters to motivate its choice. Quebec City hosts many international events, and language laws have never created any obstacle to them. Saying that an event should not be held in Quebec City for language reasons is completely incomprehensible. The language issue has been settled a long time now in Quebec, and there's nothing to justify Curling Canada's decision. The government should intervene with this organization to ensure that there is no further discrimination against Quebec concerning the French language.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Baltry Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again this week, another independent report has come out raising the alarm about the harm that open-net fish farms cause to wild salmon stocks. The research that was published in one of the world's most prestigious journals shows that more than 95% of the wild salmon that swim past fish farms die as a result of sea lice infestations from those farms. According to Dr. Andy Dobson, an epidemiologist from Princeton University who specializes in wildlife diseases, the work is of an impeccably high standard and will be very difficult to refute. Now the debate on this subject has been settled for years. This government is acting much like the old government and not taking the necessary action. It sounds like more of the same from the old. Now, it's no longer a need to talk to the skeptics, Mr. Speaker. The DFO, who is in charge of this file, is meant to protect our wild stocks and meant to protect the fish that swim in our waters. It is time for this out-of-touch department to stand up and do what is right and do what it needs to do. Time the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to show some leadership on this file. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, these days everyone is talking about biofuels. Across the country there is a buzz about this developing industry. Standards are being set, policies put in place, and plants are being built. Provincial governments must move quickly if they wish to establish an industry in their jurisdiction. One of the biggest surprises that I received after the election was to realize how little the previous government had done on this file. The new federal government has worked hard in a short time to put a comprehensive biofuel strategy in place. It will be released this fall and will address both ethanol and biodiesel. As a part of the alternate fuels equation. If we do not ensure that producers have the ability to fully participate in the biofuel sector, we will have failed them. Southwest Agri-Energy has worked for years to advance the case for ethanol development in my area, and they are at it again. They've gone together with Action Southwest to sponsor a forum on ethanol in Shaunavon, Saskatchewan, scheduled for October 12th. It brings together a wealth of information, and I, along with 400 others, will be there to learn more about the industry. Once again, Southwest Saskatchewan leads the way.
Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the government to assist in working for a peaceful solution to the conflict in Sri Lanka and to condemn the brutal attacks that have led to such loss of life. This kind of violence cannot be tolerated by the international community. My riding of York West has a significant population of Tamil Canadians, and I have heard from many members of the community who are very upset by the recent actions of the Colombo government. We must provide whatever assistance is necessary to ensure stability in Sri Lanka and to work towards a sustainable peace and immediate end to the violence which has cost so many lives. I call upon the government to work without delay to establish peace and security in Sri Lanka. The government must work to find a solution that fully respects the rights of the Tamil people and which will lead to a lasting peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize 20 youthful delegates from Ukraine who have visited with us for the past 3 weeks. They are here in members' offices to gain valuable perspectives of Canada's most important democratic institution, the Parliament of Canada. These young people representing the Canadian-Ukraine Parliamentary Program embody the highest ideals of achievement and community service. They are the future leaders of Ukraine. Young people like Olda Shudanova from my office. Canada and Ukraine are inextricably linked forever by prior immigration. Fully 1 in 30 Canadians are from Ukrainian descent, as are my wife and daughters. Ukraine holds a special place in the hearts of Canadians. Canada was the first country in the Western world to accord diplomatic recognition in 1990 to an independent Ukraine. As the young emissaries depart, we wish them well and say, Nohai Lita.
The
Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, in a recent decision, the Chief Commissioner of the Alberta Human Rights Commission rejected a verbal harassment complaint tabled by a francophone in Alberta, Mr. Gilles Caron, against the City of Edmonton, his ex-employer. After having been fired, he complained about verbal harassment. According to the Commissioner, expressions like Frenchie and maple syrup are not significant or offensive enough to warrant a hearing by the tribunal. Regardless of origin, it is unacceptable to be the object of discriminatory remarks on a repeated basis at work. Mr. Caron pointed out that the comments of the Commissioner are evidence of how little anyone cares about discriminatory remarks against francophones. We sincerely hope that the government doesn't endorse this decision. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise in the House today and recognize an outstanding constituent who is also the winner of the 2006 Champions of Mental Health Award. Denise Taylor is an accomplished Métis woman with a wealth of both personal and professional experience in the field of mental health. This impassioned woman has raised the profile of Aboriginal people suffering from mental illness and delivered her message regarding the need to identify and embrace cultural identity as a tool to heal mental health afflictions. Denise has accomplished this through volunteerism, for which she won the 2003 Women of Distinction Award from the YMCA, and her work as an Aboriginal policy advisor for Interior Health. Denise is also a noted speaker. She has presented at conferences and has addressed numerous groups from youth to elders in First Nations and urban Aboriginal communities. Congratulations, Denise, on a well-deserved award. You truly are a champion of champion health.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities of North Pickering have been besieged by Transport Canada since the 1970s, the bureaucrats simply refusing to give up their efforts to develop an unneeded white elephant airport in my riding. The only thing that's standing in their way is my constituents, who have loudly said no. The current government is standing back while the bureaucrats systematically depopulate North Pickering, erasing gains made by the previous government. As landlords, they deliberately allow homes to fall into disrepair so they can evict tenants, board up homes, and then demolish them. The Ontario Housing Tribunal has strongly condemned the atrociously negligent practices of Transport Canada and has ruled in favour of the evicted tenants. This government, however, has not accepted these rulings. It is dragging my constituents back to court in costly appeals. I tell this government, call off your attack on our community, rein in the bureaucrats, properly manage these lands, and say no to another Mirabel in Northern Pickering.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, apparently the Liberals are so ashamed of their party's debt that they're avoiding calls and not returning emails from Liberal International. This blatant attempt to avoid communication is shocking that the Liberal Party of Canada is a founding member. Yesterday, the Secretary-General of Liberal International, Jasper Veen, sent an email to the Liberal Party president reminding them of the $25,000 owed. What is interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, is that although the largest political party in Liberal International is this, the Liberal Party of Canada is one of the smallest financial contributors as compared to the member parties from the sub-Saharan Africa. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are piggybacking off the poor nations of Africa. Shameful. While continuing to rack up debt. Perhaps it just shows how much of the Liberals care about their values when they can't even support an organization designed to do just that.
Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has announced what it calls fat trimming from our foreign affairs capacities and our international development capabilities. To Canadians' dismay, the Prime Minister's idea of fat includes foreign policy outreach and consultations with civil society and academic institutions, public diplomacy initiatives and cultural exchanges, diplomatic missions abroad, and unbelievably, youth international internships, which prepare qualified staff with international exposure for future employment with Foreign Affairs and CETA, as well as countless Canadian NGOs and international agencies. This government is suffering severe myopia. These cuts will reduce non-profits' ability to deliver valued programs, impact negatively on diplomatic and cultural relations around the globe, and restrict the availability of Canadian personnel with essential international exposure. Mr. Prime Minister, it's never too late to admit that you're wrong and reverse a bad decision.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this coming weekend, Kitchener invites the world to share in the great German tradition of Oktoberfest. The 9-day festival is the largest Bavarian celebration in North America and boasts Canada's greatest Thanksgiving Day parade. The 38th annual Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest celebrates our local Canadian-German heritage with over 20 fest hallen and 45 cultural and family events. Through the gaiety of the spirit of Gemütlichkeit, the local economy is stimulated and over 70 charities and not-for-profit organizations raise funds to benefit the residents. Kitchener is firmly rooted in its German heritage. Oktoberfest is an opportunity to commemorate the traditions and culture of our nation's 3 million German Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to congratulate the hundreds of volunteers who commit their time and energy to the success of Oktoberfest. Kitchener is the place to be for the next 2 weeks, and I invite all Canadians to don their lederhosen and head to Oktoberfest.
The honourable member for Berthier-Marquion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to an economic development project very important for the MRC of Mesquinongé, in which I've worked since the beginning of my mandate. This is at Saint-Étienne-des-Grains. This is a sustainable development project. It would use biogas, thus reducing greenhouse gas emission by creating 100 jobs in our region. I would ask that the federal government immediately make a contribution of $4 million, which had already been committed by Treasury Board in February 2005. The promoters, the MRC, the municipality, and all stakeholders in our economy are awaiting for a favorable decision any day now. The federal government should announce its decision as soon as possible for the benefit of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, our deepest sympathies and prayers go out to the Amish community of Nickel Mines, Pennsylvania. It is impossible to fathom how a person of such cowardice could line up little girls and shoot them in the head. All the more appalling how gentle the Amish are. Their resilience and spirit of forgiveness stand in stark contrast to the grotesque brutality that has been inflicted upon them. Tragically, many of the little girls are still in hospital. They do not have medical insurance because the Amish response to a tragedy is for all to get together and bind together as one. These medical costs will be in the millions and will overwhelm their resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge everyone who wishes to help to contact the Mennonite Central Committee website at www.mcc.org or call 1-888-622-6337. Heavens knows, Mr. Speaker, they need our help during their time of greatest need.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is day 106 of the Liberal Senate's foot-dragging and filibuster of the toughest anti-corruption law in Canadian history, the Federal Accountability Act. After the House of Commons passed the Accountability Act in 72 days, the Liberal Senate clearly is trying to delay this bill from coming into law. Matter of fact, this week alone, the Senate committee continued with their stalling tactics by only holding a few hours of hearings. In fact, so few hearings, Mr. Speaker, that Liberal Senator Poulin has almost completed her full-time law degree while still sitting in the Senate. That's unreal. Canadians want to know who is secretly giving the Liberal Senate their marching orders. Is it one of their Liberal leadership candidates? Nobody knows. If the Liberals wish to regain any credibility in the eyes of Canadians, then they should stop delaying the Accountability Act and pass the toughest anti-corruption law in Canadian history now.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a model for the world precisely because Canadians cherish freedom of religion, freedom of speech, individual human rights, and have a profound respect for the rights of minorities. We're a country that knows freedom from fear. We're a country of social harmony that reflects our deepest shared values as Canadians. But now the Prime Minister is planning legislation that puts our Charter of Rights and Freedoms under assault. Why is this government contemplating yet another attack on individual rights for some misguided political gain? Why is he playing, Mr. Speaker, so carelessly with the genius that is our wonderful country?
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have no idea what the Leader of the Opposition is referring to. This government has not and would not have plans to introduce legislation that contravenes the Charter of Rights. This government stands for and with the protection of minority rights in all cases, Mr. Speaker, and I wish the Liberal Party would stop fear-mongering and start focusing on issues that are of concern to Canadians rather than this baseless speculation, Mr. Speaker. This government will always stand to protect basic rights.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, values like equity and fairness are falling faster than the autumn leaves we see in our country under this new government, Mr. Speaker. Gay and lesbian Canadians are fearful of their future. That's new. Quebecers are told by a government advisor their moral standards are corrupting the rest of Canada. That's new. Our charter is undermined. The program that helped visible minorities fight for their legal rights is history. That's new to all of us, Mr. Speaker. As for women, will the Prime Minister explain to the House why his new government has dropped equality of women from the mandate of Status of Women Canada?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, this is all just ridiculous hyperbole from the Leader of the Opposition. What we have, with respect to the program of the Status of Women, is an extremely effective minister and the Minister of Canadian Heritage, who we are proud of, Mr. Speaker, for her great work. And, you know, she has, amongst other things, added to the mandate of the Status of Women program, supporting the full participation of women in Canada's economic, social, and cultural life. I want to know why the Liberals opposed that inclusion in the mandate of the Status of Women program.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. It was already there, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's actions show that guarantees of justice mean little to this so-called new government. Discrimination against gays and lesbians, the elimination of equality for women. This so-called new government is attacking the Charter, has disregard for the courts, and has abolished the program that helps minorities fight for their rights. Does this Prime Minister decided outright to abandon gays and lesbians, women, francophones outside Quebec, and all visible minorities? Or is he abandoning not only all of that, Mr. Speaker, but the whole idea of what is dear to us, Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think that in the last election, Canadians expressed themselves very clearly. They're sick and tired of the Liberal Party. They think they have a monopoly on virtue and Canadian values. We Conservatives, like all Canadians, share Canadian values. We will protect Canadian values always, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Westmount, Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can try to hide his agenda, but the Minister of Justice and some members of his caucus have betrayed him. They've shown their true colors. When they lose the vote on same-sex marriage, the government intends to put forward a radical bill to legalize discrimination against the gay and lesbian communities. Why does the Prime Minister dare to impose his right-wing moral values on Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the member opposite that she do a bit of research, because this government The government that adopted such a bill was the Liberal government of Ontario. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, in the last election campaign, the Prime Minister managed to muzzle his candidates. Now that his minority government is taking action, we see their true colors, their true right-wing intentions. Intolerance to diversity, reducing the rights of minorities, draft legislation to defend religion. Why did the Prime Minister mislead Canadians in the last election? Why does he want to roll back the rights of citizens of this country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals talk endlessly about Canadian rights and values. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know, where were the Liberals when Canadians of Chinese origin wanted an apology from this government for the injustice of the head tax? For 13 years, the Liberals hid themselves from Chinese Canadians. But we took action on that file because we're a government that's respectful of Canadian rights. Order. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, while the government is cutting funding to the disadvantaged groups, they're giving Americans hundreds of millions of dollars through an aircraft purchase that was botched. The government is now negotiating with Boeing, which is an American company, to make sure that the sale meets the security requirements of the U.S. government, and this may lead to additional costs of hundreds of millions of dollars. How can the Prime Minister explain this shameless waste of public monies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Bloc for asking the question, but unfortunately he's wrong, Mr. Speaker. He's wrong because the government is acting in an effective and rapid manner in the acquisition of the equipment for our soldiers, for our military, including aircraft, Mr. Speaker. And until we reach an acceptable agreement in terms of industrial spin-offs and regional spin-offs, we will sign no contract for the purchase of military equipment. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister going to deny the fact that acting hastily, as he said, he failed to verify all of the details and American requirements, and that is going to cost $800 million extra. And at the same time, he's cutting $1 billion from the disadvantaged in Canada. If so, he's acting irresponsibly. Can he deny that information? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Yes, I can deny it, and I deny it. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on June 6th, the Prime Minister and Minister of Defence promised, almost with their hands on their hearts, that when a decision would be finalized by the government with respect to the purchase of aircraft and helicopters for the armed forces, there would be economic spin-offs and industrial spin-offs for Canada. How can the Prime Minister and his Defence Minister today justify the impasse in terms of the Boeing contract, other than by the fact that they were had like amateurs, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I'm unaware of the member's allegation that there's an impasse. There is no impasse whatsoever. Negotiations are ongoing right now with Boeing, and we expect that Boeing will provide the full requirement of benefits, and all the purchases of the future, all the military purchases, will benefit Canadians, not only the military.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's straightforward. If you don't bow down to American safety requirements or security requirements, there will be no spin-offs. And since there will be no economic spin-offs, there's no guarantee. It's going to cost hundreds of millions more. Why doesn't the government immediately stop the undertaking and go through a transparent tendering process that's fair and that benefits those who are paying, the taxpayers? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, I reject the premise of the member's question. We are going in a transparent process. There will be benefits to Canadians, Canadian industry, and to the military, and this is the equipment that the armed forces needs.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, today there were disturbing new revelations that show the extent to which the FBI investigates Canadian citizens, right here in Canada, largely without the knowledge or permission of Canada's government. The FBI operates its largest foreign operation in Canada, and under the previous Liberal government, it opened 2 field offices. Does this Conservative government believe that it's okay to let a foreign agency come across our borders, onto our soil, investigating our citizens without our permission? Are you sanctioning that?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our security forces have agreements with our allies, with other nations in terms of information sharing. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, these teams work together back and forth. I can also assure all Canadians that anything done on Canadian soil related to information sharing is done according to and within the guidelines of our laws, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, Mr. Speaker, according to the FBI's own information, due to the high volume of investigations it was conducting on Canadians, it gave clearance to its Buffalo office for routine investigations up to 50 miles within Canadian territory. Wow. That's all the way down into Toronto, Mr. Speaker. And an astonishing 1/3 of those agents came across the border without Canada's permission. Not according to any agreements. They did it illegally. What are we going to do about that, Mr. Speaker? What is this government going to do about it?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, our teams of officers from various security agencies work with our allies, and sometimes it's with the U.S. We have teams that are designated going back and forth across the border, and sometimes it's farther than 50 miles or 50 kilometers, whatever the distance the member just mentioned from his high quality, apparently, information that he's receiving from the upper echelons of the FBI. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that everything that is done on Canadian soil related to security and safety and investigation is done in accordance with our laws.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
This Conservative minority government does not have a mandate to reduce the freedoms that are already guaranteed to Canadians under the Charter of Rights and that have been confirmed by the courts. Despite the lack of a mandate for this, the Justice Minister continues to cater to his socially conservative base and threatens to eliminate equal marriage. When will the Minister of Justice, not the Parliamentary Secretary, assure the House that he will not introduce legislation that in any way legalizes discrimination?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that, and the House, that I will not introduce any legislation that legalizes discrimination.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has made it clear he wants to reopen the debate about equal marriage, a debate that we've already had in this House. More recently, the Justice Minister has indicated he already has a fallback plan for when this attempt fails. When will the Prime Minister stop playing politics with Canadians' equal rights, stop catering to a socially conservative base, and start governing for a majority of Canadians?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, this Prime Minister and this government indicated that there would be a free vote on that issue. There would be a motion on that issue. That motion will be brought forward. Beyond that, anything else is speculation.
Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, this minority Conservative government is anti-women. It has cut off at the knees all organizations working for women's equality in Canada. The criteria have been changed so that no organization fighting for women's equality will receive funding. The Conservatives have put a tape over women's mouths and shut them up. This is not democracy. When will this minister stop attacking women and give them back their voice?
The Honourable the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Not backing Martha Hall, is she? I don't think so.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous Liberal government who only talked about women's equality and did nothing for a decade, unlike the previous government, who received multiple reports and recommendations and did nothing, and who in fact cut funding for the women's program 3 times over the last decade.
Shame.
This new Conservative government will make a difference, a real difference in the lives of Canadian women.
Honourable member for Beaches. Order. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, this minister believes women should be satisfied with the status quo and to shut up about equality. Last week, this government cut the budget of status of women by almost 40%. This week, they voted against the Liberal motion supporting women's equality. And this morning, the minister failed to explain why equality was removed from the eligibility requirements of the women's program. Will this minister not admit that she has failed Canadian women and that she believes in them at all? Because this is shameful what she is doing. Absolutely shame.
The Honourable the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know what the honourable member opposite has against dealing with trafficking of women and victims of women's trafficking. I'd like to know what the members opposite have against of improving the CPP plan. I'd like to know what the party opposite have against more affordable housing. And I'd like to know what they have against about acting on Aboriginal matrimonial property rights. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this party does not hold boys' weekends to decide policy.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec City will not be holding the most important women's curling event because the Canadian Curling Federation says that the Quebec language legislation would hinder the event's holding. Imagine the effect of French on curling. Does the minister responsible for sports intend to do something to recognize the fact that curling is played in all languages of the world and Quebecers are insulted by the behavior of Curling Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport. The Government of Canada is committed to promoting both official languages in the Canadian sports system. Sports Canada believes that that sporting organizations like Curling Canada has to respect both official languages of Canada. Thanks to the government's commitment and its partners' commitment, Canadians have access to all services they need in both official languages. The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for the Francophonie and the Quebec City area found nothing better to say about Curling Canada's attitude than to invite them to visit Quebec City. But we expect something much more concrete from a minister. What's the minister waiting for before intervening concretely with Curling Canada to vigorously protest its narrow-minded and biased view against not just Quebec City but all of Quebec? What's she waiting for before condemning Curling Canada for its disdain for Quebec? The Honourable Minister for International Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I in no way invited the Curling Association to visit Quebec City. She's wrong about that. She's making statements that are totally false. What I said about the decision taken by the Canadian Curling Federation was that it was up to them to make the decision, but the International Hockey Association did not find any problem with Bill 101 in Quebec and had no problem respecting it. The Honourable Member for HoC. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were entitled to a new ideological decision from the government. The Minister of Canadian Heritage informed women's groups that her department would no longer be funding rights advocacy. That's a concrete action. How can the minister justify that decision? other than by the ideological approach taken by her government, which seeks to hinder women in their struggle for equality by cutting off funding. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
As this House has been told, we tried to get value for Canadian dollars and Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, we believe that rather than lobbying and advocacy, we know what the problems are. We believe that groups that help women in their communities and in their daily lives will show an effect and will result in change, positive change for women.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. The government's intention to legalize discrimination against homosexuals, and the Prime Minister said it was just speculation. But on Tuesday, the Minister of Justice spoke openly about his intention to table a bill to that effect. The member for Wildrose told the media yesterday that the minister had indeed undertaken this and that it was timely and appropriate. How can the Prime Minister explain that members of his own caucus and cabinet not only contradict him on that, but they're enthusiastic about such legislation? It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to see where, in fact, I confirm that any such legislation was coming forward. In fact, that is speculation on the part of the member and anyone else making that statement.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, Joe Taylor, the son of a Second World War Canadian soldier, was born in England in 1945. He and his mother became Canadian citizens when they landed in Halifax in 1946. When the marriage failed, he and his mother returned to England. When Mr. Taylor moved back to Canada several years ago, he was denied citizenship rights because he was born out of wedlock. Does the minister really believe it's justifiable in this day and age to discriminate against children born out of wedlock?
Fix it. The Honourable the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I'm very sympathetic, I think like all parliamentarians, to people who find themselves in situations that the Act did not anticipate. And, Mr. Speaker, we want to sort those out. But, Mr. Speaker, when there is a situation where there is a court decision that has implications for hundreds of statutes, dozens of departments, and could cost tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, in situations like that, we have a duty to appeal.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Duty to the veterans.
Rubbish, Mr. Speaker. On September 1st, Federal Court Justice Martineau ruled sections of the Citizenship Act unconstitutional and ordered this minister to restore Mr. Taylor's citizenship. The minister is appealing the decision. Defending one's charter rights is an expensive process. Mr. Taylor does not have the financial resources to fight the government. Has the government eliminated the court challenges program to deny people like Mr. Taylor their charters right? We, as Liberals, had a court challenges program.
The Honourable the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as Liberals, they had 13 years to sort the problem out, and they did absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. That's the fact. Mr. Speaker, as I explained to the member, we are trying to find ways to deal with this situation. Last year in the last Parliament, as an opposition party, we paved the way for war brides to become Canadian citizens, Mr. Speaker, as an opposition party. We are working to that end, Mr. Speaker, but we can't stand idle when court decisions threaten dozens of statutes and could cost the government billions of dollars. In a case like that, it is our duty to stand up for the Government of Canada and the people of Canada.
The
Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Works committed quite a mistake. He was in such a hurry to have his new military gear that with the purchase of the Chinooks and other aircraft for the sum of $9 billion, there was a problem with the country-to-country purchase. And in doing this, his friends in Washington will get about $20 billion in commissions. Does the Minister of Public Works not recognize that he's responsible in this affair, or is he in too much of a hurry to be re-elected in Repentigny? The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the member opposite gets these outrageous numbers. In fact, the number the number exceeds the total value of all the contracts we've even talked about. This is a ridiculous allegation. We are getting the aircraft, and we'll be getting the ships and the trucks that the military need. Citizens of Canada will benefit by this. There will be industrial benefits, and we're going to get it at the world price.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, this government must answer for its actions. What other useful programs will this government have to cut to make up for what was done by the Minister of Public Works? Why is the Minister of Public Works not here to account for what he has done? Will the Prime Minister finally call by-elections in Repentigny? Will the Prime Minister finally give Senator Fortier an opportunity to be elected as quickly as possible so that he can be accountable for his poor management of public funds? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
File after file, what we're doing for Canadian taxpayers is what we promised to do in the election campaign. We're getting value for Canadian taxpayers' dollars. That's what Canadians sent us here to do. That's what we're going to do for Canadian taxpayers, is going to get value. And when the next election campaign comes, Canadians will reward a government that keeps its word and gets value. And it won't matter who's leading that party, if it's Bob Recession Ray or the Honourable Academic from Massachusetts.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, Canada had the honour of welcoming the President of Afghanistan. He requested Canada's assistance in helping to eradicate polio from Afghanistan. Can the Minister of International Cooperation please tell us if there are any new initiatives as a result of her discussions with President Karzai?
The Honourable the Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And today I announced a contribution of $5 million for a project to immunize 7 million young Afghan children against polio. These sums will be given to UNICEF and the World Health Fund in the Polio Eradication Initiative, and this will target the provinces of Kandahar and another one, and we have responded to the appeal made by President Karzai when he visited.
Today, former Commander Colonel Mike Capstick cites some of the major problems with the mission in Afghanistan. He cites the blunder of the wrong number of soldiers being sent and warlords and drug criminals in the Afghan government. And most interestingly, Mr. Speaker, humanitarian aid that never arrives. If the government can admit it only spends $1 on aid for every $9 on combat, why can it not admit that aid is not getting through because this is the wrong mission? It's an unbalanced mission.
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, a number of times in this House, the Prime Minister and myself and the Foreign Affairs Minister have confirmed the value of our mission in Afghanistan. We're in Afghanistan because the government of Afghanistan asked us to be there. Because if we're not there and NATO isn't there, the Taliban will return and there will be a murderous regime in Afghanistan, and that's what I don't think the NDP want in Afghanistan.
Honourable Member for New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister has a reputation for strong and blunt answers. I wish just once, that he would get up in the House and not give all the empty rhetoric. Now that the U.S. Republicans, no less than the Senate Majority Leader, Bill First, are asking for peace talks in Afghanistan, is this minister finally ready to listen? Will this government step up to the plate and help to kickstart peace talks in Afghanistan?
Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are in Afghanistan as part of NATO. We have certain responsibilities within Afghanistan, particularly the Kandahar province. It is not our function to become the government of Afghanistan. We do not negotiate on part of Afghanistan. It's up to the government to make any arrangements.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indian Affairs and Indian and Northern Affairs won't answer about the patronage contract for Conservative crony Harvey Andre. Instead, he insults the previous negotiator and steamrolls the truth. The former Premier of Ontario refutes the amounts the minister claims, and he also confirms the so-called work Mr. Andre was hired to do is already completed. Mr. Peterson said today, all it needs is for the political masters to sign on. My work is all done. Mr. Speaker, why did the minister give Harvey Andre a lucrative contract to do nothing?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Andre clearly is a very well-known Canadian with considerable experience. He's also a former parliamentarian. And above that, Mr. Speaker, in fact, he's working on behalf of the Government of Canada for only $50,000. Mr. Speaker, this is dramatically less than what was paid to the previous negotiator, who unfortunately did not accomplish his task. Mr. Speaker, this amounts to 100% of the value at 5% of the cost.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Mr. Speaker, he's a well-known Conservative who's been paid to do no work. In the days of Maroney, Harvey Andre used to say that you make more money by knowing Harvey Andre than by being Harvey Andre. This minister is sure trying to turn that around. I guess he feels he owes him one. It was Harvey Andre who got the minister a job with the Indian Claims Commission in 1992. This minister needs to stop ducking and weaving and produce this contract. Let's see it, Mr. Speaker. Let the facts show that he gave a man who owed him big, his campaign co-chair and riding president's father-in-law, a man who got him a job in 92, a lucrative contract to do absolutely
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Andre, of course, is a very well-known Canadian with a wealth of experience. And in fact, he is working until the end of this year for $50,000. I know this might be hard to believe for the members opposite, as it does seem like a very conservative amount. But in fact, it is the truth, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is something we're very proud of.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, in January, this government inherited the best set of books ever, but has still decided to cut important programs. Many of those cuts affect the most vulnerable in Canada. With a $13 billion surplus, can the minister explain why this government feels the need to pick on our Aboriginal communities by refusing to honour the signed Kelowna Accord and by freezing funding for capital, operations and band elections for Ontario First Nations?
No. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada does support, of course, band elections, and this amount is something that previously was under a different budget umbrella. Mr. Speaker, now it is being folded into the entire budget for the Ontario region, and this is a move that is seen by the community as important.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Not very satisfactory, Mr. Speaker. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that this mean-spirited minority Conservative government wants to make Ontario's First Nations pay for the tragic difficulties in the Northern Ontario community of Saskatchewan. Will this government do the right thing and solve the Saskatchewan problem out of the big financial surplus they inherited and not on the backs of Ontario First Nations, which badly need funding for capital, operations and band elections?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the people of Saskatchewan have faced hardships, considerable hardships. And after we came into government, Mr. Speaker, we took immediate action. Mr. Speaker, since the spring, there's been considerable progress. All the residents have returned to Saskatchewan as of August, and water now meets the Ontario provincial standards. Wow. But it should be said, Mr. Speaker, that the previous Liberal government left the people of Saskatchewan without a dime or a plan.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, union representatives from the Ottawa in favour of the strike breaker legislation from the Bloc Québécois have been trying for some time to meet with the Minister of Transport, who refuses to see them. Why would the Minister of Transport, who's the member for the Ottawa region, refuse to meet with these workers? Why is he refusing to even hear the recent arguments that these workers want to make in favour of the bill? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that in Canada there are only 2 out of 10 provinces that have anti-strike breaking legislation, Quebec since 1977 and British Columbia since 1993. That said, Mr. Speaker, since this is a shared jurisdiction, why would opposition members from the Bloc want to force other provinces to adopt legislation that they don't want? The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. The Minister of Labour, who comes from Quebec, must know that in the absence of anti-strike breaking legislation in the Canada Labour Code, conflicts last almost twice as long as conflicts that are covered by the Quebec Code. Will the minister not abandon his ideological approach and remember that he comes from Quebec, and as a member from Quebec, he has in the past voted in favor of this bill? Could he take care of the workers instead of taking care of his limousine? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, we also have statistics that show the opposite of what the Honourable Member has put forward. In provinces where there is anti-strike breaking legislation, conflicts last even longer. That said, Mr. Speaker, I would remind you that the Act was voted on in this House. It was reviewed periodically, and members all agreed that the best balance was to have legislation when using replacement workers that wasn't to undermine the representativeness of the unions.
Mr. Speaker, again, I rise about St. John Harbour cleanup. Yesterday, I was pleased to join Premier Sean Graham when he signed an agreement for this project in St. John for $26.6 million. Bravo! The Liberal Premier was able to do in one day what the Prime Minister has been unwilling to do in 9 months.
Shame.
If the Liberal Premier of New Brunswick can commit to St. John Harbour cleanup on his first day as Premier, how long, Mr. Speaker, will it take the Prime Minister to live up to his commitment and to fund this crucial project for our community?
Honourable the Minister of Transport. Order.
Well, I'm happy that my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, has stood up for this issue. Actually, it's the first time that he stands up for it. This government, Mr. Speaker, has made a joint $8.5 million commitment to the first step to clean up the St. John Harbour, and that was done under a Conservative provincial government.
Honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, for years, many provinces called upon the federal government to suspend the application of the Criminal Code section on interest rates for payday loans. This would allow them to regulate the industry to better protect consumers throughout Canada. Can the Justice Minister please let us know when he plans to address this very important issue?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his excellent question. Indeed, Canada's new government, in contrast to the previous Liberal government, is working cooperatively with our provincial partners. That is why tomorrow we will introduce a bill on payday loans that will address the concerns from these provinces that wish to regulate the industry to better protect consumers. And I look forward to support from all parties in the House on this important bill so that we can work together with the provinces.
Honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, the government has clearly stated its intention to cut out the wheat board's legs from under it. Hear, hear. They have appointed a minister who opposes the mandate of the wheat board and has done everything in his power to systematically destroy this Canadian institution. Sham roundtables, closed-door meetings, and whisper campaigns. So, I have a simple question for the Minister of Agriculture. Will he allow, as the law states, the 85,000 farmers who use the wheat board to vote on its future? Yes or no?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Agriculture.
What we have done, of course, is made steps to follow through on our campaign promise
Campaign promises are something the Liberals aren't used to, but what we said was we were moving to marketing choice. We said we appoint a task force to give us some of the details on that marketing choice. But, Mr. Speaker, I always find it a little passing strange when my critic in the NDP or my critic in the Liberals, who don't have to live under the wheat board, tell the rest of Canada how they have to market their products.
The honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Reminds us of the shameful softwood lumber agreement. I asked a very simple question. Does he intend to allow the 85,000 farmers who use the wheat board a democratic vote? No more talk about choice. The only choice is whether the government is going to follow the law or break the law, extend farmers' rights or deny farmers' rights, support democracy or suffocate it. Which is it, Mr. Speaker? Will farmers get a say, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
What we've done so far is appoint a task force. That task force is reporting back to me within about 3 or 4 weeks. They're going to give some of the details about what a corporate structure of a voluntary wheat board might look like. Mr. Speaker, we're determined to have a strong but voluntary wheat board in a marketing choice world. But, Mr. Speaker, that's all we've done. There's been no other proposals on the table. There's been discussion. Mr. Speaker, right now there's nothing to even have a plebiscite about.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre. Order, please. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed Canadian Museum for Human Rights will be a national landmark for the City of Winnipeg.
Excellent.
A global meeting place for learning, reflection, dialogue, and debate on the issue of human rights. The government, Mr. Speaker, has had this file for months now. Yet the supporters of the museum have heard nothing on whether they will receive sustainable funding.
Of course not.
Will the Prime Minister guarantee that the Canadian Museum for Human Rights will receive its requested operating funds, or once again, is human rights not a priority for this government?
Not at all.
The Honourable, the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government, first of all, understands the difference between a building and rights and human rights. Mr. Speaker, we have been working very diligently with the Asper family, and we understand that the plans are in place. We're reviewing those plans. We have discussed viable options for consideration by the Asper family, and in fact, I will be meeting with representatives of that group later this week.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, just this past Tuesday, North Korea announced its intention to conduct a nuclear test in the future. This announcement has provoked a strong reaction by the international community, as it is a threat to regional peace and stability. What is Canada doing to respond to this threat?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, North Korea, as we know, has made recent statements and engaged in an intent to conduct a nuclear test in the future. It's seen as very provocative, Mr. Speaker. It undermines regional peace and stability, and it's unacceptable to Canada as it is to the entire international community. Canada has repeatedly urged North Korea to dismantle its nuclear weapons program and refrain from proliferation or risk further international isolation and condemnation. Mr. Speaker, the government remains in close contact with our allies on this issue. We'll raise our objections with North Korea every opportunity we get, and we will again strongly urge North Korea to return to the six-party talks.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Treasury Board President was deafening by his silence. We have demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt, both on the written record and on tape, that this minister has dismissed funding to address adult literacy as wasteful and not something the Government of Canada should help with after the fact. The Treasury Board President denied those remarks, but the hard evidence clearly proved otherwise. Will he simply confess that he misspoke himself and reinstate $18 million for those Canadians who need that help with their literacy skills?
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board. With respect to the first point of the comment made by the member for Wascana, I think it's a gross distortion of my comment. But what I said, what the member opposite alleges that I said, that appears in today's Globe and Mail and appeared in Hansard on Friday. In fact, I never did say, and Hansard will back that up. If he's got a tape, I'd certainly welcome him tabling it with this House. If the member's got a copy of the tape, he should table it. I've got the quote from the Globe and Mail that you described. He'll do that, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to seeing it.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in committee, to our great astonishment, the witnesses from Treasury Board Secretariat stated that a minister can, if he wishes to do so, obtain the identity of someone who makes a request for information. Budget cuts from last week have shown that this government has no pity for those who oppose its authority. After the list of reporters, the government now wants a list of those who make access to information requests. Mr. Speaker, we are wondering how far this will go, and we are wondering where and when it will stop. The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When recent allegations surfaced in the media, I immediately contacted the Privacy Commissioner. I also sent, and my deputy sent, to the Public Service the following note. It is important that all employees, including ministers and exempt staff, are reminded of the rules and regulations surrounding the Access to Information and Privacy Acts. The President of the Treasury Board has asked that the name of an individual who made a request under the Access to Information Act or the Privacy Act is considered personal information and can only be disclosed in accordance with the Privacy Act. Order.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Ferguson Jenkins, Ambassador of the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame and a pioneering legend of Canadian sport. Being Thursday, I believe the honourable opposition House Leader has a question.
Mr. Speaker, for the government House Leader, we are of course on the eve of the break for Thanksgiving. I wonder if the House Leader for the government could indicate the agenda he will be pursuing for the balance of today and tomorrow, as well as the first week after we are back for the New Year, for the Thanksgiving break. I also wonder, because of obviously the high interest in the House and the very high degree of interest in the country, if the House Leader could give us some indication of when the government will bring forward its various proposals with respect to same-sex marriage.
Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today we will continue to debate an opposition motion. Tomorrow we will complete a debate on the amendment to Bill C-24, the Softwood Lumber Agreement. Under a special order adopted Tuesday, there's an opportunity to sit into the weekend, if needed, to give members, particularly members of the New Democrat Party, the debating time they requested on such an important bill. Next week, of course, the House will be adjourned to allow members to return to their ridings. When the House resumes on October 16th, we will debate Bills C-23, the Criminal Code, S-2, Hazardous Materials, and C-6, Aeronautics. On Tuesday, I will call Bill C-24 again, Mr. Speaker. Thursday will be an allotted day. We will introduce the motion that the honourable member requested in due course. And j'aimerais souhaiter...
I'd like to wish to everyone my very best. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
There are a couple of points of order, but I'm going to give a ruling first. I'm now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised by the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, concerning comments made by the Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister during question period on Thursday, September 28, 2006. Je tiens d'abord à...
I would like to thank the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, for raising this matter, as well as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention.
On September 28, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine posed a question concerning the government's response to the O'Connor report on the imprisonment and torture of Mr. Arar. In the preamble to the question, the honourable member noted that the previous Liberal government had initiated the O'Connor inquiry. She went on to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister why the government had not extended an apology to Mr. Arar. In his response to the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary claimed, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, how ironic that a representative of the Liberal Party should say they took the first step with respect to Mr. Arar. They did by taking actions which ended up putting him in a Syrian jail," unquote. Following question period, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition rose on a question of privilege to take issue with these comments. He expressed concern that the remarks suggested that the Liberal government had been involved in the events surrounding the imprisonment of Mr. Arar, and he requested that the Honourable member withdraw the remarks. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary defended his response to the question by quoting from Mr. Justice O'Connor's report. In conclusion, he asserted that this matter was not a question of privilege, but rather a point of debate. I undertook to look at both members' statements and to return to the House with a ruling on the matter. As I've stated before, in previous rulings, it is rare for the Chair to find a prima facie case of privilege when there appears to be a dispute as to facts. In order for there to be a prima facie case of privilege, I must find that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's comments impeded the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition in the performance of his parliamentary duties. I have examined the arguments offered by both the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, as well as questions put by the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine and answers provided by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary during question period. And given the differing views of both Honourable Members, it is difficult for the Chair to regard the matter as anything other than debate. I am therefore unable to find a basis for the charge of a prima facie breach of privilege. Néanmoins,
despite this conclusion, the raising of this matter in circumstances of high emotion on both sides affords the Chair an opportunity to address broader issues of decorum. As I noted in a ruling given on October 1st, 2003, and which can be found on pages 8040 and 8041 of the debates, and I quote myself, "As members of Parliament, we all deal regularly with differing interpretations of various events or situations and differing views of documents laid before the House. Members can, and often do, disagree about the actual facts of the same situation. Disagreements of this kind form the basis of our debates. Our rules are designed to permit, indeed to encourage members to present differing views on a given issue. This tolerance of different points of view is an essential feature of the freedom of speech and the decision-making process that lie at the heart of our parliamentary system.
Of that freedom of speech ought to be based on the underlying principle of respect to the House and to other members, and conduct should not cause a disruption to proceedings. It would be an understatement to say that we've been plagued in recent weeks by what any observer would have to admit is an unusually noisy chamber, particularly during question period. Some of the disorder is being triggered by questionable language or provocative statements, but much of it also appears to be generated by interruptions, interjections, or other demonstrations, including applause and standing ovations, actions that seem to be designed to drown out or plainly disrupt those asking questions or those answering them. But when the noise reaches levels where no one, not even the Speaker, can hear what's being said, the House as a whole loses some credibility. So I appeal to all honourable members for cooperation, and I will continue to try to give members wide latitude in expressing their points of view, but I ask for all members' assistance in ensuring that we can all hear the member who has been recognised and who has the floor. I was tempted to give this ruling at 2:15, but I thank honourable members for being patient and listening to it now. Now, the Chair has notice of a point of order. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Marleau and Montpetit in Chapter 13 define what we understand as the maintenance of decorum. Page 503 states that one of the fundamental issues in parliamentary decorum is to ensure that there could be a polite, free conversation. For this exchange to occur, there have to be standards of decorum that are established for both sides. Members have to respect each other, and they have to respect the points of view that are different to their own. Behavior and poor behavior and coarse language are not tolerated. Members must be able to politely and freely express their opinions without any type of fear of retaliation. That is what is said in Mon Petit Marlot. We, Mr. Speaker, have seen on this side of the from this side of the House very clearly the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Immigration both behaved inappropriately in that while the leader of the official opposition was asking his question, they literally put their fingers in their mouth and pretended to be vomiting, pretended to be gagging, vomiting. This is a gesture that cannot be tolerated in this House. And indeed, I'm sure that you share our point of view as Speaker of the House that decorum must be maintained in the House. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the two ministers concerned to explain, to apologize, and indeed, if they are worthy of their ministerial functions, I would like to know whether or not the citizens of Medicine Hat and Chilliwack Fraser Canyon would be proud of such unacceptable behavior by their respective representatives. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask the two ministers to apologize for their inappropriate gestures. The Honourable the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
The concern of my friend from across the way, and clearly there are times in this place when sometimes perhaps I admit I get a little bit carried away, and sometimes I find some of the comments coming from the opposition a little bit hard to take, and I'll be very mindful of the reprimand that I've just received from my friend across the way.
Different point of order? The same point, different point of order? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member. Is the member rising on the same question?
Point of order. A different point of order. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Charlevoix, rather Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Perhaps my degree of English is not sufficient because I always listen to the floor in the House. I want to know if the Minister is formally apologizing for his gesture. He gave us a justification for his behavior, but my question is clear. Is the Minister apologizing for his inappropriate and unworthy behavior here in this House of Commons? Well, this is really a question, and question period is over. A point of order is something quite different. The Honourable the Minister gave a reply. I will look at the reply and the question that has been raised on a point of order by the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, and if necessary, I will come back to the House with a ruling on the matter. I didn't see what he described, but if there's a problem, certainly there will be a ruling concerning all that. Now, the Honourable Member for St. John's on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, the Honourable Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, in reply to my question that I've posed in this House at least on 3 other occasions, said that this was the first time that I had raised this particular question regarding harbour cleanup in the reply to my question. And I just wouldn't want viewers, nor would I want the record changed in any way to have it reflect that I'm not interested in this file. I think all members of this House of Commons, regardless of party, are interested in this file. And I know that the Minister, in the heat of the exchange, would want to make sure that the record was accurate. And I can think of 3 times where I might have already raised the subject of harbour cleanup and the failure of this government to have come through with its commitment.
So that's my point of order, and I wanted it reflected on the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member has clarified the facts in a way that I'm sure is satisfactory to all concerned. The honourable member for Wascana has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, during the course of this question period and others this week, there has been a controversy about certain remarks made by the President of the Treasury Board, which he persists in denying that he made. And I have pointed out on occasion that there is both a written record and a verbal record on tape of those remarks. I was invited during question period to table that material. With respect to the written record, I would simply refer to Government News Release number 2006047, dated September the 25th, 2006, which uses the words wasteful, trimming fat, not good value, all in relation to the programs that we have referred to with respect to literacy. So in the government's own official record with its news releases, the information is very clear. Further, Mr. Speaker, when the Treasury Board Secretary was out, Treasury Board President was out canvassing for loonies on the street corner earlier this week, his remarks were in fact recorded. I have them with me. I am certainly prepared to table that recording of what he said, which perfectly verifies what has been alleged here in question period. I would simply make two requests. First of all, I'd like to get the tape recorder back when the table is done with it. And secondly, in the spirit of fair play, I hope the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister would table his BlackBerry, from which he quotes repeatedly in this House.
Does the honourable member for Wascana have the consent of the House, unanimous consent of the House, to table the tape recorder? Agreed? The document is then tabled. I'm sure it'll be played somewhere else, transcribed and copies sent to whoever wants them. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate on the motion concerning income support for older workers.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I begin, before I forget, as we are about, many of us, to go into the weekend. Some, of course, will be here tomorrow, some will not. I want to take this opportunity to wish all colleagues in this House a happy Thanksgiving and a very good week in their constituencies. I know we have, all of us, lots to do back at home. You know, sometimes we hear the people talk about when you're not in the House as if it's time off. We all know here, Mr. Speaker, that when we're not here, there's plenty of things to do, and there are lots of people back in our ridings who are anxious to speak to us, and that's a very important part of our work. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and to speak on this Opposition Day motion from the Bloc Québécois in relation to programs for older workers. The Liberal Party does certainly support programs for older workers, Mr. Speaker. We support the development of a, I'm going to just move this here, of a pan-Canadian national older worker strategy. We think that strategy should incorporate a number of things, Mr. Speaker, including, for instance, skills upgrading, flexible work environments. That's obviously important for older people, for older workers. Community-level partnerships, because these partnerships, the programs that you have, if you want things to develop and work, whether they are programs for older workers in terms of retraining or trying to get them other employment, or whether they are economic development in nature, it's very important that they spring from the community. Those are the ones that work the best in my experience, Mr. Speaker. And so having community-level partnerships is an integral part of any successful program of that type. We need also, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that older workers depend financially and psychologically on being able to continue working. In fact, psychologists tell us that all of us have a need to work. It's an important part of our beings, the need to feel productive and useful throughout our lives. And of course, that work sometimes is at home, sometimes it's in another kind of workplace. There are a variety of ways to fulfill that need, but it is a need we all need to fulfill. And therefore, these kinds of programs should not only include income support, but should also include retraining and skills upgrading, which are, of course, very important. Now, it seems to me that on these issues, we've seen from this minority government, this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, so far, is some lip service to these issues, but very little else. And it seems to me that
their actions so far show a lack of commitment to a national older worker strategy. For instance, we saw the end this May of the older worker pilot project initiative brought forward by the Liberal government, which existed for some 5 years, perhaps I think it was 6 years actually, Mr. Speaker, and no indication from this government of anything to replace that. So that is disconcerting. And we've heard them boast about measures for a limited range of workers in a few select regions, when the rest of Canada is getting cuts to social programs, in spite of the fact that this government came into office in the best fiscal situation of any government in the country's history, and of course just recorded a $13 billion surplus for last year. Oops, of course, that was a Liberal surplus that they inherited, I should point out. But let's look at their record. Let's look, for instance, at what Ellen Russell, an economist with the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, said in today's papers. She said that since the Prime Minister took power, he's been rapidly emptying the Treasury, chewing through a mountain of surplus cash that was left behind. Now, how is that possible? Well, Mr. Speaker, very much like the Harris regime in Ontario, what we've seen here is tax cuts, and particularly we've seen a GST tax cut, which my colleagues opposite are very fond of, but which in fact we know that their own studies, the studies done by the Finance Department when they consulted Canadians, found that Canadians would have preferred an income tax cut and not this GST tax cut. And we've heard, of course, from all kinds of economists, many economists across this country, telling us this was counterproductive, it was not good for the economy, it was better for us to have income tax cuts. But moreover, what they've done is choked off the supply of funding. It will deplete surpluses for years to come. And Mr. Speaker, what does that mean? It means, Mr. Speaker, they will continue to cut programs for older workers. But let's not forget what they did last week when they cut funding for literacy. They cut funding to women's programs. And Mr. Speaker, these are essential programs across this country, and it struck me as alarming and surprising that a government which was trying to paint itself as moderate during the last election and since then, in general, not always clearly, but they made some effort to do that. The mask is off, as my honourable colleague from Beauséjour says, and we saw them cut, in fact, youth summer employment. They've cut in half the program for students to have summer jobs. I can think of dozens and dozens of nonprofit organizations and small businesses in my riding alone, let alone the many across the country, who are going to be suffering because of this, who are going to be not able to hire students next summer because this program will no longer exist. They're cutting it from $90 million a year to $45 million a year. On average, I understand, Mr. Speaker, that's an average of 70 students per riding. For all 308 ridings in this country, imagine the impact of that on all those students and their families across this country as they try to afford to be able to go back to university or start university next fall. We've seen a cut to museums, Mr. Speaker. Now, museums are an important part of our education as a society, and not only for children, but for adults as well. They're one of the things that enrich us. We had an important question today about the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, which we're seeing no indication of support for from this government, Mr. Speaker, but here's a cut to museums generally. We've seen a cut to the efforts of volunteer organizations who need the support. In fact, that's to me, one of the great programs that they've now cut was this program for volunteer initiatives, this program which really leveraged a lot of effort, where you have a small amount going to a volunteer organization, which because of that is able to have many volunteers, dozens or hundreds of volunteers involved in important activity in their community, gone because of this decision by the President of the Treasury Board and this government. We've had the CAP program, the Canada Access Points, the Community Access Points, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, which provides, of course, for computer access in communities all across this country. We've seen it in libraries. I myself have had the pleasure of attending many openings of CAP sites across my province in Nova Scotia, and have seen the delight of people in local communities at having the opportunity to go where they haven't perhaps a computer themselves, where they can go to a library or to a local community center, use a computer, go online, and get the information they need, because we know today how much information and how valuable it is to go on the internet to obtain information about a job or about research for their area of study, for students or pupils in school, or what have you. But, Mr. Speaker, since coming to power, this government has cut programs aimed at assisting workers, like, for example, the $3.5 billion labor market partnership agreements with a number of provinces. We've seen HoC, pardon me, I'm speaking French and English at the same time, I guess. On a vu aussi, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we've also seen the $17 million for skills training in the workplace, and the list goes on.
Started focusing on the priorities of Canadians, like helping older workers, and stop focusing on measures that will only help their supporters to the exclusion of everyone else. And that's an example, for instance, what I was talking about with literacy. You know, and in fact, I would think that my colleagues opposite would be concerned about the future productivity and competitiveness of our economy, that they would recognize that people who are adults who are trying to learn and read and write need assistance doing so, that cutting the funding to programs like that, cutting the funding to organizations that are organizing that activity across this country, that are developing the curriculum, developing the teachers for literacy across this country, that cutting a program like that it just makes no sense. It's senseless, Mr. Speaker, and this, we have the Treasury Board President who was so fond of the common sense so-called revolution in Ontario. Apparently he wants to bring the same disaster to Ottawa as well, and in the rest of the country, all the country has to suffer from that. That's unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, as some of my colleagues said earlier today, the government needs a process to look carefully at income support measures in consultation with the provinces. We need to look at the real gap in income support measures for people between 55 and 65. Now, I was in committee this morning, Human Resources Committee this morning, where we heard, Mr. Speaker, about the skills shortage that's coming. And that, in many areas, that is a real problem, and we're going to see it much more in the future. It will change the way our economy works. But there are still, in many communities, people who are older workers who are suffering because of the closure of an industry or downturn in industry, who need assistance of various kinds, and there must be an overall strategy for them, Mr. Speaker. And it seems to me that the way the government can start to respond to those needs, and I'd like to say more, but I know my time is coming to a close, they can start implementing this motion as part of a pan-Canadian national older worker strategy for citizens between 55 and 65 years of age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauséjour, and questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague, I think, ably described some of the difficult cuts to literacy programs, for example, that in our part of Canada, in Atlantic Canada, in my province of New Brunswick, and in the member's province of Nova Scotia, will have great impact on adults really trying to help themselves, really trying to decide to improve their literacy skills, which improves their productivity in the community, which allows them different employment opportunities that may not have been available to them prior to improving their literacy skills. So I'm wondering, the member referred to, Mr. Speaker, projects in his own constituency, in his own province, that will probably be affected from this kind of ideological and brutal cut. I'm wondering if in the time we have, he could expand and enlighten the House as to some specific projects. He talked about cap sites, for example, in his own community of metropolitan Halifax that will be affected by these draconian measures.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for Beauséjour for his question. I agree that these are important issues, and I can tell you that in my riding I'm very concerned about the impact they will have, because in the Halifax area there are many people who are using the services of literacy groups that are providing training. Some of them, of course, are new Canadians who are getting those services, but there are many people who are Anglophones as well, some Francophones. We've seen that this program has been important for a range of people, including Aboriginals, people with disabilities, various people in our community who benefit from these programs, whether it be literacy or other programs that have been cut. And what surprised me, Mr. Speaker, was that this government that was trying to appear to be so moderate did this so soon, that it unveiled its true colors so early. You would have thought that they would wait in hopes of achieving a majority government at some point and then implement their true agenda. But what we're seeing is they can't help themselves. They can't hold back and wait
for that, or perhaps they've given up. Perhaps they know they've got problems already politically, that they aren't going to achieve a majority government, and therefore they've decided to start trying to achieve their true objectives early. And I think what Canadians are seeing is that their real agenda is becoming very, very clear. So when you look at this question of summer placement, the summer placement program, which has been cut in half, I mean, imagine when we are, as a country, trying to build a stronger economy. As we were hearing this morning in our committee, there are many areas in which we need workers. For instance, we had someone from the biotechnology sector this morning who was talking in our committee about the shortage they're facing of trained workers. And of course, as you can imagine, in biotechnology, it's a pretty high-skilled area where you need people with university education. And there are many others like that. You know, we have, in my riding, a new business in my riding. It's not a new business for Canada, but it's new to us, is Research in Motion, of course, who make the BlackBerries that members in this House and others across the country use so often. And that company is another example of one that needs university graduates or people with technical training, the kind that will help them do the work that they deal with. And if we are cutting support for students, if we're making it harder for students to be able to afford to go to university or to community colleges because we are removing this summer placement program so they can't get summer jobs, that's counterproductive. It's not in the interest of our country, of our economy, of our future. And I frankly hope, Mr. Speaker, that our colleagues across the way in the Conservative caucus will start, first of all, I hope they'll hear a lot about these issues, these cuts to literacy and so many other things, to the Status of Women's Commission and other organizations across the country. I hope they'll hear about those over the coming week when they're back in their ridings, and I hope they'll come back after that and start applying more and more pressure on the government and tell them these cuts are wrong-headed, they're going in the wrong direction, it's not the answer for this country, and it's time to reverse them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for questions and comments. Briefly, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I'm delighted that my colleague from Halifax is saying that he's going to be supporting the motion. This situation is not a new one. The programme was abolished under a Liberal government, and the situation has worsened over the past few years. I'm delighted then to hear that the Liberal members will be supporting this motion. My question then, regarding the effects of these cuts, we find a situation whereby older workers end up on welfare. Is that the same in my colleague's province? Are people having to use up their savings or sell their houses before they can receive any benefits? A very brief answer, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We had the pleasure of serving on the Human Resources Committee together, and I'm very grateful for him for asking this question today. In my province, in Nova Scotia, there are regional variations in terms of economic performance, and I see you're signalling that I'm out of time. Resuming debate, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much. I will be sharing my time with my eminent colleague from Joliette, who I've had the pleasure of serving with for some time now. Mr. Speaker, today is the 5th of October. We're now some months after the first budget of the Conservative government, and yet we're still discussing the rationale and the worthiness of setting up an income support programme for older workers. I spoke with the Finance Minister and the Transport Minister and other representatives of the government before the budget was tabled. in the hope that a program for helping older workers would be introduced within a few weeks after the budget being tabled. Because this is a pressing matter. There are industrial sectors that are struggling under the pressures of international competition. Textiles are affected, the clothing sector is affected, the agricultural sector is affected, and soon I imagine high-tech will be affected. They're being affected by competition, and sometimes this is unfair competition on the part of emerging economies. Businesses then are having to face this competition, and what we've seen over the past 3 years as a result of this has been an increase in factories shutting down, or people being laid off or asked to take early retirement. And sometimes we're talking here about people who've been working in the same factory in the same region for 30 or 35 years. I remember that in the budget, the government committed to undertaking a feasibility study to introduce a program similar to the POWER program that existed until 1997, when it was cut by the Liberal government. Yet here we find ourselves in a situation talking about the possibility of a pilot project. But that is not what we had asked for. And this, we said, had been a condition for supporting the budget, as was the matter of fiscal imbalance. When we gave our support, we weren't asking for a pilot project. We were asking, in fact, for a program to replace the program that was abolished in 1997. And what did the previous program do? Well, it helped older workers, people of 55 and above, who were victims of massive layoffs. And it helped them weather the period between being laid off and when they were eligible for their pension. Now, we're not talking about a very generous program with lots of money. It was just to help them get by in this period. It allowed them to have a decent standard of living up until they took the retirement. It avoided them finding themselves in a position where they had to go on welfare, or they had to spend all their savings and sell their property. This program provided this help until it was abolished by the Liberals in 1997. Bloc Québécois members know people in all of the ridings, people who have lost their jobs and who have had to sell their belongings, use up all the savings that they'd amassed over many, many years of hard work in order to be able to continue to have a decent life with dignity. It was a program with $60 million a year. It was to help workers who couldn't reintegrate into the workplace because perhaps they didn't have the requisite training. It was a program that provided help for these people. People who found themselves in a horrible situation. I myself have met with people who even ended up committing suicide because they'd been completely cast aside and forgotten about by the government, who decided that they wanted to save themselves $60 million, and to do that the price was to crush the dreams of these older workers.
Mr. Speaker, this government talks about a feasibility study. Look, this doesn't take a genius. It cost $60 million a year. And given all the layoffs at the time and the continuing layoffs, we asked for indexation, and we've come to a maximum of $100 million a year. This destroys dreams, destroys the dignity of workers of 55 years of age and over. Why is this government dragging its feet, Mr. Speaker? Feasibility study? They came out of the last fiscal year with $13 billion surplus. The finance minister, with the president of the Treasury Board, they've got tons of money. They're saying they were going to put $13 billion on the debt. $100 million out of this $13 billion, Mr. Speaker, don't you think this could be used to help older workers? We're abandoning them. We've seen it in the softwood industry. We've asked time and time again for loan guarantees to save jobs, and this in all the various regions in Quebec and also elsewhere in Canada. How many times have we asked the government to say that the anti-dumping and anti-circumvention duties were predatory practices, and to also talk about the predatory practices of countries like China and India? Let's look at China and Vietnam. These are planned economies. It's not a free market. So production costs are very different. In those countries, they have predatory practices. They sell their products under normal prices. And this leads to thousands of citizens being laid off. And then these countries can take over the market after they've undercut their competitors. In Canada, and it could be the Liberal government or the Conservative government, Canada is one of the countries where they've had the least investigation of unfair competition. Don't you think that Brazil and China could be perhaps investigated for unfair competition in Canada? Canada is very happy to welcome Chinese business. And we know that China, like all other members of the WTO, must respect the rules for fair competition, the rules of all these countries. But the government just drops its arms and says, just let it go. But it isn't fair competition. Mr. Speaker, we know that it's less expensive to have plywood made in China than to do it in our forests in Quebec or Ontario. We're in truly disastrous situations here. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to send the following message to the federal government. There are workers, in my region in particular, workers who have been laid off at Kimberly-Clark. This is because of competition. In Alma as well. In the manufacturing sector, the textile manufacturing sector, these businesses, these workers have been hit by competition, and they need us. They need us to help them. They need a hand here. So I think that very often in these regions, it's the youngest people who leave first, who are laid off first, and it's the older ones. If we had a program like POWA, these companies could keep the youngest employees and the older ones, and then they could invest in retraining for the younger workers. We're talking about labor shortages. And these labor shortages are going to be even worse in the future. And this would be a way to incentivize retraining and skill training for younger workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the members' remarks, and I think that's why I would like to make the remarks I would, is because Quebec right now does have some real disastrous and crises situations, and so I it is that we want to target, because in other parts of the country right now we have the opposite problem. We have a labor shortage, and so I would like to see supported if we could clearly focus on older workers in vulnerable communities, and especially those affected by downsizing or closures. And such a change would ensure that we target resources to maximize the support for those regions most in need, while making our first commitment towards retention and retaining older workers. We recognized the merits of today's motion, and I have to say I sit on committee with the author who has put forward this motion, and I particularly understand that he is genuinely very, very concerned, and I think that the intent of his motion would be more about helping the most vulnerable. So I would like to ask the member if he would agree if we could refocus today's motion and to be more about displaced workers and more about support. As previous speakers had said, many of these older workers do want to be back in the workforce, and maybe we can find tools to help support them to get back into the workforce. So I would just like to see if the member would agree to this more prudent course of action.
Honorable Deputy de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm starting to understand the Conservatives a little better. They react immediately. It's often a very doctrinal thing, dogmatic. They'll talk about, hiring new police officers to repress things. When they don't like something, they try to skirt around it, but it doesn't take a genius to look at why we abolished this program and why we don't bring it back. A worker at 55 years and more needs help, especially if that person is in an area where people have been laid off, plants have been closed, especially in one industry communities, especially when both spouses in a couple have lost their jobs and they have to sell every piece of their assets, everything they've accumulated over 30 to 35 years. It cost $60 million a year for this program, Mr. Speaker. And now we see that the government paid $800 million for the fine they got for not buying certain planes. And this money could have been used for 8 years of assisting older workers. It would be $100 million a year. So these workers could have been helped with what the government paid in a fine or in this penalty to the Americans for not buying planes. They could have lived until retirement in dignity. This $100 million a year, it's too much to ask of them, I guess, although they're spending millions and millions on the military. Mr. Speaker, these are people who are in real hardship, and they want people to act and act soon to help them.
For Squamish, Wandafuka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is a fascinating subject, and one that is perhaps the most underappreciated issue in Canada today. And it really is the demographic time bomb that my honourable colleague is referring to in many ways. Way back when the mandatory age of retirement was put forth, the life expectancy was only in the 50s. Now, for women, it is 82, and for men, it is 79. So if we project forward into the future, we see we're going to have a major demographic time bomb that is going to affect everything from healthcare to social programs and indeed to economics. And in fact, if we look at the number of workers versus retirees, that ratio is going to shrink so precipitously as to have an enormous, profound impact that legislators across our country are in fact not dealing with. And I would ask my honourable friend if he thinks that a couple of those solutions that can be utilized is, one, the abolishment of the mandatory age of retirement, and two, that we're able to go and facilitate workers to continue to upgrade throughout their career into the future. And I think if we do those two things, will enable us to have the economic base to support social programs and to continue with a vibrant and strong economy.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, my Liberal colleague is talking about an instrument to help deal with a labour shortage. We have money for that. There are businesses in my riding where if they had offered older workers to leave, be the first ones to be laid off, and if the business owner had kept the youngest, they would have been able to work, the ones who had left, work part-time in order to train these younger productive workers, and the older workers could have stopped working until their retirement. And we have, yes, we have a shortage of skilled workers, and this is because young people aren't being trained. And this program would allow us to keep the young people. This would be the older workers who were laid off first, and the young people could continue working productively. And then the business could get stronger. It would lead to the business becoming more productive and more competitive, and in regions in particular, Mr. Speaker. And this has to be underlined, but it seems that the Liberals should be paying a little more attention to this. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I have rather ambiguous feelings as I speak today. Like my honourable colleague, I'm rather annoyed by the fact that my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bordura, has to bring this question up again, although this question has been debated on numerous occasions in this House. This is the third or the fourth time that the Bloc Québécois has brought forward a motion on the program for older worker adjustment. This is something that all parties voted for before the election, and how strange that people think differently after an election, how different before than after an election. You know that film Groundhog Day? They'd go and look at the groundhog and see if the groundhog saw a shadow or not, and then they could tell what the weather would be like. But this guy kept waking up, seeing the same thing happen, the same groundhog. It's just like that. So I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. I feel like I'm in the film. But I trust. I still have trust because we know what is necessary. And we know that this program, if we bring it back, would be a way to help deal in Quebec, in its regions, and everywhere in Canada. And this would also affect other measures to help the economy in regions, especially one industry communities. I'd like to talk to you about Joliette. If the parties here, other parties, don't vote for this motion, that'll be yet another argument we can use, we the Bloc Québécois, and that I can use in my riding of Joliette. There are 2 plants that closed, closures that we had hoped would be temporary, and we still hope are temporary. But the workers in these 2 plants are still unemployed. There are 218 people who've lost jobs in one plant, and in a lumber mill, another 100-odd people. That's more than 300 people. These direct job losses, and people will understand this, lead to further losses. There are contractors who worked for the plants. There are people who maintained equipment. So over 200 indirect job losses. So when you've got 322 people who've lost their jobs, plus 229 who've lost their jobs indirectly, well, there are far fewer people who are going to go to see a movie, go to a restaurant, who are going to buy things. So in the service sector in particular, people are really hard hit. All kinds of people have lost their jobs. 638 jobs in all have been lost in that community. Do you know what that represents for a community like Saint-Michel-des-Saints? It's a proportion of almost 30% of jobs lost. And it's not just the community of Saint-Michel-des-Saints, because you've got 1,200 people who are working, but look at, there's a community nearby where hundreds more people lost their jobs. And in this area, 50% of the workforce is now unemployed. And let's look at Saint-Zénon's workforce. Over 400 workers are laid off. So of the 1,000 some people who are working, 30% have lost their jobs. Now, perhaps they can start up other businesses, but it won't happen overnight. They could develop tourism, for example, but it takes time, and they need infrastructure. And this is something else the government is stubbornly refusing. What all stakeholders are looking for help. There is one region which is isolated because the federal government hasn't been assuming its responsibilities to build a road, which would be a way of opening this community up. And it would also be a way of creating leisure and tourist activities. So you've got 30% of people don't have jobs, and people who can't really start up other activities for the various factors that you're well of, Mr. Speaker, and that the Bloc Québécois has reminded this House of. Let's look at software. The government hasn't done anything there either. There's also the cost of fiber, the worth of the Canadian dollar, and because of energy costs. So when this Union Pacific does reopen, there'll be far fewer jobs available. And the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte said when a plant is opened, if it's closed and then reopened, they always hire fewer workers. So do you not think that we could make sure that people who have given years and years, decades of their lives to a business in a region, people who have contributed to the socio-economic activity in the region, don't you think we could give these people an opportunity to live in dignity? And then they could keep young people in the community, keep them in their jobs. Because if the young people leave and go to Montreal, they never come back. So, Mr. Speaker, this would be justice for workers, but it is also a measure that would help the whole region. And I'm very aware that the Conservatives, and I hope it's not the case for everyone, they think that whole regions can be shut down. So the plant closes down, and then the post office closes down, and all government services close down. That's not my idea of acting. That's not my idea of action. We hope the plant in Saint-Michel-des-Saints will reopen. But we'll need time. We'll need time to reconvert to other economic activities. But we want to make sure these people have what they need to weather this crisis. Look, they tell people all they have to do is leave and go to Alberta. Now, that's hardly respecting these communities. They need the means, and this is not the only means available to them.
The committee worked on the criteria, and I'll draw the House's attention to it because, contrary to what the Liberal member said earlier, it's not just under any circumstances and any person. Secondly, That's the first point. Secondly, you have to be a victim of a closure, a plant closure. You have to have participated in the labor market for at least 10 years beforehand. People have contributed to the economic activity. People have paid taxes. They make a contribution as well. Given the whole tool set that we have to assess the competency of other people, they have to have the competency required to go back on the labor market. It's not at all like it was in the past at the beginning of the 1980s when there was a crisis. There are new tools that Emploi Québec has to reclassify people, like the people at Saint-Dessin, the people who lost their jobs, but nonetheless they were able to find new jobs in construction when the plant was closed. They have not had the opportunity to acquire different sets of skills. In 1979, was with me. In 1979, my colleague from Chambly was with me at the national union level, and we saw what happened. We saw what happened when there were plant closures throughout Quebec at the time. It wasn't the fault of the workers. Rather, it was the system that they bought into. Organizers came to see them at 15 years of age saying, "Oh, don't finish your studies. Come on and earn some good money with us. If you work with us, you're going to get good money." And now here they are at 55 years of age with no job. But there are programs for certain employees, like at Vickers, who had worked at Vickers for a number of years, and they didn't have the skills that they needed to take up a new occupation. But now there are courses, there are plans that can help them take up a new job as a mechanic or as a welder, something like that. But that isn't open to everyone. I want the members of this House, for human dignity, to vote in favor of the block motion. Questions and comments at the Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my two colleagues, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte and the member for Joliette, for their speeches, because they have just shed light on a set of facts that are very important. They have set the problem out and they have talked about solutions. My colleague talks about the parameters that should be there to guide the program. I would urge my colleague from Joliette to say a few words on this. I point out to him that all the work that was done all the work that was done on this problem, comes from the fact that there has been a total invasion of the Canadian market by products from abroad. Over the years, we have tried, insofar as possible, to avoid the catastrophe, the looming catastrophe. But now we have this government and the catastrophe has arrived. What we have to do now is protect people who lost their jobs. My question, then, to my colleague is the following. I know that there is a global view with respect to Quebec, but could the member tell me what the positive effects are in his region, the positive effects in terms of economic recovery, and also what would the effects be for the community when a plant is closed? So if we were to have another power program, what would the effect be on Quebec? The Honourable Member, I congratulate the member for Chambly-Bordua, who has been the spokesperson for the Bloc as well for a very long time. I tell him, continue to fight the good fight, and I hope that we will be able to do something to help older workers. This is not a proposal that is considered to be a strategically offensive proposal. It is just intended to give tools to workers, tools that they need, a skill set that they need. Just think in terms of the forestry industry. Louisiana has closed its two plants in Saint-Michel. We have savings that must be made. We have to be more productive, and therefore employees are let go. But there also have to be ancillary activities that will allow for a recovery. We can think in terms of the tourism industry. There has to be a minimum of economic recovery so that the workers who are unemployed or who are temporarily laid off would have the money that they need to put food on their tables and to be able to access certain services. Because, you know, if the services in a community start closing one after the other, not only will the plant be closed, but the tourism industry, for example, would suffer, because it's rare for American and European tourists are going to be happy going through some sort of ghost town to get to the magnificent vista of forest that surrounds it. It's the same thing that's happening in Masquinongé. Mr. André, excuse me. The member for Masquinongé has often spoken about this. He's spoken about it very often. When the free trade agreement was signed between Canada and Mexico, it was said this will disappear. But no, that wasn't the case. There was loss of job. Many people lost their jobs, and then the program disappeared. The resource regions in Quebec were hard hit, but it's true for all of Canada. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin. Une autre question?
Another question? A brief question? A question then? The honourable member for Richemont-Arthabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from Joliette, who's been the spokesperson for international trade for the Bloc Québécois for a very long time. What has he got to say about the bicycle industry in Quebec, where there are major difficulties? The member for the minister, who is from Beauce, refused any type of assistance whatsoever for the workers in that industry, any type of help for that industry that is suffering because of globalization. This conservative ideology is therefore transforming things that are happening in industry, like the bicycle industry. What would be the possibility for that industry to restructure? If there were a power program or a program like that that were available to that type of industry, what could be done? The honourable member for Joliette, I thank the member for his question. This is my greatest fear, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives and the ministers who are responsible will take an ideological position. They will be pragmatic and they will take an ideological stand rather than looking at the true needs of the people in the region. To come back to the bicycle industry, you might say, yes, there is dumping and it's hurting the industry, but yet they're refusing to use what is at our disposal. We must be very concerned. It's almost as if they're standing by and saying, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to move on it. We're just going to put an X over that particular region. In the members' riding, the Minister of Industry's riding, there have been rallies. People have been trying to get together to face the Vietnamese and the Chinese competition. I have seen robots that are there to assemble bicycles, but that means jobs are lost. We don't have that type of support for the manufacturing industry here.
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in today's debate. I will be splitting my time with the member from the beautiful riding of South Shore, St. Margaret. The wonderful riding. Okay, well, I thank the member from Chambly-Bourdois for raising the issue. I'd also like to reassure him that Canada's new government shares his concerns regarding the distinct challenges facing older workers. Our government recognizes and appreciates the hardships faced by older workers who face unexpected changes to their work environment in communities and regions with limited employment alternatives. However, what the member opposite sees as simply challenges, we also see as an opportunity. There are strong indications that people can and want to work longer, even if only on a part-time basis. While all Canadian workers face new challenges to adapt to the fast-changing global economy, such challenges are often especially difficult for older workers, particularly following the unexpected loss of employment. As statistical data has constantly found, when older workers lose their job, they tend to remain unemployed longer compared to their younger counterparts. Some older workers lack education and skills needed for many of today's jobs. Others have skills that are not easily transferred to jobs found in the new knowledge-based economy. Moreover, some employers are reluctant to invest in retraining for workers who may be close to retirement. Overcoming such realities represents a challenge for Canada. Losing the knowledge and experience of older workers would represent a loss we can't afford in an era increasingly marked by labour shortages. But what we identify as a challenge can sometimes be an opportunity in disguise. Older workers provide a valuable contribution to the labour market, which is important to the economic well-being of the country. By ensuring the continued participation of older workers, we are not only help address labour market shortages, but we also simultaneously ensure that the vast experience and expertise will be passed on to future generations. We should continue to encourage older workers to share their skills and talents well into retirement age, as their participation in the workforce will play an important role in meeting the demands of the labour market. Indeed, in the context of an ageing society, Canada's older workers are becoming increasingly a critical component of Canada's labour force. As indicated by a recent OECD report, the labour market situation of older workers has improved considerably in recent years. Employment rates for older workers has increased rapidly over the decade, from 43% in 1995 to 55% in 2005. Older workers have a lower unemployment rate at 6% than the total workforce, at 6.5% in 2006. At the same time, many employers in Canada, such as Alberta's oil patch, are experiencing skill shortages and lagging behind their potential due to a lack of workers. As our population ages, older workers hold the key to ensuring continued growth and prosperity and offer a means of helping to address Canada's labour shortages. As Judy Cutler of the Canadian Association for Retired People recently stated, there's a shortage of workers, and as more and more people retire, there will be a greater shortage. We have older workers who want to work. Why not embrace their expertise? More specifically, we need to find new ways to reintegrate older workers into Canada's labour force. We need to offer support to older workers who may be in danger of losing their jobs. With access to opportunity, we know these Canadians can keep contributing their enormous talent and experience to our economy. That's why Budget 2006 committed to conduct feasibility studies to look at measures to help displaced older workers. This wide-ranging study will examine the need for improved training and enhanced income support, including early retirement benefits as proposed in the motion of the honourable member. We do recognize the challenges faced by older workers, particularly those in communities that are dependent on single industries. Turning to the forestry sector, we are spending $400 million over the next 2 years to boost the competitiveness of this vital Canadian industry. This includes funding to support worker adjustment. In the meantime, we're offering unemployed older workers practical assistances, such as skills development and new work experience. Through Part 2 of employment insurance, we're helping older workers to access the tools, programs, and services they need to upgrade their skills and successfully re-enter the job market. Under these innovative measures, older workers across the country receive training, work experience, and support to start their own businesses. At the same time, many are receiving income support while they participate in the program. Across Canada, more than 80,000 older workers are benefiting from these employment programs each year. In fact, nearly 230,000 displaced older workers receive $1.4 billion in income benefits each year. Mr. Speaker, we want to harness the skills, energy, and leadership of older workers in jobs that benefit their communities. In short, this government wants to lend a hand to help older workers get back to work. We want to work with Canadians' unions, employers and communities to find new ways to tap into the wisdom and experience of older workers. We want to find ways to empower older workers to continue their participation in the labour market, in our forests, our fisheries, offices and factories. Our government's focus is on getting results on issues that matter most to Canadians. We want to do it in a way that will benefit all Canadians now and in the future. As older workers represent the single largest pool of labour supply, carrying out an early retirement program without fully assessing the labour market impacts of this initiative would be irresponsible. And that is why we need to take time to consider the results of our feasibility study and make an informed decision. Additionally, we will build on lessons learned from our older workers pilot project initiative, conducted in partnership with provinces to improve federal and provincial employment programming to better meet the needs of older workers. However, our government's first priority is to assist those older workers seeking employment to find and retain jobs. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I cannot in good conscience support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments. He should recognize that some of his colleagues that will be speaking, the member for South Shore, should recognize the difficulties that exist in rural areas in the forestry industry. There are also problems in the fishery, and there are many people that are having a great difficulty sustaining a career, keeping a job. They need support. They talk about support, but they also need to have some possibility of training. If you take away the tools from them, if you take away the literacy training that they need to structure themselves, to prepare themselves for a new economy, for a new job, the investment is being reduced, the investment in their professional training. In Nova Scotia, there are waiting lists that are very long for the few programs that still remain. We have asked the government to help to invest. We want to have money put into it. There is $1 million that's being put into social programs, into internet sites, and the member for South Shore should be aware of the Maitland Bridge. No investment is being made in these areas. How is the government going to meet the expectations of the people in the Atlantic area, in the West, in Ontario and elsewhere? What is the government going to do? The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex.
Thank the member for his question, and certainly we'll discuss with the member from South Shore, St. Margaret, the issues that you have asked of him. But I'll answer you by saying that we certainly appreciate the hardships that are being faced by older workers who faced unexpected changes in their employment, in their environments, and in the communities that they're in. But we're focused on providing the tools that are needed to help from a retraining point of view, to help them move on to other jobs. What we shouldn't forget, though, is we need to encourage older workers that they all possess a set of skills, and even if it's life skills, they possess a set of skills that they can help share with other workers too, and help us with labour shortages someplace, and indeed the regional difficulties that the member brought forward.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable.
Questions and comments.
To the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to ask the honourable member how the Government of Canada could improve the labour market flexibility to support adjustments into the labour market.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, the efficient operation of labour markets will continue to be central to what this government will do to help in the area of market flexibility. We have well-functioning markets, in particular labour markets. We have looked at what we need to do so that we can be flexible for workers to be able to move from one sector to another. The days perhaps of one job for your life are perhaps gone, so the flexibility needs to be there. We're also exercising leadership to secure the efficient operation of the national labour market. The federal government is uniquely positioned to facilitate a cross-Canada approach, and we must be able to look at this as a federal government from a cross-Canada, pan-Canadian point of view, rather than simply looking at it in regional or community situations. We must, as the government, react as the government of Canada.
Questions or comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member from Richmond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the member understand the objective of this motion? A programme for older worker adjustment does not preclude introducing measures for introducing people back into the workplace. It's not a charity programme. People want to be able to follow training courses and go back to work. Our motion is focusing on those people for whom it would be very difficult to get back into the workplace. That does not mean that from the time they lose their job until they retire, they will never go back to work. They may well be able to do so, and that amount would be taken off the POA. I want to make sure the member understands the intention of this motion. It is not a question of charity. It is for helping these people in exceptional circumstances.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to the member, I think I do understand. I know I do understand what the purpose is. The question is, will it accomplish what the member would like it to accomplish, or are we looking at a cross-Canada approach to this, or trying to fix it in a way that may not fix it? We recognize and appreciate that, and as I said in my remarks, that as older workers are displaced from their jobs, it may be statistics tell us that they may be unemployed for a longer period of time, and support would certainly need to be there as one of the mechanisms. But the true mechanisms are getting back to work, looking at the labour shortages across the country and looking at it from a pan-Canadian point of view and looking at it from the whole country as to what is the best solution. We recognize that these workers share skills and mindsets and life skills that are so valuable to other employees out there, and we certainly would like to put those to the best advantage. Thank you.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East, Firearms Registry. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To raise and debate today, listen very closely to the comments from my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London. It was very clear that he had a clear understanding of the issue and the issues that surround older workers getting back into the workforce. And this debate concerning older workers, Mr. Speaker, is not a debate that's about to go away in the short term, and it's certainly one that our new Conservative government will grapple with and work with and try to find some real answers to, not simply political posturing, but real answers. So you see, Mr. Speaker, this is a very timely issue. And at a time when the average age of workers in the Canadian labour force is increasing, and according to demographic projections will continue to increase, we want to be sure we have the policies and the programs in place that will support older workers. And this government understands the reasons why the opposition has brought forward today's motion. We share their concern for the well-being of Canada's older workers, And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, with the Canadian economy facing skill and labour shortages, it is also important to recognize that many older unemployed workers still want to make a contribution to the Canadian economy and should be able and encouraged to do so, especially in the member's home province. As Henry Auden pointed out at the Montreal Gazette, workers' early retirement is one of the least discussed problems facing the economy of the Montreal region and Quebec as a whole. The issue affects not only older workers, but everyone, including young people. That's because society's prosperity depends upon a growing workforce. Quebec's workforce will start to shrink sooner than most of us assume. If current trends continue for birth, immigration, and retirement age, demographers in Quebec say that the province's workforce will decline starting in 2013. When we are asked to look at the issue of early retirement income support programs for older workers, such as the opposition motion prompts us to do, we need to bear such considerations in mind. Chiefly, we need to have appropriate support mechanisms in place which are capable of helping Canada's older workers to remain active labour market participants. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that many of these workers are eligible for assistance under Part 2 of the EI program. Under EI Part 2, unemployed individuals, including older workers, may qualify for active reemployment benefits to assist them in finding and maintaining new employment. These programs include training, work experience, and support to become self-employed. As a matter of interest, Mr. Speaker, over 40,000 older workers, defined as those aged 55 and over, participated in Part 2 programming last year. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, this is a timely issue, but I should also mention that it's not a new one. The Government of Canada has had experience with income support measures for older workers for many years. In the context of today's debate, it might be useful to look at some of that experience. In 1987, almost 20 years ago, the Conservative government of the day introduced a program to provide an income safety net for laid-off older workers. It was called the Program for Older Workers Adjustment, or commonly known as POWA, and it was targeted to older workers of pre-retirement age, workers who had lost their jobs as part of a mass layoff. It was hoped that POWA would encourage an integrated and comprehensive approach to older worker adjustment, under which provincial governments and the employers would contribute to the solution. The program concluded after nearly a decade in operation, Mr. Speaker, as many observers realized the program was failing to meet the objectives. Indeed, actual experience with the program showed it that negatively influenced workers' decision to return to work. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not as simple as coming up with an alternative or some type of a government program. You also have to track that program to make sure that it's actually able and capable of delivering what we want it to deliver. POWA was discontinued in 1997 when the then Liberal government shifted away from the passive income support programs towards active labour market and reemployment measures under a reformed employment insurance program. And as a former Liberal Minister of Human Resources, a current honourable member from Westmount, Ville-Marie, stated in defence of such actions, and I would agree, older workers want to continue working. They do not want to sit at home and get a check. They want to take advantage of active return to work measures. Following the demise of POWA, an older worker pilot project initiative was introduced. It tested different approaches to supporting unemployed older workers. These pilot projects looked at how the unemployment benefit and support measures under Part 2 of the EI program might be used to support the special needs of older unemployed workers. A key feature of these pilot programs was that the unemployed older worker did not need to qualify for EI in order to obtain support. The Older Worker Pilot Project initiative ran until May of this year. While the experience of the pilot project is still being evaluated in detail, some preliminary conclusions may be made, which I wish to underline here today. First, the best outcomes were achieved with approaches that include employment assistance services together with some combination of training, marketing, and/or work experience. Secondly, approaches that include 100% wage subsidies were the least effective. And third, a project approach involving groups of older workers produced the best results. And flexible programming and attention to individuals were key ingredients of the success. Programs must provide sufficient time for older participants to learn new skills. Training must be practical and relevant. And a long-term approach will allow for more effective use of funds. Clearly, we have learned some interesting lessons from these pilots, lessons that can guide us in the future. And we know that while older workers face challenges in today's labor market, for instance, some do not have the education needed for many of today's jobs, some have skills that cannot be easily transferred to the kinds of jobs that are available in today's knowledge-based economy, and employers may not be open to investing in workers who are close to retirement. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that the government is concerned about the needs of older workers, and as outlined above, it already provides support for older workers on a variety of levels. On the specific issue of early retirement, Budget 2006 has committed to carrying out a feasibility study to examine the longer-term needs of older workers. We welcome the interest of our colleagues in the House in this important issue. We are looking forward to working with them in the future so that we can all achieve our shared objectives to help older workers live and work to their full potential. However, I cannot support this motion as it would clearly preempt the results of the feasibility study which our government is about to announce, a study based on extensive research on the needs and the contributions of older workers. And Mr. Speaker, if I still have a bit of time left, I think that every region of the country is facing a labor shortage. In the East, we're facing a labor shortage of younger workers who are migrating to Western Canada. In Quebec, we have an aging society as we do in the rest of the country. And we have to look at the entire problem, not just specific parts of it. And we have to find some type of a solution that we can apply from coast to coast to coast in this country. In my own region, as the member from West Nova alluded to, we have an aging workforce in the fishery. The fishery is a unique issue because the fishery requires decades of knowledge to become a capable and able fisherman. You don't just go out on a boat one day and learn all of the charts, learn where the fish are, understand the ocean, understand the habits of the fish that you're chasing, and become a competent fisherman. The average age of a fisherman in Nova Scotia, and South Shore area in particular, but all of southwest Nova Scotia, is 53 to 55 years of age. It's a very dangerous environment. It's very difficult on older workers, and we're rapidly coming to a point where those fishermen will be looking to get out of the fishery, and we're looking for younger fishermen to replace them, and that's becoming a very serious issue that we're facing. Just for one example, but there are hundreds of examples like that throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member, West Nova.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Margaret's Bay for his speech and his comments. And I think he understands the situation quite well. He points out to a lot of the solutions. I'd agree with him that just income support alone isn't the answer. You have to look at the community itself. You have to look at all the support for the communities to permit people to live and thrive in that area. But there are instances where income support is necessary. But you need to invest in the education, in the training of these people. He was alluding to the fishery. I'm dealing with a gentleman, he's about my age, 22, 23, who sees that it's difficult for him. He doesn't own his own vessel. He wants to get out of the fishery, needs retraining. Perfect qualifications for assistance under existing programs at HRSDC, but no more funds. No more funds out of the Yarmouth office, and that was 3 months in the year. I have a whole bunch of those people, and I'm sure the member does also, calling my offices and looking to get on. We have a lot of community organizations looking at literacy. It doesn't square the circle of what he says and what the front benches of his party do when they cut the labour market agreement, cut money for HoC, cut student employment, cut the status of women, cut literacy training, and reduce funding for training for older workers, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, the issue with older workers is a serious issue, and it's certainly an issue that goes far beyond simple rhetoric and partisan comments that we're all quite capable of making from both sides of this House, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the point that I made that's the most important point is that in Budget 2006, we made a commitment to look at the crisis that Canadians are facing, Canadian workers are facing, and the regions of this country are facing, and study in detail the needs of older workers, how we enable older workers to stay in the workforce through a myriad of support programs. Some of them will be education. The point was made earlier that in today's workforce, very few people in today's workforce will enter the workforce and stay at that same job. They will probably have 5 or 6 or 7 different jobs and continual retraining throughout their working career. That is simply the workforce that we have today. In areas like forestry and the fishery and agriculture, where, quite frankly, workers get older, they get injured, their body starts to break down. It's very difficult for older workers to keep in that active labour market.
We have enough time for a 1-minute question and a 1-minute response. The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak about the fragile nature of my colleague's arguments. His arguments are not credible, and that is because he is talking about the need to have a study before introducing a program. But this is the only program that has been so often studied. There was a report in 2001. There was a report last year. Recommendations were also made. This is a question that's been studied already at great length. This is a program that's going to cost some $50 to $60 million per year. Why is it then that so many studies are needed when from other programs that cost a lot more money, such as on arms, aren't studied? We get cuts on social programs at cuts of up to $1 billion, and there were no studies there. So does he understand how weak his argument actually is?
Mr. Speaker, speaking of weak arguments, any time that the government's spending the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars, we should know exactly how we're spending those dollars and where those dollars are going. And if we're looking at a program, as the Honourable Member has mentioned, that will cost $50 or $60 million, we had better know where that money is being spent and what we are going to get in return for it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Deputy de Compton-Stansted.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Richemont, for Richemont Athabasca. I'd like to discuss why my party is again putting forward this motion to help older workers. The Bloc had to ask for this debate because the Conservative government seems to want to lull us with fine promises but very little action. At the throne speech, and even at the last budget, the government announced that it would solve this question, but that it was going to first order a feasibility study on the possibility of restoring power, but we haven't heard anything. The government All the government has to do is to look at the studies that are available. It doesn't need a feasibility study. But it seems that the Minister of Human Resources is just not listening. She doesn't seem to be hearing the appeals for help from various groups, unions, and former employees. In the conservative way of thinking, if people don't work, it's because they're lazy or because they don't want to work. For conservatives, there's no use helping people who've lost a job, because for them the dollar sign is more important than the dignity of an employee, especially given the sky-high surpluses we've had recently. People who have been the victims of massive layoffs have the right to dignity. They also are entitled to keep the assets they have accumulated over years of hard work. The Bloc Québécois thinks it's unacceptable for the Conservative government to bring in an income support program for older workers, because we think that what we need is a tailor-made solution. The Bloc Québécois says that this should be a program for all older workers who've been victims of massive layoffs, with no distinctions or discrimination. According to a brief that's been circulating, the Conservatives are thinking about a program that would be but a paltry shadow of POWA. I don't know what objective criteria and on behalf of what principle people can have this kind of discrimination. In my beautiful region, the eastern townships, there are hundreds of jobs that have been lost. By prioritizing certain areas and not others, the government is telling people who work in the textile industry in Sherbrooke or elsewhere that their work isn't worth as much as other people's. They're saying that the people who work for Shermag and other plants, that they're just not worth much. The government can't create artificial categories based on subjective criteria, while workers all have the same needs for housing, food, and other things. What people really need is an income support program for older workers, and older workers who have been laid off urgently need this program, since plants are still continuing to close. I visited some of the plants, and some of these industries have closed, others are still open and profitable, and others are dealing with real hardship. And we have to act to help the people in these sectors now. When people work in a fragile industry, they're very worried, because it is workers between 55 and 65 years of age who are the most often the victims of layoffs. They don't have a lot of education, because many of them began working at 14 or 15 years of age in order to help their families at a time when life was much harder than it is today. Many of them have problems with literacy. They don't know how to use the internet or Blackberries or anything else of that nature. My mother goes nuts when she has to program a video player. So not all these people can simply go back to school. Older workers have great experience in the plant that's closing, in the industry that they've always worked in. After 30, 35, and 40 years of work in the same industry, they have very slim chances of finding another job. and very often the jobs they did no longer exist, or things have changed to an extraordinary extent. These people are victims of their age. They can't always move. Moving people sometimes is difficult. And when people leave a centre, then all kinds of other businesses, grocery stores, furniture stores, pharmacies start closing. Very often, it's harder for these people to find jobs than for a younger worker. Someone I know, a neighbor, was overqualified at 57 years of age and couldn't get a job, but that's another story. What kind of message are we sending these people, these older workers? We're saying no assistance, no support for you. Very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and this is why the Bloc Québécois is urging the government to act, because at the present time, an older worker who hasn't managed to requalify while on EI needs to go on social assistance, needs to go on welfare. And then these people have to liquidate their assets. They lose the few savings, the paltry savings they have. They lose their home, their assets. And if someone owns, it's as if someone who'd managed to buy a house and have a house at that age was blameworthy. A worker, an older worker, is only asking for assistance appropriate for his or her situation. They want help with making the transition between losing their jobs and retirement. I know people who lost their jobs, older workers, and this person handed out 63 CVs in 1 month, and they only managed to get 2 interviews, and the results were negative. You can imagine how discouraged this person was. This person felt useless and desperate. This is why the Bloc Québécois is working to bring back power. In the 38th Parliament, the Bloc Québécois had unanimously passed a motion asking the government to implement a strategy of assistance to older workers who'd lost their jobs. Despite this unanimously passed motion, the government has done nothing. The government at the time did nothing. The government today has made lovely promises, but really isn't doing anything. It's trying to save face by talking about studies, feasibility studies, but Mr. Speaker, workers cannot wait for this program, a program to help people who have contributed so much over decades and who have asked for so little in return. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Honourable Member how she would define then older worker and how it would be determined and why. Because when I understood the member that had put this, the good member, my colleague on the committee put this forward, I understood that he really wanted to make sure that those that were most vulnerable and affected by, downsizing or closures, that perhaps that was more of the intent of the bill and not so much of just having age. So I wanted to know how she would define that and what she would think of trying to focus more on the downsizing and the vulnerable so that we could ensure that we target the resources to those that need it most. Because in many parts of the country, there is the labor shortage. So what the appropriate age range, what would it be that would be considered that would be needing this real income support program? I'm just wondering if the member would comment, please.
Madame la députée de Compton.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. I almost heard a bit of emotion in that question, but maybe it was the interpretation. Are we going to be doing something that's going to be Canada-wide, or will it be in a certain sector? There are people who are losing their jobs because the Liberal government before and the Conservative government now has not acted against protectionism. We're talking about agriculture, forestry. I think that to help people move to another province in order to survive, it's not a good idea. I think what we need is to help them develop what is already produced in an area, in a village. It's not like beaming them out into another area that we're going to solve this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. I have a comment to make for my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. She has asked, how would you characterize an older person who would be eligible for this help? Would it be someone 55 years of age and older who had worked in a plant for 30 years, who would have more points to have access to this assistance? Because these people will be maybe working on a casual basis, on a part-time basis, and they'll still be available for work. This is the profile of older workers who will be eligible. But in my colleague's riding, I've been in her riding, and we visited various plants, for example, a textile plant in Magog. If we look at the criteria which have been mentioned, can my colleague tell me if in her riding, which is a neighboring riding to mine, can she tell me if there's still time to help these people? Of course, there's still time to help these people. These people are neither lazy nor unwilling. They're simply victims of what's happened in their industry. These people have worked all their lives, sometimes as long as 40 years of age, sometimes as long as 40 years. They've worked all their lives, and I think that to help them to find another job or to make the transition is necessary. These people are very important socially. If we don't help them, it's total poverty, and it's unacceptable that anyone live in total poverty, either here or anywhere in Canada. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for sharing her time with me. It's very important for me to speak to this motion. And I would certainly like to commend the work of my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bourgeois, who truly represents his riding well and its people well. I thought what he had to say made a lot of sense, totally in keeping with what the Bloc believes. But I don't really understand the Conservatives. They're saying the opposite to what they said when they were in opposition. We've got a serious problem with consistency, Mr. Speaker. They say one thing in opposition and another in government. And they've got that slogan when they say they're the new government, the new Conservative government. It's a real marketing gizmo. We see on products new and improved. Well, these Conservatives may be new, but they're not improved. So they're just trying to make people believe that they're different. But in this specific case, they're no different from the Liberals or from anyone else. They're talking about studies, feasibility studies. And we've seen this from speeches made in this House. We're no longer in agreement, and I'd like people to explain this to me. What happens to people moving from the opposition to the government? Obviously, something goes on. I'd also like to repeat our position with respect to the motion and reread it, that the that the government reiterate the importance of implementing a real income support program for older workers that would apply to all older workers in all economic sectors in all regions. And I think that this is something that we should all be able to support this. When the plants are closed because of globalization, well, there are people who come to me to see me in my office, and I could never justify not agreeing with this motion. Let's look at the old power program, the program for the adjustment of older workers. It was abolished by the Liberals when the former Prime Minister, when the former Prime Minister was the Finance Minister, he just decided to abandon these people. And between 93 and 96, I met with many people in my riding because I was an assistant to the member. And I talked to many people who were victims to the massive layoffs because of plant closures. And they were suffering as much as they are today. But at least these people were entitled to this program, which helped them. But that program seems to have been the exception and not the rule. And let's make it clear that it's not charity that people were asking for, and it's not what they're asking for now. What they want is help to make the transition from EI to retirement. A retirement without having to liquidate all their assets, because that's what's happening when people lose their jobs. And we heard this earlier from a Conservative member, and they're saying, well, you can be on EI for a long time, but what happens when the EI is over? You've got to go on welfare, but you can't keep your house and your car and your RRSPs when you're on welfare. You have to liquidate assets. When it's a very, very sad thing for people to have to do this. So this program is something that could really help these people, and it wouldn't cost a lot. So for workers between 55 and 65 who had lost their job after a massive layoff, we would help them to bridge the period between EI benefits and the CPP. It would not be charity. It would be simply assistance to people who can't requalify for another job. We know that over 11,000 people benefited from POWA following the closure of 900 plants. So not everyone was just leaping at the opportunity to use POWA. We had been working with Conservative and NDP members on this, but unfortunately the Conservatives have let us down. All that they're talking about now are pilot projects, and now some people will benefit from these pilot projects, and I'm convinced that the overwhelming majority of people who lose their jobs, well, I've seen people working in softwood, in the textile sector, people who've lost jobs in my area because of globalization, and who want to find a job.
They want to find a job. They don't want to have some sort of golden retirement at the expense of the government. They want to take advantage of these measures. They want to take courses. They want to find a new job. But there is a category for whom it is very difficult to find a new job very quickly, I would say. And I'm thinking of the questions and comments earlier, but there are some people that will benefit from an income support program and who can also work at the same time. I've been unemployed myself, Mr. Speaker, but I found a job. It wasn't a full-time job, but it let me get back into the labor market. I certainly declared my hours to employment insurance at the time, and ultimately I succeeded in getting a permanent job, but I wasn't 55 or more at the time. I was able to find a new profession. I'm very aware of that. My colleague from Compton, Stansted, spoke about the situation earlier. They're talking about an ephemeral, restrictive type of income support program that in actual fact excludes many regions. What we want is a real program. It's not just the Bloc that wants that, but the National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously requested the same thing. My colleague from Chambly-Bourgeois described what the committee has been doing. It should be possible to find a program to implement measures that would be applicable to all people in all regions, but it's not necessarily being done by the present government. Once again, it is the Bloc that defends the have-nots here in the House. My colleague from Bourgeois-Chambly has worked a long time, as I have said at the outset, for a very long period of time, and has worked very hard indeed to try to help older workers. On June the 9th, there was a motion asking the government to set up a strategy to help older workers who lose their jobs, a strategy that should provide for income support measures, particularly when there is a closure of a plant due to globalization. The Bloc's sub-amendment to the speech from the throne was unanimously adopted, and it was in favor and spoke to this whole issue of older workers. We are asking the House now to support our motion today so that finally we will, Mr. Speaker, be able to give older workers the right to a dignified retirement. $55 million for the first year, $75 million thereafter, to be supplied by the federal government. These were the terms of the older program that ended in 1997. So what is that type of money? It should be there to help the older worker who has lost his job have access to a dignified retirement. Some $17 billion have just been cut from those who are most needy, women, people who need literacy programs, museums, all of that. Tell me this, the money is available, but don't tell me that you're not able to set up a program like this. There was a closure of the Shermag plant in Victoriaville where an income support certainly would be necessary. We've asked for it before in the House, and we ask once again today for a program like that. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. I thank my colleague for Richemont Arthabasca for his speech. I congratulate him on it. Like other speakers in the Bloc, our colleague has spoken about the importance, indeed the need, for this government to set up an income support program. I agree with that wholeheartedly. My colleague has referred to this, and I would like to ask him if there is not a similar need, an absolute need, for the government to improve the assistance that it gives to groups and organizations that help these people find jobs. Our motion deals with the request for a financial program, but for example, in my own riding, I know that there are people who are in organizations that are particularly directed towards assistance for older workers. I'd like my colleague to say a few words about this subject, which is so important. The Honourable Member for Richemont Arthabasca. I thank my colleague for her question. It's very relevant. I have an agency called Accès au Travail in my riding, which is intended precisely for that, for older workers who have lost their jobs. They try to find a replacement job for them, but it's not always easy. It's not always easy for older people to find a new job. In that case, what's very important for the government to do, and my colleague referred to that, to the cutbacks that have been made. I remember the Minister of Finance for the Conservative Party who came here was smiling and who came into the ridings with checks. We saw his face, his smiling face, in the local newspaper. All that money was now going to be used for paying down the debt. But even though you have to do that, you have to maintain your priorities. It seems to me that the priorities of our organizations are not being heeded here. In the case of people who wish to upgrade themselves and find a new job, a different job, it's quite unacceptable that on the one hand they give out something and yet on the other hand they take away the support for older workers by cutting a program. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
I have a couple questions. I would just like to know what the member would think if we suggested that it's about displaced older workers, not just older workers, because many older workers, I think, can participate in the labor force again. So I wanted to mention then recently an OECD Canada report on aging and employment policies recommends that the participation of older job seekers in employment programs be increased and that changes to programs and services should build on lessons learned from previous programs. So how does the honourable member's motion take into account this OECD research, which recommends that unemployed older workers benefit from participation in employment programs?
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, I think we were very clear earlier about the huge number of studies that have been done and have been cited here in the House with respect to the problems of older workers who are displaced, who lose their jobs because of a massive layoff in any context. I think people are able to understand that it's real, that there are people facing a real situation. They are in great difficulty. There was a program that existed in the past. It was efficient. It was proven. It existed in the past, but then it was dropped under the previous government because it wasn't one of the priorities of the Liberal government. Now we know what their priorities are. At the time, their priorities perhaps were surrounding the sponsorship scandal. But our priority is to help workers, older workers. All the work's been done. And even if our own party is not in agreement, they could say, we're going to put the program back in place because the work has already been done. It's a matter of reinstating it. They could be saying that, but there's no study that's done when it comes to millions of dollars spent on arms. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I just want at the outset to say thank you to the member from Chambly-Bourdois for bringing this motion forward. I know that he and my colleague from Bathurst, Acadie, have worked in this House for quite some years now to try to better the situation for working people across this country. And today he brings to the House a very pertinent and relevant issue, the way that we deal with our older workers and support them in their efforts and make sure that if they have to go back to work in order to support themselves, to perhaps enhance a meager pension, that we look after their needs, that we make sure that they're healthy, and if they're out of work, that they get access to the supports and training or retraining that they need to continue to do to contribute in the very excellent way that they have over their livelihood. I want to first say that I find it a bit shocking and alarming that we're discussing this in such a way here today. The way that our economy has evolved such that we now are so dependent on people who should, in fact, be enjoying retirement
having to go back to work. First of all, the economy needing them in the way that it is, and mostly they end up in low-paying, dead-end jobs for the most part. Certainly, that's been my experience. And the fact that we haven't done anything as a society and as a government over the last number of years when the economy has been well to enhance the situation for our retired workers in this country. The people who actually built the plants and the communities that we all work in and live in now. The people who gave of their blood, sweat, and tears, who fought in wars and came back and got down to work, rolled up their sleeves, and put those of us who are here today through school so that we could participate, that they now find themselves in a situation where their pension, the Canada pension, or the pension that, if they were lucky enough to have one in their workplace, is now beginning to pay out, is not enough. Doesn't keep them in the dignified life that they should expect in a country that is as well off as Canada. That we haven't found a way to make sure that absolutely everybody who works in this country has a pension above and beyond the Canada pension that will be there for them when they retire. That we haven't done, even with the pensions that do exist, that which I have heard from so many seniors needs to be done, which is indexing. Indexing of pensions so that older people don't have to go back to work and be put through the grinder in the way that you've heard described here today, and have to go on bended knee to government to look for a little help, for a little extra in order to improve their skills or whatever, so that they can maybe make a few more dollars and buy a bit more food, perhaps pay the rent or that kind of. That we haven't found a way in this country to make sure that every worker has a pension, and that pension is indexed is shameful, and probably is something that we need to be looking at here in this House at a future time. Also, I think when you look at the kinds of cuts that both the previous Liberal government and now this government partakes in as it tries to manage its financial affairs at a time when we have burgeoning surpluses in this country, is also shameful. That the impact that those cuts will have on older workers in our country. The fact that we've cut literacy. I mean, here we have workers who have worked, particularly in Northern Ontario, in the resource-based sector for so many years. Got up in the morning at 5 o'clock, got into the plant, made the paper, made the steel, made the boards that we all use to build our homes and build our highways, and they end up at the end of their career at 55, 60, having to take another job. And a lot of those jobs now, with the way the economy is evolving, requires a level of literacy that they were never able to pay attention to while they were working, some of them 24/7, to feed their kids and keep themselves, their body and soul together. Find that those programs, now adult literacy programs under this government, are going to be cut. They find themselves living in homes that are sometimes a bit too big, yet they don't want to leave them because the alternative is unacceptable. They can't afford the rent. They can't afford the taxes. They can't afford to pay for the electricity, their heat in those places. And so they have to go out and get another job. And we as a government have not been, since the early 90s, been able to find the wherewithal to come forward with an affordable housing strategy so that those seniors, our mothers and fathers, can move into accommodation that's more appropriate to their position, station in life at this particular point in time, housing that would be more affordable, and so that they perhaps won't then have to go out and get another job in their 60s or their 70s and have to go through the rigmarole or the ringer of.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings. Pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested, and deferred until Monday, October 16, 2006, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar has advised me that he cannot move his motion for a private member's business on a Friday, October 6th.
Of positions in the order of precedence. Accordingly, I am directing the table officers to drop that item of business to the bottom of the order of precedence. L'heure réservée aux affaires.
The hour set aside for the consideration of private members' business will be suspended, and the House will continue with the business before it.
The honourable member for Cypress Hill Grassland rises in a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make the following motion. I think we have agreement in the House that we see the clock at 5:30.
Is there consent? So ordered. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-287, National Peacekeepers Day Act, in the name of Mr. Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Saint-Denis.
Mr. Saint-Denis, seconded by Mr. Thibault. West Nova moves that Bill C-287, an act respecting a National Peacekeepers Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs.
Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank my colleague, the member for West Nova, who will assist me here today. I think it's very timely that we have an opportunity to do a chance to debate this bill, C-287, at this time. You know, the notion that peacekeeping has gone by the wayside over the years as world conflicts have changed and regional conflicts have changed, I think is a notion that is worthy of debate, a notion that must be reconsidered. The reason, however, for bringing this proposal forward is that on August 9th, 1974, 9 Canadian peacekeepers were killed when their plane was shot down by a surface-to-air missile while en route between Beirut and Damascus. And like with most commemorations, it's important to have a critical and key date that to commemorate such an event. So the date, August 9th, has been chosen as a date where, if this bill passes, each year, the flag, if the bill passes, the flag of the Peace Tower will be at half-mast, and it will be a Heritage Day which will allow for Canadians who do reflect upon these things, to remember the tremendous work that Canadian peacekeepers have done in the past, and those at the present who are still involved in that traditional role continue to play on our behalf, a role that they conduct with great bravery, with tremendous intelligence, with tremendous ability, and at all times with tremendous restraint. I'd like to, in my few minutes, Mr. Speaker, kind of take two tracks with this proposal. On the one side, August 9th of each year would give us a chance to honor those who have and still peacekeep on our behalf. On the other hand, I would like it to be a day for those who think about these things, which I hope will be more and more people as time goes by, a day where we can reflect and decide where is it we want to go as a nation with our military. We support our troops wherever they are in the world right now, and most particularly because of what's happening in Afghanistan and that difficult region. It is fair for us to always understand as much as we can the positions we put our soldiers in when we send them to represent us around the world. It is fair to ask questions while supporting our troops. And if some believe that peacekeeping is a thing of the past, well, I think they're wrong. If indeed the objective of all of our work, ultimately as parliamentarians all around the world, is to have a more peaceful world, then there will always be a role for peacekeeping. In fact, I will quote from a document put out by the United Nations. They say, in this particular document, this traditional United Nations peacekeeping continues, while they acknowledge that it may incorporate local police forces, even foreign police forces, NGOs, different aspects of civil society in peacekeeping efforts. The nature of peacekeeping may have changed, but the goal of peacekeeping has not changed. And that goal is to allow for warring factions to build that space between them where they can live together. And in fact, I would, from another UN document, quote these few sentences. Recent years have seen major changes in the number and nature of conflicts brought before the UN. The post-Cold War period has been characterized by a proliferation of civil wars and other armed conflicts within states which threaten international peace and security. And they go on to explain how the nature of peacekeeping has changed. But there is no argument that peacekeeping is still an important part of the UN's role and very, very important to Canada. I'm proud to say that a former member of Parliament from my riding, the then riding of Algoma East, Lester B. Pearson, was instrumental in the UN's first participation as a peacekeeping agency for the world. I also want to mention that one of my constituents, Bob Manuel from Elliott Lake, who is an active member of the Legion there, not only helped the province of Ontario pass a motion to effect such a day as Peacekeepers Day in Ontario, he is helping me with this project, and I hope that myself and my colleague from West Nova and others can convince this place that it is very appropriate that we honor past and current peacekeepers, that we recognize their bravery, and that we recognize, yes, the need to understand the changing nature of peacekeeping, but we never give up the essence of what peacekeeping is all about, even if it's an objective for another millennia. It's something that we must remember now. As we remember those who fought in wars past, and what is the most important motto of November 11th, lest we forget, by the same notion, let's not forget that there will be future casualties. There will be soldiers in the future that will lose their lives, whether in the kinds of conflict that we see in Afghanistan, which is hardly a peacekeeping situation. But as the world gets better, as these regional disputes hopefully ameliorate over time, indeed, peacekeeping will become again the preeminent function of the world's military capacity, not the kind of thing that sadly we see as necessary around some parts of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we even need to commemorate our peacekeepers, I think, highlights the fact that because we're, as average citizens, not in the middle of conflict, it's easy to take for granted the hard work, the sacrifice, and the courage of our soldiers, all of our military around the world. I had a chance to spend 2 weeks with the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, 1st Battalion, a week in Wainwright and a week in Bosnia. Just a smallest sampling of military life, just a chance to see a bit of what it's like to be in the military. And I can tell you, and I know those of you here who have spent time with the military know how committed our soldiers, our troops are, and how they understand that their role is not ever to be the aggressor. It's always to help build, help provide the local capacity for education, for health, for sanitation, for water and roads and so on. But we must not let the cloud of war take us away from the appreciation that is ultimately peace that we're after, and is peacemaking that will get us there. I am not so naive as to believe that in the near future we will get there, but it's only by keeping our eye on that goal that we can get there. We are reminded every day that this is a difficult world in which to live, and we ask our soldiers, whether they're ground troops or air support or the Navy, to represent us in situations that we, without being there, can never really fully understand. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to understand as much as possible about the situations in which we send them. We owe that to them. We don't, as a parliament, as a country, want to send our troops in harm's way without there being a clear-eyed objective about what it is they're doing in relation to Canadian values. And I know that we can do this, to have this discussion, all the while be in total support of our troops. So just by way of summary, Mr. Speaker, there's 2 principal objectives to this bill. One is to commemorate those that lost their lives on August 9th, 1974, because they represent all Canadian peacekeepers who have lost their lives, of which there are several hundred. We also, in the same vein of honor and commemoration, want to pay homage to peacekeepers around the world. Canada is not alone in this venture. And at the same time, I am hopeful that those who engage themselves in these things, young people in schools, because the process or the act of remembrance has become larger and larger in this country as each year goes by. I'm sure my colleague from West Nova, if he's been around this place for a few years, he may recognize, as I have, that the remembrance events in our ridings are getting bigger, and maybe colleagues across the way likewise see these events getting bigger and bigger, not smaller and smaller. So for that, we actually commend our legions and their auxiliaries for helping us to maintain, keep alive the act of remembrance, and at the same time, having a day, a heritage day, not a holiday, I want to underline that, a heritage day, like the Vimy Ridge Day that we celebrate, that we have on the calendar every April, as of the last 3 years, that in having such a day, it will remind us of the need to evaluate our role as a peacekeeper nation, to evaluate in relation to that the roles upon which we impose on our troops around the world. Because they never ask any questions when they go. They go. And they trust us. We trust them. So we have a great responsibility to always ask the questions, all the while paying them the greatest and deepest respect. I've had the sad opportunity to participate in ceremonies recognizing the loss of 2 soldiers from my own riding in the last 2 weeks. And you have to be a parent. I can hardly imagine how difficult it would be to be a parent of a soldier that lost their lives. And the only consolation is the love and caring they feel from Canadians, and the thought that their son or daughter has given up their lives for their country, for their fellow man. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to be sure that others have time to speak to this, so I will to thank this House for hearing me out, and I would ask for their support as this bill proceeds through further stages.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I just wanted to talk to my colleague about get maybe some clarification on a couple of the comments he made. He seemed to be indicating early on that he wanted this day to recognize our peacekeepers, but he also talked about the fact he didn't want to see them being aggressors, and he was talking about, I assume that he was talking about he wanted us to play a more passive role and to recognize that a more passive role that you may play as peacekeepers rather than peacemakers. And I just wanted to read, the Legion has come forward, Royal Canadian Legion's come forward with a resolution, and I think it's a fairly strong resolution, but they seem clear that they have defined peacekeepers in a much broader sense than perhaps the member is recognizing. They talk about it being the definition of a veteran, which encompasses our traditional war veterans, our Cold War veterans, our UN peacekeeping veterans, Gulf War veterans, and all serving military personnel. I would just like the member to confirm that he's talking indeed about all of those soldiers, many of them who have had to be, who are not able to be passive in their role as peacemakers, but also had to perform an aggressive role as well at times. So just wanted to confirm that he's talking about all of our soldiers, all of our Canadian troops, and that he's not limiting it to just certain groups.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I deliberately did not define peacekeeper in the bill because this allows people and groups the freedom to, and I prefer an expansive definition of peacekeeper, and I do appreciate that in certain roles peacekeepers have to be, when I maybe the member misunderstood me, an aggressor is the one making war. I certainly support, when necessary, the ability of our peacekeepers to use force, but you don't need to be an aggressor to use force in keeping peace, making peace, and or fulfilling the mandate that your military authorities have provided. But I would agree with the Legion and their resolution. I haven't seen the wording, so I would ask the member to supply me with a copy. But I have no disagreement with the intent of the Legion that peacekeepers should be as expansive as is appropriate. I would wish to, but because peacekeeping started with this country and one of our prime ministers working with the UN, there are situations where one can make a distinction between peacekeeping and would, for example, we call the conflict in Afghanistan a peacekeeping mission? I don't know. I mean, I deliberately did not put a definition in there so that it could be expansive and it could meet the needs of all those interested in promoting Canada's role as a peace broker in the world. But I would certainly ask for a copy of the resolution.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first I want to commend my colleagues' long service to the Veterans Affairs Committee and really to the veterans in this country. And I know that he's brought forward private members' legislation in the past, and I want to commend him for the Vimy Ridge Day. It was a piece of private members' legislation that was put forward in 2000. And Mr. Speaker, I certainly recognize the contribution that our peacekeepers have performed for this country and indeed the global neighborhood. I think our peacekeepers have established themselves as some of the best in the world, and therefore our peacekeepers are held in such high esteem by many nations of the world and in all nations of the world. And certainly this recognition is due. This recognition is important. And so more so a comment, Mr. Speaker, that when the legislation comes forward, I just want the member to know that I will be standing to support this legislation, and I want to thank him for bringing this forward to the House.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin and Kapuskasing has 20 seconds.
Well, just enough time to thank this member and others whose sentiments are the same on this, that we must keep our eye on the ball, and if the ultimate goal of all those in leadership is more peace in the world, well then certainly what Canada has done in the past and what it will do in the future when it comes to peacekeeping is essential. I agree with him that Canada has an exemplary reputation around the world with its military, whether it's in peacekeeping missions or missions of... Oh, well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. No, of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by commending the Honourable Member for Manitoulin, Algoma, Kapuskasing for his desire to recognize the tens of thousands of Canadian men and women who have served our country and the cause of peace with such dedication and distinction. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, I can assure all members of this House that this government, more than any other in recent history, is committed to giving every possible support to serving members of the Canadian Forces and to ensuring that our honoured veterans are treated with the dignity and respect they have earned from a grateful nation. They have brought honour to Canada, and we will honour them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise and speak in support of the proposed legislation at first reading. Mr. Speaker, since 1919, Canadians from coast to coast to coast have paused each year on November 11th to remember their brave countrymen and women who have given their all in the service of Canada. In this remembrance, we remember and honour all veterans. We honour those who served in war and those who served in peace. We honour those who served in France, in Italy, in Hong Kong, in Belgium, in Korea, in the Middle East, and in the Balkans. We honour those who have served in Canada, helping our communities respond to and recover from natural disaster. We honour those who continue to stand for peace and freedom today in Afghanistan. We have made no distinction in our remembrance, Mr. Speaker, because all who have served in the past and all who serve today have made no distinction. Their commitment to honour Canada was the same, no matter where they served, when they served, or under what conditions they served. Our commitment to honour them must be the same. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the veterans of Canada's peacekeeping missions have earned special recognition. The concept of peacekeeping was a Canadian invention. It brought our country one Nobel Prize for Peace and a share of a second when United Nations peacekeepers were awarded the Nobel Prize in 1988. Our peacekeepers, all peacekeepers in fact, continue to be recognized internationally on the International Day of the United Nations Peacekeepers. This day is marked in countries around the world, including Canada, each May 29th. Canada also joins nations around the world in commemorating United Nations Day on October 24th each year. Our peacekeepers are recognized by the world, and they are recognized by Canada. Their contribution is celebrated and commemorated in a very prominent way not far from this very building. Reconciliation, the peacekeeping monument, stands in the center of one of the busiest intersections in the national capital. It is, I believe, still the only monument of its kind in the world. Our peacekeepers are also recognized by the Canadian Peacekeeping Service Medal. This award, which depicts the peacekeeping monument on its obverse, was created in 1997. The Peacekeeping Service Medal honours Canadians, primarily members of the Canadian Forces and members of the Canadian Police Services, who have served on international peacekeeping missions. The Peacekeeping Service Medal is in keeping with Canada's traditional expressions of honour to members of the forces for their service. It follows in a long line of such decorations from the Atlantic Star and the Korea Medal to the Dieppe Bar and the Gulf and Kuwait Medal. Tens of thousands of veterans of Canada's peacekeeping missions wear this medal with pride. It is treasured by the families of those brave Canadians who have made the supreme sacrifice in the cause of peace. The Peacekeeping Monument and the Peacekeeping Medal recognize the special honor our peacekeepers have brought to Canada and the often very difficult and dangerous circumstances in which they have served. On many deployments, there has been very little peace to keep. On others, their task could perhaps be best described as peacemaking rather than peacekeeping. We know the risks are all too real. As stated in the preamble to this bill, more than 150 Canadians have given their lives on peacekeeping missions. These missions can be exceptionally difficult and stressful. Time after time and mission after mission, Canada's peacekeepers have demonstrated exceptional discipline and professionalism. And it is not just the physical risk, Mr. Speaker. Our peacekeepers have too often seen examples of man's inhumanity to man that defy imagination. The emotional wounds can be every bit as debilitating as a bullet or a bomb. I am proud to say Veterans Affairs Canada is a world leader in providing the special support and services that are keeping our veterans and helping them to recover from those wounds. Mr. Speaker, I began my remarks by talking about November 11th, Remembrance Day. It is our National Day of Remembrance for all those who have served, and its meaning will never change. This bill proposes August 9th as a National Peacekeepers Day, the day being chosen as it was the day 9 Canadian peacekeepers lost their lives when their aircraft was shot down over Syria in 1974. Mr. Speaker, we must never allow the great meaning and significance of November 11th, Remembrance Day, to be lost as more and more days are added to recognize specific groups involved in peacekeeping. That being said, Mr. Speaker, further discussion on a specific day for peacekeepers, as is indicated in this bill from the member for Manitoulin, Algoma, Kapuskasing, or a day recognizing peacekeepers, as is noted in the resolution by the Royal Canadian Legion this past June, is warranted. It's warranted because this government respects the views of Canadians on either side of the issue. We know there are those who strongly support a day of recognition for peacekeeping or peacekeepers, and we know there are those that never want to see the significance of remembrance on November 11th diminished. We want Canadians to have an opportunity to decide. By having this discussion through the parliamentary process, they will be given that opportunity. We are debating it here in the House, and it will be debated at the committee level should this bill proceed further. Mr. Speaker, again, I commend the honourable member for bringing this legislation forward. There were a couple of comments that were made that have me slightly concerned, but I'm certain that in his heart, the member opposite recognizes that peacekeeping missions are not safe missions. Peacekeeping missions are every bit as dangerous as a peacemaking mission. I have the great fortune of having in my riding some unsung heroes who have served this country very, very well. They were peacekeepers. Some of them were RCMP members. There have been many, many cases where these people have been put in situations that would be very difficult for even the longest-serving soldier to experience without any ramification. I honor those men and those women who have done this service for this country and have kept the tradition of Canada alive. Those are the kinds of people that make us what we are as a nation. So whether they be peacemakers or peacekeepers, we need in our hearts to hold what they have given us and that we take for granted very dear. The people of Afghanistan are currently in a position where they may yet understand what it is that everyday Canadians take for granted. We are going to give that as a gift from Canada to Afghan. Freedom, peace, the right to religion, and the right to an education. Those are all things we should mark. So once again, I thank the opposite member for bringing this forward, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak to this very important issue. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, first of all, good evening. I'm happy to speak to this bill put forward by my colleague who sits on the National Defence and Veterans Committee, the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the Bloc is favourable in principle to this bill. This bill, I think, has followed up on the Canadian Peacekeeper Veterans campaign to honour comrades who have lost their lives in defending peace. Mr. Speaker, since 1945, more than 100,000 Canadians have worn the blue helmet, and 164 Canadian Forces peacekeepers lost their lives while on mission. Mr. Speaker, all countries have given soldiers who have died, over 2,000 in all. But why pay tribute to our peacekeepers? Well, I'll give you some reasons why we should pay tribute to them. They are a central part of multilateralism, which is a principle in dispute settlement, and this is something that is very dear to Quebecers' hearts. Peacekeeping under the United Nations is a way of sharing the burden, and it's also a way of acting effectively. Secondly, these peacekeepers are present everywhere, just about everywhere in the world. The 18 missions, led by DOMP and at the United Nations have taken place on 4 continents and have involved more than 80,000 persons and has had an effect on hundreds of thousands of other people in the world. These operations are made up of soldiers, military observers, politicians, police officers. Further, these operations employ thousands of civilians internationally. They employ local people and all kinds of volunteers. These peacekeepers come from 108 countries, and they help the UN in its peacekeeping mission. Third, usually what they do is very effective. Since 1945, the UN peacekeeping forces have led 18 missions on the ground, and they have helped negotiate 172 truces. At the same time, they've helped people from more than 45 countries to participate in free, fair elections. And they have gone beyond peacekeeping. And these peacekeepers are more and more often asked to help in political processes, to help in reforming legal and juridical systems, in maintaining, helping the police to maintain order, and helping to keep former belligerents apart and then making peace between them. Fourth reason, Mr. Speaker, peacekeeping missions are a real bargain for the money. Oxford University economists have found that UN interventions under Chapter 6 of the UN Charter is the most profitable way to deal with conflicts. The UN's budget for this, since 1945 to the present day, has been about $5 million. This is just 0.5% of world military expenses. So we ask, Mr. Speaker, why do we choose the 9th of August? We do so because it was on August 9th, 1974, that Canadians suffered the worst loss of life in their history. 9 Canadian Forces peacekeepers were killed when their plane, which was painted white and had the UN sign on it, it was shot down by a surface-to-air missile while en route from Beirut to Damascus. Captain Foster managed to avoid the first missile but could not avoid the other 2. So why the 9th? Why not the 29th of May, since it is the date chosen by the UN as the day to celebrate international peacekeepers? And it is for all nations who take part in peacekeeping operations. May 29th commemorates Resolution 50, which goes back to 1945, a resolution of the Security Council, which created the first peacekeeping operation of the UN. We could choose the 28th of July in memory of a colonel, Koutener, who died in the war between Lebanon and Israel. Mr. Speaker, we have to bear in mind that peacekeepers are sent to maintain the peace, but their missions are becoming more and more unpopular. In 1956, following the resolution tabled in the UN by a colleague who's dear to all liberals, Mr. Lester B. Pearson, and he, in 1957, won the Peace Prize because of what he did. So let's pay tribute to Mr. Pearson for his efforts to bring about peace. Mr. Speaker, I will say once again that the Bloc Québécois will support this in principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to speak on this bill. I'd like to begin by remembering the inscription on the Peacekeeper statue in Ottawa. It says, "In the service of peace." It's very short, but it sums it all up. And it speaks to the reputation Canada has made for itself as a peace-loving country and a pacifist country. Canada's role in peacekeeping began even before the official implementation of the system. They started in 1938 in Kashmir. At the time, following this, Canada took part in every mission. thousands of Canadian men and women were mobilized and sent to over 50 peacekeeping missions led by the United Nations, and this since 1949. And approximately 116 have given their lives, and sadly this number has increased. I spent several years working with the military. Their courage, their faces are forever in my memory. I'm thinking of a rescue worker who had to jump into stormy seas to save people. There was another young woman who left her family to serve in Kosovo, and others who were patrolling in the Pacific. Always the same, answering the call of service to peace. We should mark the importance of the work done by these people who are often put in dangerous situations on behalf of Canada. There are no words to describe the magnitude of their sacrifice, nor the feeling of gratitude I have for them, as do all Canadians, I believe. Gratitude for those who are ready to give their lives for a better world. I'd like to take the time I have this evening to support this bill to create a National Peacekeepers Day. I think that this idea, as well as Remembrance Day, are days that we can use to pay tribute to those Canadian men and women who have risked their lives and given their lives to create lasting peace which is so important for human beings. At the statue in Ottawa, we see underscored the importance of peacekeeping. It is a lasting memory of these great Canadians. Canadians who have helped to create peace.
Is justified, but it must not be complacent. The Conservative government has lost its way in the pursuit of peace. Too quick to resort to a seek and destroy mission in southern Afghanistan, and too stubborn to correct our course when our actions are working instead to the detriment of peace. Since 1995, Canadian direct participation in UN peacekeeping efforts has greatly declined. In July 2006, Canada ranked 51st on the list of UN peacekeepers, contributing 130 peacekeepers out of a total UN deployment of over 70,000. Depuis les attentats terroristes du...
Since September 11th, 2001 in the United States, Canada has invested more than $4 billion in military operations in Afghanistan. At the same time, Canada's military participation in UN operations during the same period cost a total of $215 million. I'd like to draw your attention to the difference in these amounts of money. It's 3% of expenditures for international operations. 59 Canadian soldiers are participating in peacekeeping missions, but over 2,000 are in Afghanistan. Canada used to be one of the 10 countries, the top 10 of countries who provide soldiers for the UN.
Front modern conflict. The tragedy that is unfolding in Darfur is an example of the role peacekeeping can and should play by placing a force in the middle, to protect a vulnerable civilian population and combat those who would attack them. Nearly all lasting solutions to modern-day wars have come through negotiated peace settlements and with the help of middlemen to create a space between warring factions and assist them in keeping the peace. Just as the nature of peacekeeping has changed since the days of Lester Pearson, so too has the nature of armed conflict. Today's protracted civil conflicts require conflict resolution strategies that include tangible negotiated peace processes. Civil conflicts in Angola, Sierra Leone, El Salvador, and Northern Ireland have required many years and several failed peace agreements to isolate legitimate political issues and actors from illegitimate criminal ones. A viable peace alternative, not just building schools, but engaging in peace negotiations, wins the hearts and minds of everyone towards peace by offering hope. Those who would violate that process are rightly identified as illegitimate actors in the peace process, isolated from the majority who seek peace, and then rooted out militarily. Je ne me fais pas d'illusions.
I have no illusions about the inherent danger for peacekeeping missions. I know that although Canada has its proud tradition in this area, it has to adjust to the reality of modern conflict. But I also realize that we must not follow the American example and go headfirst into a blind conflict, as was the case in Afghanistan. A military analyst recently said that we have to have a fair and just peace. And to achieve that, we have to be the unshakable defenders and promoters of peace. But we must also be impartial. We must understand the grievances from all sides in the conflict. We must look for a peace process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must isolate the illegitimate interveners, the stakeholders, and once again be ready to use, if necessary, military means to reinstate peace. I believe in all of this, and I do believe it is necessary to fight for peace, but I am quite firmly convinced that there are many other ways other than force to keep the peace. And I think we should try to use peaceful means insofar as possible. I know that Canadians are very proud of their armed forces that have always answered the call of the government.
Honorable député de West.
The honourable member for West Nova, resuming debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to support the bill that has been moved by the member for Manitoulin Algoma. It is now before the House in second reading. The member has gone back to his riding to attend services for two of his constituents who were in Afghanistan, to be there with the families. I would like to thank the honourable member for Sudbury, who gave his turn up last week to allow for this bill to be considered. I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, that there are members from all political parties here who support our soldiers. We, in this bill, are wanting a National Peacekeepers Day. Perhaps sometimes we have a romantic idea of what peacekeeping means. We see them as a line that separates two opposing armies, and our blue berets are there to keep the peace. But I can say that that is not always the case. I've spoken to Mr. Herb Boudreau, who is now retired. He was in Cyprus, where he experienced extremely difficult conditions and lived through a very difficult situation, a risky situation. I'm not going to go over all the reasons why this bill should be supported, because I'm sure all members know why.
9 Canadian peacekeepers serving with the United Nations Emergency Force in Egypt and Israel were shot down by a Syrian air defense missile while preparing to land at Damascus, Syria, on a regular resupply mission. This represents the greatest single loss of Canadian life on a single peacekeeping mission, and that's why the date is selected in this bill. In recognizing the 9 fallen peacekeepers, we pay tribute to the lives of over 100 Canadian peacekeepers that have been killed serving the international community in this capacity. Peacekeeping over time. Peacekeeping is a dynamic concept that responds to changes in the international environment in order to create security for those affected by conflict. Traditionally, peacekeeping took place between 2 states in order to monitor a peace treaty upon which all parties had agreed. These early missions were traditionally military in nature. The role of peacekeeping has expanded to include the delivery of humanitarian aid, supervision of elections, repatriation of refugees, the disarming of warring factions, and the clearing of landmines. Another increasingly important aspect of peacekeeping is support for stable government and human rights, including the organization of electoral systems and the training of police forces and the judiciary. Canadian peace support efforts now include the RCMP and their provincial and municipal policing partners, Elections Canada, Correction Services Canada. Civilian experts involved in peace support operations include regional and municipal administrations, judges, prosecutors, the media, health, tax and social policy advisors, child protection experts, facilitators and mediators, and people who manage basic infrastructure such as sewage treatment plants and railways. It can be argued that the major threat to the international community is no longer from nation-states disputing territory or trying to keep the balance of power. Rather, we are confronted by a spectrum of armed groups representing different value systems who seek power and influence. While these groups may in some cases be funded by nation-states, they also have access to private and commercial sources of funding. They are not signatories to legal conventions we have relied on. They make no distinction between civilians and combatants. Terror is their preferred weapon, and they rarely engage in open combat. These non-state actors are media savvy and use the internet skillfully to convey their messages. The result is blurring of lines, both in reality and in our understanding. In Afghanistan and elsewhere, activities within a city of thousands or millions in conflict become a dynamic and complex mosaic of combat, stability, security, and humanitarian operations. There is no indication that conflict will return to the rather neat and tidy affairs of past governed by agreed-to protocols and rules. Changes in conflict and its methods compel us to think about how we respond to and manage conflict. We need public and informed debate about the respective roles of military and humanitarians, and to determine how both can function effectively in a rapidly changing international environment. It's a conversation that needs to include all Canadians. Next month, Mr. Speaker, marks the 50th anniversary of the date that Lester B. Pearson, Secretary of State for External Affairs and later Prime Minister, proposed a resolution for the development of an international peace force to Suez under the United Nations. And I quote from Mr. B. Pearson, "We need action not only to end the fighting, but to make the peace. My own government would be glad to recommend Canadians participate in such a United Nations force, a truly international peace and police force." So even at that time, there was a blurring of lines between the blue beret and the steel helmet. Pearson believed that Canada had a responsibility and a vital interest in creating peace and security in countries ravaged by war. He was awarded the Nobel Prize, as we heard, in '57. Today, more than 100,000 individuals from more than 100 countries are engaged in more than 30 peace operations around the world. I'd like to talk a bit, Mr. Speaker, about the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre, because I share Lister B. Pearson with the member who's presenting this bill, as he was from his riding, but his heritage is in my riding also. Over the past 50 years, Canada has cultivated a formidable reputation for excellence in peacekeeping. Within that reputation, the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre is recognized as a leader in multidisciplinary peace operation research, education and training. Since inception, Pearson Peacekeeping Centre has trained over 6,100 people from 147 countries, including courses delivered in over 30 countries in English, French and Spanish. A not-for-profit and non-governmental organization, the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre was established in 1994 by the Government of Canada and works in partnership with a range of domestic and international government and non-governmental organizations, reflecting the reality of working in a complex mission and field environment. The Pearson Peacekeeping faculty and participants come from a variety of civilian, military and police backgrounds, applying problem-based learning and adult learning techniques. The Pearson Peacekeeping Centre is renowned for the quality and diversity of its courses for civilian, police and military participants. Research ensures that the Centre's training materials are relevant and up-to-date, and its close working relationship with funder agencies and partners ensure that the Centre's learning materials offer a balance of relevant theory and practice. Peacekeeping and the environment in which it is conducted has evolved significantly over the first peacekeeping missions some 50 years ago. In this changing environment, the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre's contribution to preparing military, police, and civilians to develop and deliver effective peace operations worldwide is more important than ever. Monsieur le Président, à terminar.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say it's a great honor for me with the sponsor of this bill, advance the knowledge that our citizens have of the Blue Berets. We want them to better understand the situation that the peacekeepers face, not always easy situations. We have to provide infrastructure, but we also have to make many sacrifices. This is why all the country, plus institutes like the Pearson Peacekeeping Centre, work together with all the other sectors of the government and the intergovernmental sectors to try to help bring peace to all countries like Canada.
For Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and like the honourable member from Manitoulin, Algoma, Kapuskasing, like all members of this House, and like all Canadians, I hold thousands of Canadian men and women who serve both Canada and the world in the cause of peace in the highest esteem. And consequently, I will be joining him in supporting our peacekeepers in favor of the Bill C-287 at first reading so that it can move on to committee. I will confess, Mr. Speaker, I considered for some time whether the declaration of a national day was the appropriate means to express our respect and endless gratitude for the sacrifice of these brave and dedicated men and women. My concern was that such a declaration might somehow take away from Canada's long tradition of remembrance. We have for almost 90 years set aside November the 11th as our National Day of Thanks to the more than the 116,000 Canadians and Newfoundlanders who have given their lives in defense of our freedom. Even before Confederation, Newfoundlanders were committed to the democracy as they are now. We honor and we thank them all on that day because we do not wish to distinguish the sacrifice from one from another. We cannot make that distinction because it does not exist. Each one made the ultimate sacrifice, and Mr. Speaker, there is none greater. The recognition that simply profounded fact that one can do no more than to give one's life for one's country. It is the very essence of our remembrance. It is true, however, as the Parliamentary Secretary earlier said, to the Minister of Veteran Affairs, has pointed out that 4
great many Canadians, probably a majority of Canadians, Remembrance Day stirs particularly fond memories. And we think of the horrors of the trenches of the First World War and the great battles of the Second World War and the bitter fighting in Korea. These powerful memories, Mr. Speaker, make all the more powerful the tremendous place these great conflicts occupy in our world history. It is for this reason that the excellent education and awareness programs offered by Veteran Affairs Canada include special modules designed to increase Canadians' understanding of the significant contribution that Canada's peacekeepers have made and, in fact, continue to do today. Canada's new Veteran Charter is found out on that same belief. It recognizes that today's veterans have earned the same high standard of service from Canada that their parents and grandparents earned. The new Veterans Charter recognizes that every member of the forces, no matter where or when they wear the uniform, are accepting the same risk. They know that any time they may be asked to put their lives and their future on the line. In peacekeeping, peacemaking, or combat services, or in times of emergency at home, there is no question that the risks and stresses may differ from one mission to another. Our peacekeepers must deal with unpredictable situations and where it may be difficult to know who is a friend and who is an enemy. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is coming close, and so with that I'll wrap up, but I want to just say that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that on one of the days that we set aside, we pay homage to all those who have died in the service of our country, but the question is it enough? Our peacekeepers are honored each day on the International Day of the United Nations Peacekeepers in May. Our Canada's peacekeepers, like the prophets who, without sufficient honor in their own land, the question is for that.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The honourable member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex will have 6 minutes when Bill C-287 is taken up again. À l'ordre.
Order, please. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Consequently, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Firearms Centre reports that 85% of spousal homicides occur in private homes, and a shocking 71% of the firearms used in spousal homicides are in fact long guns. In light of these horrifying statistics, I asked the Public Safety Minister last June why the Conservative government was planning to remove all long guns from the firearm registry. Since then, we witnessed the tragic events of September 13th, when Kim Weir-Gill went on a rampage at Dawson College in Montreal. At the end of the day, 18-year-old Anastasia de Souza was dead, and 20 other people suffered severe injuries. Furthermore, the lives of all students and staff at Dawson College changed forever. Kim Weir-Gill was armed with a 9mm Beretta CX-4 Storm carbine, a rifle classified as a semi-automatic weapon, or in simpler terms, a long gun. He also carried out a .45 caliber handgun and a shotgun. While it is true that all of these weapons were acquired by Gill according to the rules, Canadians are asking, why are the Conservatives walking in the opposite direction to public opinion? Why are they planning to deregister all long guns? The intelligent thing to do would be to add all semi-automatic rifles and handguns to the prohibited list. Instead, the Conservatives are turning a blind eye and planning to deregister an estimated 7 million rifles in Canada. 7 million rifles, Mr. Speaker. That is 7 million more firearms that will be easier for people like Kim Weir-Gill to obtain. It is a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. It is a national disgrace. The Prime Minister claims that the firearms registry failed to prevent this tragedy. Not true. The obvious solution is to tighten the rules add other categories of long guns to the registry, tougher legislation to prevent people like Kimber Gill from obtaining these particular weapons in the first place. I know my honourable friend on the government side of the House will try to make some sort of argument that firearms registry doesn't work and that it is too costly and bureaucratic. Not true. In terms of cost, the real question is how much value do you place on human life? In terms of working, in the days that followed the shooting of Dawson College, Quebec police launched an investigation into a 14-year-old boy who posted death threats on the very same website that Kimber Gill used. Police checked the gun registry, discovered that his father had firearms in the house, and the guns were quickly removed. This is how frontline police workers or officers use the firearm registry as a tool to protect Canadians from similar tragedies. Mr. Speaker, statistics clearly show that the number of firearm homicides dropped significantly in Canada since the gun registry was put in place in 1995. Therefore, I would like to ask the members opposite to tell this House, why are the Conservatives making it easier for criminals to obtain 7 million long guns? And how will the availability of these dangerous weapons protect Canadians? Further, I would like to know if the Conservatives plan to ban the type of weapon that Kimber Gill used to kill Anastasia D'Souza. I would also like to know if the members would be willing to meet with students and staff of Dawson College and explain to them how their new policy will make Canada a safer place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Don Valley East for the opportunity to rise in the House today and answer her questions. The question put forward concerns the firearms program. I'd like to give her some statistics and Canadians some statistics from the Canadian Centre for Justice Statistics, which is quite interesting. In actual fact, there are 6,455,026 registered long guns in the country. Those are already owned by Canadians. Total homicides with long guns known to be registered in 2003, the first year the gun registry was fully operational, was 2. And, Mr. Speaker, I must tell you, the vast majority of homicides in Canada are committed with non-registered illegal handguns. In her question, the Honourable Member references the use of long guns in spousal homicides. Let me begin by saying that this government sees any incident of spousal homicide as a tragic loss, and we place the highest priority on the prevention of domestic abuse. According to Statistics Canada's Family Violence in Canada, a statistical profile in 2004, the use of long guns has decreased notably over the last 30 years, while the use of handguns is increasing. No reliable statistics demonstrate that decreases in long gun homicides are associated with the long gun registry. In fact, these trends began long before registration became mandatory in 2003. Indeed, in 2003, as I've already said, the first year the long gun registry was fully operational, only 2 of 161 firearms-related homicides were committed with long guns known to be registered, despite the fact there are nearly 6.5 million legally non-restricted long guns in Canada. Regrettably, illegal handguns are the preferred weapon of choice for criminals. Again, in 2003, 101 of 161 homicides in Canada were committed with illegal, non-registered handguns or with handguns that were simply not recovered. The increase in the use of handguns demonstrates the need to make sure that those who should not have access to guns do not obtain them, rather than wasting valuable resources on processes that only serve to burden law-abiding Canadians with unnecessary paperwork. More than half of those accused of domestic homicide between 1997 and 2003 had histories of criminal violence. 17% of male accused were suspected of suffering from a mental disorder. These individuals clearly should not be in possession of firearms. The government will be moving forward shortly with a series of additional measures designed to strengthen our licensing system. This is where we must focus our efforts. Instead of wasting resources on the failed effort to count and track every hunting rifle and shotgun in the country, we will focus those resources on effective front-end screening and on keeping hands out of those who should not possess them. Under the proposed change to the Firearms Act, Canadians will still have to have a valid firearms license, will still be required to go through police background checks, and will require safety training in order to acquire or possess firearms and to acquire ammunition. The handgun registry will remain, as will the ban on all prohibited firearms. Gun owners will be required to continue to obey regulations concerning the safe storage and transport of firearms, and all transactions involving firearms will be verified and recorded, ensuring that those purchasing firearms have a valid license and preventing those with histories of criminal violence or mental disorder from purchasing firearms. We made a promise to Canadians during the election, and we are delivering on that promise, Mr. Speaker. Although there has been some opposition, the resounding feedback from Canadians that we have gotten is in favour of our approach. We believe there are more effective ways to fight gun crime than the registration of long guns. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the first targets of Kim Weir-Gill at Dawson College was 17-year-old Haider Kadim. Mr. Kadim was shot in the head, in the neck, and in one of his legs. Fortunately, Mr. Kadim survived and is now slowly recovering. This young man has made a simple request. Mr. Kadim would like to meet with the Prime Minister and debate the Conservative plan to eliminate the gun registry and make it easier to obtain long guns. So far, the Prime Minister has refused to meet Mr. Kadim. What is the Prime Minister afraid of? Mr. Speaker, I would like to know if the honourable member will stand in this House tonight and promise to at least ask the Prime Minister to grant Mr. Kadim's request for a meeting.
Hello. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Government of Canada is committed to effective firearms control that target criminals while maintaining the highest standards of public safety. There is no reliable evidence indicating that registration has reduced crime committed with long guns. According to the Auditor General's data in the Firearms Registry is often unreliable. Paragraph 4.61 of the Auditor General's report from this past May notes that at least 9 to 12% of firearm registration certificates contain inaccurate information. This limits the reliability of registry for police. Supporters of the registry often claim that the police use the registry 6,700 times a day. But this is somewhat misleading. Whenever police officers in certain jurisdictions access the Canadian Police Information Centre, or CPIC, for any reason, such as a simple address check, an automatic hit is generated with Canada Firearms Registry online, whether the information is desired or not. And this is the case, for example, with the Toronto Police Services, the Vancouver Police Services, the BC RCMP, which accounts for over 12,000 police officers. In 2006, the Auditor General estimated the registry has now cost over $1 billion. Two Library of Parliament studies further estimate that the enforcement and compliance costs are substantial.
La motion portant que la Chambre...
The adjournment motion is deemed carried. The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to